Hello and welcome back to Buffalo, New York for the final game of the play-in bracket here at the 2025 MLQ Championships. Last spot in the quarterfinals on the line between the Charlotte Aviators and the Detroit Innovators. Should be a very exciting game. Both teams have almost the same schedule to get here, just in a different order. Both teams have beaten Houston and Cleveland and lost to Washington to end up in the spot they're in now, which is a chance to go on to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, both teams looking really strong. Like the Charlotte team looks totally gritty. They've had some gritty fights, but you know this Detroit team, you know, is young, but they're feisty, man. Especially this first line, we got Nick Love and number 9 Ashton Glenn. I'm really excited to see this matchup here.
I think the key to watching the first 5 minutes is if Detroit can control the pace of the game. Can they force Charlotte to speed up and play at that really quick pace that this young group likes to play at?
Charlotte being a more experienced team, kind of like mid-20s, sort of the average age range, and then early 20s for Detroit. We'll see if that experience can show out here for Charlotte.
Two very physical teams as well. Charlotte has really had no problem driving through their opponents to get to the hoops in these play-in games so far. Rims up from head referee Axel Amadal, and it is going to be Detroit who wins it off the rush, so those young legs already showing perhaps.
Yep, Lee Hodge wishes that he got that one back, but Ashton Glenn being able to go up out front and knock it back to 73.
Dodgeball control does go to Charlotte, the pair of Tony Bonadio and Slyn Richard. Ball goes over now to Marklin. Now back up top. Big beat from Bonadio, but the pass is made. Detroit trying to run away from a press. Tries to pass, does complete the pass off a bounce. But there's only one Charlotte chaser left in the play, and Zach Thompson is able to make the interception. It's going to be a chance to run. Charlotte will pull back a little bit because Ryan Sue does recover a dodgeball.
Zachary Thompson has had an absolutely crazy day one. Had a hat trick in the second game against I believe it was Houston that I saw, and a few huge stops. So be sure to look out for number 73. One of the
most underrated, just pure scorers in the game. Zach Thompson can shoot, can dunk, has a nasty pump fake as the ball goes back to Hodge up top. Trying to work on two Detroit defenders here. Now going to pull it wide. But a big beat from Ryan Sue. And that's a bit of a taste of their own medicine to Charlotte. Charlotte loves to throw early when ball handlers won't expect it. That time Detroit gets them with the same move. Sue almost shows her the beat. Bonadio catches. Huge exchange of beats. All the dodgeballs are on the ground. Shot. Pass. Good. Detroit draws first blood.
That was good. Bludgeon's on the ground. Number 29 for Charlotte tried to get there in time, but the pass was already gone. That was Sulin Richard, but the pass was already made.
Yes,
to
I thought
Love
Ashton Glenn was shooting because of the Slyn Richard beat, but actually a perfectly timed pass over to Love for the goal. Dodgeball control does stay with Charlotte after all that. We'll see if they can even the score up here. Thompson rips a shot and it's through. Thompson has hit those all day today.
All day long, and he gets to hit it again. Just so nonchalant. Lulled the Detroit hoop defenders to sleep. Takes the shot and puts it home.
Darren, he didn't even look like he was trying that hard, did he?
No, he did not. He was right on the back foot and just a nice little loose shot. It was absolutely fantastic. Textbook from Zachary Thompson.
Ball goes across over to Anna Klein. She's got a lot of space here, and she's going to start moving in, try to force Charlotte to actually respect her. Now passes it off. Very spread out Detroit. Zach Thompson deflects that, but it'll be out of bounds off him, so Detroit will get another shot at it. Bonadio and Sue almost playing chicken here in the dodgeball game.
Love pointing to his ear. He wants some call-outs on this offense.
Oh! Yes, that was beat before. I think that's the right call from head referee Alex Amadal. Just a second sooner. That's what they were trying to set up the whole time. Force the beater to throw and get it to a teammate, just not able to get the pass off in time. Here comes Hodge the other way. There is a beater in the play for Detroit. Hodge's pass is intercepted.
Yeah, I think what Hodge was thinking there is that he saw Sue loaded and behind, so they tried to get that exchange going on without Sue there, and so he tried to really rush the offense, but unfortunately just got gobbled up by number 73 in the long wingspan.
And something that's worked for Charlotte all weekend has been Hodge or Thompson filling the lane and then hitting a cutting Melissa Ross to the hoop. But that time, Marklin was sitting right on that pass and able to get the interception. Second line in for Detroit now. Full shift.
Chris Jane, who has the ball on the left side, the beater for Detroit.
Goes back. We've got a shot. The hoop was knocked, and it doesn't look like the referees are going to call anything out because I think a dodgeball flying is what knocked the hoop over, not a chaser. So that's going to stand. Unfortunate because that was a good shot from close range from Detroit there. And now Charlotte looking to push. This time it's Ross on the ball with Hodge as the cutter. She's going to go over to Thompson, though. Another easy goal for Zach Thompson.
Looks like just going for a jog. Like Thompson just, like, look, it looks so easy. Like Charlotte looks very composed. Detroit needs to put the pressure on so that they don't look this way. Right now, they look like they are in control right now, and Detroit can't seem to get an offense going.
Chris Jane is all the way behind the play for Detroit right now, but it's going to be a turnover at the top of the key because of that, and Charlotte is only going to have one beater to beat. The pass is made to Hodge. Hodge is going to score.
Yep, that's not what you want. You don't want to take. Don't want to face that beater up top for Detroit. You don't want to try to dodge. You want to get that ball out of your hand way earlier than when the when the dodgeball comes in. So hopefully Detroit can start cycling that ball a little bit earlier and try to get the Charlotte defense to move.
Seemed like Detroit might not have been on the same page there. Chris Jane all the way behind the hoops. They could have swung the quad ball back there, but didn't see it, and then that beater exchange at the top forces a turnover. Charlotte very willing to play really aggressive even with only one dodgeball. I do think that catches a lot of teams off guard the first time you see it.
Yes.
Ball's going to go behind here. A lot of space to operate. Bonadio is trying to divert their attention. Pass is made. Shot is no good. Hodge is in the keeper zone, so safe, and now going to try to run. Breaks one tackle, and Hodge is going to go all the way for another goal.
Oh!
Charlotte in transition is money so far.
The way goes Lee Hodge from coast to coast. Absolutely great. It was unfortunate for the beater there for Detroit. Levi making the beat while he was in keeper zone, but then just took advantage of it and went coast to coast and takes a well-deserved substitute off.
Yeah, almost a really heads-up play to save the possession, except the keeper by tips of his toes was still in the zone there. Ryan Davis in at keeper for the first time for Charlotte. Full new line in for Charlotte. High pass is handled cleanly. Another pass. This one is high. Davis is going to intercept that. Davis is out of the zone. Go for the same thing, but Davis makes the hit-ahead pass. It's bobbled, so Detroit will have a chance, but not to be denied.
Number
Cole
19.
Tibbs all the way.
Cole Tibbs, also a huge name for the second line here for Charlotte, has had an absolute baller of a day. True grit. I saw him score a goal while upside down, while being suplexed. Absolutely phenomenal, gritty player coming from Harvard. So absolutely been a pleasure watching him, and it's great to see another goal by Tibbs.
And this is getting a little too easy for Charlotte. Detroit needs to at least stop turning the ball over. Ideally get some goals too, but they need to work on winning control back and getting a more productive offense here. Another early throw from Charlotte. Detroit is more prepared this time. Ball goes behind. Has some space to work with, but not able to round the corner on Slominski, who's a very stout defender. Now the shot hits it.
Jackson Macy, number 55 for Detroit, putting it home, just taking a run around, trying to get that space, and has that long gait, as somebody who's a player who's got a little bit of a smaller legs. It's a little bit harder to keep up when they start to get into their stride. Creates that distance, gets the shot off.
Really made something out of nothing there with multiple chasers out of the play. Now Slominski on the ball, going to go to Davis behind. Right back up to Slominski. She's going to go across. And that is number 2 for Tibbs off a great cut. Great ball movement from Charlotte on that one.
Great movement, especially on this second line, and you have younger players on this line. Ryan Davis is now coordinating, telling them on defense, he's like, okay, we're good, we can calm this down. But that was great ball movement, very well coached team for Charlotte.
Almost using Davis as a decoy in the back there to draw the beater out, swing it back to Slominski, who finds the cutting Tibbs. Troy going to work it to the side now as well. Right back up top. And these Detroit chasers are being given a lot of space on the wing and not taking it. Charlotte isn't respecting them as a threat to drive. Either shot is high or pass is low, and Davis has the easy interception. One dodgeball back for Detroit, so it's a sort of semi-transition for Charlotte, and now they're going to slow it down a little bit. Davis finds Tibbs across the pitch. Tibbs almost doing a post-up and gets all the way to the rim.
No good,
They're calling it no good.
Calling it beat before, it looks like. Tibbs does not even believe it, is trying to discuss with the ref.
So it must have been deflected by Detroit, because otherwise the ball went over the midline, it would be a turnover. So someone in Detroit must have got a hand on that, and that's why it's no goal, but still Charlotte ball as Davis brings the ball behind here. Back up top to Sleminski. Tibbs in a threatening position again. Big beat from Cody Lowe is going to open Tibbs up. Tibbs is wrapped, gets the pass off, can't be handled cleanly, and Detroit is going to fall on it. So Detroit gets a good stop there.
Yeah, Lauren Hirsch wishes to have that one back. Just couldn't quite get the handle on it, and then it just came up to a body-to-body. And you have a disadvantage that when you're in the offensive zone and they're in their defensive zone, it's hard when you got a lot of bodies and balls on the ground.
And it was a good play from Cody Lebov to open that up by getting Max Svirdov in the back there, but Charlotte Chaser's not able to capitalize. As the ball goes across here, Hannah Reese is beat. An opening here for Detroit, perhaps. Cody Lebov and Hannah Reese both kind of focusing dodgeball, and yes, there it is. They find the open cutter. But an immediate push from Ryan Davis. Going to try to beat the entire team by themselves. What a hit! But I think they're going to say it was a dive because a hand is up, and Cole Tibbs gets to the hoop anyways.
Yeah, that I like the aggression that Detroit needed. That was the shot that they needed. This might be being called back and might be a card. However, that's the type of mentality that Detroit has to be putting on, that they are coming after Charlotte.
Yes, as we suspected, launching. But we like that from Detroit. Not that we like cheating.
No,
we like fouls that come out of hustle, right?
Yes.
Where they were trying to make a play. And kind of the criticism of Detroit has been all season that they're too reliant on their beaters. So that was a play with no dodgeballs back where we saw Detroit try to get physical and make that hard stop. Unfortunate to overdo it a little bit and get the foul, but we like that.
Yeah, we do like, and I like Rob Butler is number 11 for Detroit, is looking out for those hits. The last defense that we saw came out aggressively, which is what I want to see here from Detroit, to switch things up and to try to get Charlotte a little bit uncomfortable.
And Jackson Massey on the other end is kind of Detroit's answer to Cole Tibbs, able to score it himself or off of cuts, off of nice assists, has found 2 of Detroit's 3 goals so far.
Yes, 100%. When you have Jackson Massey, number 55, and you got long arms, that's what you want. If you're a ball handler up at the top, you want somebody who has good hands, sticky hands, and a long catch, like a large catch radius. Just makes it that much easier to hit that cutting chaser and be able to score some goals.
And that whole defensive series kind of showed Charlotte's mindset, because Cody Lebov and Hannah Reese almost totally ignored the quad ball, with the result that they did retain control, gave up a goal, but then were able to rush the other way, and Charlotte gets the goal back.
Yep.
So Charlotte's a very aggressive mindset in the dodgeball game on display there.
And that's already a hat trick for Tibbs.
Yes.
Already on the first shift.
70-30, Detroit is going to sub, and no messing around here with the season on line, going right back to that first group. So Brodier and Sue back in the dodgeball game. Ashton Glenn handling the quad ball again. A young name, but a lot of excitement around this player. Passes off to the side. Lebov is aggressively pressing. Brodier's going to try to punish him. Does get the beat, but Lebov gets it back. Detroit trying to go to work behind the hoops. Got some space. No good. Here comes Davis. It's a one-on-one. Goes for the stiff arm.
Oh!
Big wrap is met. Gets the ball off to Tibbs. Tibbs is stripped.
Oh! Number 73 with the punch. I think 73, that's Luce Marklin, punched it out with their head.
And the Detroit bench loves it. That's the play they've been waiting for that's really going to inspire the team back in the game. What a physical stand with no beaters back in the play.
Yes, 100%. And I think that spark comes from that number 11, Rob Butler. And now we're getting that physicality and coming after for those hits.
Ball's going to go behind again. We saw a great shot on the last possession, just happened to hit the rim. I think Detroit's going to go for that same look. This one deflected by Cole Tibbs, a name we keep saying in this game. So we've seen 2. We like Detroit seems to like that look of Nick Love behind. Last time the shot hits the rim. This time it's a little low and Tibbs able to intercept it. But I think they trust Love a lot back there to try to create shots.
Oh, 100%. I believe Love is calling out like offense from behind the hoops in between him and Glenn. Ashton Glenn, number 9, the keeper for Detroit on this line, number 1. They're calling out the offense from both sides, from front and behind.
And here we go again. This time Caleb Brooks putting it through. Charlotte deep into the third line now.
That's one.
Ryan Sue is creating chaos, though, so this is going to be a great chance for Detroit to run. There's going to be no dodgeballs for a significant period of time. Glenn finds the pass. It's to Love. And the third time is the charm. Nick Love hits that one.
Nick Love finally gets the shot through, able to muscle through the tackle.
And if Detroit has a chance to get back in this game, it's right here. Brodier and Sue back in the game, going up against what is Charlotte's third beater pair. This needs to be a dominant shift from the Detroit beaters.
100%, and Sue knows this. He's calling out on the side. They have dodgeball superiority here for Detroit.
Floated pass is going to get tipped. And Glenn has a chance to run. Sue is going to try to get the one dodgeball out of the play. Does so. Here comes Glenn. Glenn beats everyone.
Wow!
Goes by Lee Hodge.
Wow, just tucked it and ran. That long stride beating out Lee Hodge. Lee Hodge was just not ready for that speed that we saw. That was incredible speed.
And Lee Hodge is one of the best point defenders for him. That was a player a decade or so younger than him, just turning on the jets and going right by him. See ya.
Yeah, absolutely. Just turned on the jets, saw the opportunity, and went. Fantastic.
Sue's going to go again. This is the most aggressive defense we've seen from Detroit so far. The floated pass is to Melissa Ross, and she gets it through. She's been doing that all weekend for Charlotte on the hoop, and we might have a foul here.
Might be a foul being called, but that was a pretty pass. Able to just muscle through that and being able to put it down.
No goal beat before.
No goal beat before. Detroit being able to put up a steel wall defense here the last couple rounds. I'm loving this new momentum shift here in Detroit's favor.
That was huge for Detroit, so they keep it within 3 and are going to have a chance here. But Brodier and Sue are subbing after putting a lot of miles on their legs very quickly here. That was 3 bang, bang, bang shifts. So we'll have to see if this next group from Detroit can keep up the momentum. It's Chris Jane back in the game.
Brady Sowers here with the ball. Athletic keeper.
Going to the side again. Again, Charlotte not worried about these drives from the side from Detroit. Hodge was just sitting on that pass, which almost causes a turnover. Jane makes the beat, though. Now Hodge, and the dodgeballs are on the ground. Here comes a chance for Detroit.
Oh!
The shot rims out, and that makes it unable for a reception to be made either. Couldn't decide between the shot and the pass, and it ends up being neither. Tough miss for Detroit.
That is a huge tough miss. Those are the things that you want back, especially in this momentum shift. You're only 3 goals behind. You get that, you're 2 goals behind. It is like that is 100% doable. Unfortunate when you're trying to shift the momentum of this game.
You feel like if it was anywhere else, it was a goal. If it was a little lower, it would have just gone in. If it's a little higher, Massey just puts it through. But
exactly.
Unfortunate. Hodge is going to swing it behind. Bobbled pass, though. We haven't seen much of that from Charlotte. Manages to keep the possession alive, but a great strip from Massey, and he'll win the rush to the loose ball.
Now, this is what Detroit wants to see. Detroit wants to see Charlotte getting a little bit rattled. Now, we'll see if Lee Hodge can try to bring and pull back this Charlotte and get everybody under calm again. But that's 2 bobbles in a row for Charlotte. This is what Detroit wants. They need to pounce on this opportunity now.
Sowers is going to handle the ball again. Controls in the hands of Charlotte. Long lobbed pass behind the hoops to Massey. Cross to, they're going to try to swing it back top, but Lee Hodge is just waiting for it, and we've seen not enough power on some of these Detroit passes.
Yep.
Lee Hodge loses the ball there, but gets it back.
Lee Hodge
the ball is stripped, and Detroit falls on it. Another great physical stop from Detroit.
Another fantastic tackle. That was a fantastic tackle by number 50, Brady Sowers. Brady Sowers continuing this physical story that we're getting here from the Detroit defense. I'm loving it. I'm all for it.
And any beaters watching at home are so bummed by that play. Tony Bonadio takes out the opposing beater, does everything except put the ball through the hoop, but his chasers get stonewalled by the one player he can't beat, the keeper, and not able to get the goal there.
Let's see if Detroit now, again, only 3 goals behind.
All dodgeballs out of the play. This is Detroit's chance. Here comes the drive, the pass. It's Massey. Not a lot of urgency from Detroit here. And that shot misses wide.
Karen White was just not able to move. Sarah tried to, number 29 for Detroit Innovators, tried to set a pick at the hoops.
Talk about from Charlotte, which I think is not unexpected. They have not put up a goal in several minutes here, and it's allowed Detroit to kind of claw back into the game. Still a 3-goal lead for Charlotte, but Detroit looking like the more confident team over the last 4 to 5 minutes here.
Yes. I think Charlotte has been a little bit shaken up. I think Detroit is starting to feel comfortable in their own skin. Again, we've seen some, the execution that we've seen has not quite been there. There's been a lot of missed shots, a lot of, a little bit of hesitancy. Is this a pass? Is this a shot? I want to see Detroit now. If you can be more comfortable in your skin, and as a coach, I think it's okay, you just need to go for it. Just go for it. I think, go with your gut, because if you can focus and get that confidence back, and then you start executing on those opportunities that you've had so far, this is a tie game.
Absolutely, and the season is on the line here, right? There's no need to really leave anything in the tank. Obviously, if you win this game, you'll go on to the quarterfinals, but there's no time to think about that right now. This is for the season for both teams. And I think we've seen Detroit at their best when they've kind of played that loose and free style. But you do see the youth and experience starting to show a little bit how to play like that, where Massey has all the time in the world, but just kind of meanders around a bit and eventually settles for a shot. It needs to be a decisive drive right to the hoop, and you're either going to find a dunk or a short shot, or someone else is going to open up for a pass. Just a little more decisiveness needed from the Detroit Chasers.
That's what I want to see. That's what I want to see. And that might be just from an experience standpoint because it's younger, and like Charlotte doesn't seem to have that, but they do seem a little shaken up right now, which I haven't seen a whole lot of from Charlotte like today, which has been absolutely fantastic. Even when they were losing, they still felt like they were not quite fully shaken. This
was drawn up out of the timeout here. Dodgeball control is still going to be with Detroit, so Charlotte will be going against a fully set up defense. It is Lee Hodge in the game at keeper, along with Caleb Brooks, Melissa Ross, and Lauren Hirsch at chaser. Excuse me, Corinne White at chaser, and then Celine Richard and Tony Bonadio at beater. Almost ready to resume here, so it's still a 3-goal lead for Charlotte. And we're live again. Hodge is going to bring the ball across midcourt. Swings it over to Brooks, who is kind of a hybrid off-ball, on-ball player. I think they like this setup with Brooks and Hodge at the top here. 100%. Sets it behind to Ross. Gets it right back to Brooks. Brooks is looking for Hodge, now looking for his own shot, I think, and the two hands for safety finishes it.
That was great. I think Brooks was initially looking for a pass for Hodge. Hodge was a little bit deep into the defensive zone and then decides very smartly to make a pick on the keeper on number 50, Brady Sowers, and Brooks took the opportunity to close out that space and make the dunk.
Rotation from Detroit. This is the first time we're seeing this third beater pair for Detroit in a few minutes. So they are sticking with all three lines. Pass is going to go across. Shot, no pass. Oh. Great beat from Celine Richard, who just always seems to be there when you need her.
Richard, that was a great play. Just exactly where you needed to beat her. You couldn't have said it any better. She was right there. It looked like it was going to be an absolute dunk opportunity, but Richard was there to just absolutely shut it down.
Hodge again working on the side here. Gonna try to pull it behind. Got a winnable matchup, it looks like here. Yes, finds, but the ball is deflected, unfortunately, by the face of the Detroit keeper there, who took a hard shot. Does get the stop, but goes down pretty hard there.
Yeah, that
will take a short break from the game here while he gets checked out. But what a stop.
What a stop. You know, putting the body on the line. Rob Butler, I really liked what I've seen, you know, like every time that he stepped out as a third line keeper, you know, like making those splash plays. That was a great stop there, you know, and had a card earlier, but it was from a hustle play, which, you know what, I'm not going to fault somebody for making a hustle play like that, especially to turn and to get that momentum started. So Rob Butler's been absolutely balling out, so shout out to number 11 for the Detroit Innovators. Hope he's doing okay, but gets the stop. Puts the body on the line, and I think got a hand to the eye is what it looked like.
Yep. And Detroit, that really stout defense is what's keeping them in this game. They only have 5 goals to their name, but Charlotte is at 9. Charlotte could be at 14 if Detroit was not playing as tough defenses there. They've had some stops right there at the hoops, some stops on breakaway opportunities, and that's really keeping them in this game. If they can just string together a couple more goals, they'll be within flag runner distance when we get to that point of the game.
Yeah, I just want to see that, like, again, just that touch-ups on offense, and just to get those executions completed and finishing. That's the main thing that's seen here, is that Detroit has a little bit of issue in this game in terms of finishing. If I think there's been like 4 or 5 missed opportunities that were like so close for being goals. If you look at the score, they're down by 4. So
yes.
This is a very close game that could be tied. But if Detroit can really polish that up and keep those momentum going, especially, you know, as Charlotte's going into their depth, if Detroit can take advantage of this right now, going into snitch on pitch, and if you can get a catch, obviously.
Right.
If we go to the flag runner on pitch, then then I think they'll be absolutely golden and get this game. Very, very winnable game here for Detroit. They're not out.
So Butler is able to get off the field, replaced by Jackson Massey, who we've mostly seen at chaser and more of an off-ball role so far this game. But Massey's going to be handling it here, and we'll see if that change sparks anything for Detroit.
Yeah.
Sends it over to Sarah Malter. She goes across now. And again, the wings from Detroit just not really willing to drive into the teeth of the Shark defense. Now the ball goes behind. Pass is made. Ducks to pick up the ball, which enables them to dodge the beat. But oh no! The ball is still alive. Finally the beat is made. But a good effort there from Detroit as Braxton Hale really struggled to field that loose ball.
That was fantastic play by number 4, Sarah Mutler. Just staying with it.
Right.
Almost got it back. The bludger or the dodgeball did come back, unfortunately, but Sarah was right there. Unfortunate.
Braxton Hale swings it behind to Slominski. The head coach bobbles the pass a bit. She is able to get it back to Hale. Hale finds the pass across to Nicholas Thompson. And what's better than one Thompson is 2 Thompsons, as Nick Thompson looks like Zach on that one and hits the shot on the middle hoop.
2 Thompsons on the score sheet now. Number 54 putting it through the middle hoop, it looks like.
And we're going to see that pair of Ashton Glenn and Nick Love back in the game at chaser. Have had some great looks in this game and would like to convert a few more here as Charlotte has pushed the lead to 10-5.
Yeah, I think Detroit really sees that this is their opportunity and really trying to put on the pressure now.
Back to Glenn. Glenn goes behind to Love. Love dives the beat and posterizes, but I think, no, the goal is called good. That was just a quick delay to hand the ball to Charlotte. So the goal is good. Love goes right to the hoop there and gets really high on that one.
Oh, yes. Just that showing off that athleticism. I hope we got a photographer.
Detroit's going to try to press. Sue makes a huge beat. Now going to try to hit Braxton Hale. Sails it all the way behind the hoops. Love shows off the ups again and intercepts that one.
Just Love. Amazing on offense and on defense, really being at the hoops there, and that long reach as well as that just explosiveness to get up there and be able to pull down that quad ball.
We are at the 19:30 mark, so under 30 seconds to go. Detroit is going to want to probably stall this possession out, get to the 20-minute mark, and then use this last play to try to get back within 3 goals. They're currently down 10-6. Being within 3 would be huge when flag runner comes out. Cross to Glenn, just a little pitch and catch here. Back to Glenn. Hale reads it. The possession is going to continue. I guess Hale is the last to touch it, so Glenn can bring it back across half court. It is last possession. Glenn sails it. Deflected by the dodgeball, but recovered by Detroit. The one risk of using the dodgeball to block a shot like that, you don't know where it's going to end up. So a third chance for Detroit on this possession.
And Detroit maintaining bludger superiority, going for a 1.5.
So you're going to try to get Sasha to play. Deflects the beat, but the pass can't be handled cleanly. It is no dodgeball for a significant chunk of time here. Goes to Love. It is deflected. Allison Slominski breaks it up. Love is beat, and Charlotte gets the stop on the third try.
That's one of those things for number 50 is just like trying to make a pass like that while backpedaling on your back foot. It's going to lob up like that, and when you have a lob like that, the beater starts salivating as it's a super easy beat for them to make on 15 Love at the back.
And just couldn't get the timing quite right there, Detroit. Ryan Sue runs a successful enough 1.5, right? Forces Sancho to throw, deflects the throw, so the dodgeball goes flying. But while that's happening, Detroit bobbles a pass. And by the time they pick back up, Sancho is tracked back into the play. So just not able to quite get the timing right there is Detroit. But only down 4 goals. A catch would put them right back into this game. It'll be first to 160. So 60 points needed one way or another for Charlotte. 100 needed for Detroit here.
Yep. And so I'm very interested. I think Charlotte might put in Davis in here, just because like you got nothing to lose. This is your opportunity to get into the next bracket, and so I think Charlotte has got to put in Davis, and that means for Detroit you gotta have dodgeballs on the flag runner. You don't have a choice, because if they catch, that's really hard to come back from, because then you would be at least seven goals behind.
Yeah, catch for Charlotte feels pretty decisive here. Charlotte, in its earlier games against Washington, for instance, even to a degree against Houston, struggled to continue putting up goals during flag runner on pitch, got beat out in the quadball game there. But as long as Davis comes up with the catch, I think they really like their chances, already up 4 goals. So Detroit needs to figure out what the plan is here, who's the seeker they trust, or is the plan to use that beater advantage they've had for chunks of this game to just keep Davis away and try to run up goals in the quadball game.
So it looks like it is Ryan Davis for Charlotte that is going out, and number 4, Sarah Multer from Detroit Innovators are going to be your starting seekers here for the flag runner.
And 2 excellent beating pairs on the field. It is Cody LeBeau and Slen Richard for Charlotte. It's Ray Rodeer and Ryan Sue for Detroit. Rodeer and Richard exchanging a friendly wave there as they get ready for this battle. We always talk about the seekers, but the beaters are kind of really what determines flag runner on pitch. Which seeker is actually going to have a chance to even make a catch. Comes down to what these beaters can do in the next few minutes.
100%, 100%. Who can, and especially like having that time, and if your beaters can set up a shield, a dodgeball shield around you to give you that time so that the other seeker and the other beaters just can't get through.
And these are both beater pairs who I think will look for the opportunity if they are winning in the flag runner game to pivot back into the quadball game and try to make it easy on their teammates. So chasers on both sides need to be aware of that. 100-60, our current score. Set score of 160. A spot in the quarterfinals on the line. Winner advances. Loser goes home.
Charlotte 6 goals away from moving on.
And it's been a minute since Charlotte made it into the quarterfinals. They would love to change that right now. Davis is beat by Sue. Big beat on LeBeau. Cody LeBeau almost kills the commentators with that kick beat.
Almost taking out the tent. We're getting into the gameplay as well. Just draws you in.
Glenn is trying to shake Hale. Hale is all over Glenn. Glenn manages to stay in bounds, gets the pass off.
Oh, I like that from Hale. Bringing the store.
Loose. Love is going to save it. Spin out of a tackle. Love is also beat. So Cody LeBeau able to come back into the quadball game, and now Braxton Hale has a chance to run. 1 to beat. Sinks the shot. Quick goal for Charlotte.
What a transition for Hale. That was an amazing stop there to stop Ashton Glenn and then to pick it up and do a transition like that and get the shot off. Fantastic by Hale. That was fantastic.
A lot of time here for Sarah Multer. Can she make a catch that would be a huge swing for Detroit in this game? Giving up a lot of size in this matchup, but able to use that to try to get low. Look for a possible between the legs grab here. She's going to pivot now and try to block Davis with the beaters distracted. In the quad ball game, patient look from Detroit here. Now a chance to drive. And they're going to get right to them, but Zach Thompson is there with another big save.
Zach Thompson with the flowing hair. Absolutely amazing stop right there. It just seems so nonchalant. It just seems so easy for Thompson.
Big pass is broken up. That was a little bit of tired legs, I think, from Charlotte. Could have just moved it somewhere else, perhaps, instead of floating that one. And Ryan Sue did do a good job, though, pressuring the Charlotte chasers and forcing them to speed up a little bit there. Big exchange of acutes. Cody LeBeau blocks it in the air. Now in the quad ball game, Detroit with another chance here, trying to get Hodge out of their way, just passing the ball back and forth. A screen attempt, a shot. This time Thompson not quite long enough, and that was Brady Sowers' best look of the day, I think, right there.
Sowers putting it through and around Thompson. Thompson can't be everywhere. Oh, sneaky! Oh!
Davis dives, not quite able to get it, but as the flag runner spins, it looks like Sarah Multer was able to snatch it, sneak up him right on the back. Everyone missed her. The beaters, the other seeker, the flag runner, and there would have to be something strange to call off this catch, I think.
Now, that's the thing about a flag runner. If you have a seeker that is well known, especially as a top player, as Ryan Davis, sometimes you forget about where the other seeker is,
right,
and you just take that. Sarah Multer took that opportunity and gets Detroit right back into this game.
What a moment for the young seeker, and what a moment for this Detroit program, who is now down just 1 goal. It's 110 to 105 after that, first to 160. So Charlotte needs 5, Detroit needs 6. Anybody's game.
Anybody's game.
Hodge bringing it down the wing. Across to Thompson. Thompson thinking about the shot. Rips it. It's there. It's been there all day for Zach Thompson, and he adds another one to the sheet.
Oh, that was just so pretty. Oh my gosh, I love watching Zach Thompson. It just seems so nonchalant to him. He was just standing good. Like, I wish I had his posture. Sitting right now, I wish I had it as he was sitting there like putting up this shot. Absolutely fantastic shot by Thompson. Been there all day long.
And just kept inching forward, kept pump faking. Everyone on Detroit's side knew the shot was coming, and he still just drills it right through the tall hoop. Detroit will need an answer now. Dijkstra handling the ball on the side. Back up top to Massey, who we saw some goals from earlier in this contest. Massey is going to rip shot, and there's the answer. One tall, lanky chaser/keeper to the other.
Anything you can do, I can do better, says number 55.
Here comes Hodge. No dodgeballs back for Detroit. Going to have to beat a lot of chasers from Detroit. Melissa Ross trying to sneak in for that cut she likes so much. There is still no beat in the play, and now Hodge has a chance. Good patience from Thompson and Hodge. Just a little pitch and catch, monkey in the middle until something opened up there.
Just a little give and go. That's all you need, and that connection between Thompson and Hodge has been absolutely electric today.
Great patience on this play, and we do have on the other side of the field, as you saw, Detroit had no dodgeballs in that entire play because all three were behind Charlotte's hoop. We do have a ref with a raised hand for something that happened on that side of the field, so we'll have to see what the call is here. It can be tricky to not accidentally commit a foul when you're trying to manipulate the bludgers or the dodgeballs like that.
Mm-hmm. So Detroit is still down, but only by 2 goals right now. Still anybody's game, but I'm interested in terms of what the coaching staff is. We see them conversing right now on the Detroit sideline. I wonder what they're going to do, if they're going to try to switch back on in short shift and get back to that line number 1, because to match with Charlotte's line number 1 with Thompson and Hodge and that beating pair.
So, Celine Richard, we guessed correctly there was some beater foul way off of your screen, but there was a beater foul on Celine Richard, which negates the goal. So it is still only a 1-goal lead for Charlotte. They lead 120 to 115, and Detroit will have the ball, dodgeball control, and a power play here. So Cody Lebov, one of the sneakiest beaters in the game, is now going to have to try to make a stand by himself. Oh, but a break for Charlotte. The attempted throw from Detroit hit a Charlotte chaser. So Lebov is going to be able to cycle the dodgeballs, but it's hit in the back. No, called clear. And never saw it coming. Lebov gets the stop, and that is huge for Charlotte. They should be able to now escape this power play without any damage.
That was all Lebov, especially getting on that stat sheet. Another stop right there for Lebov. That was all him, that entire defense.
And a game of interest. Smiley missed Lebov barely, and then Lebov is able to beat out the Detroit chaser and get the turnover there. Hodge is going to go back up top to Ross. This group of Hodge, Ross, and Thompson has produced so many goals for Charlotte today. Hodge is beat, though, and Charlotte still down 1 beater. Detroit should really try to be aggressive here, but Smiley misses the beat. Cody Lebov is by himself just maintaining parry dodgeball game. I think Charlotte will end up with control when all is said and done.
Oh.
That one not quite there from Thompson, pushes it wide, but Celine Richard is released. Charlotte wins control despite being down a beater and escapes without giving up a goal.
Yeah, I didn't quite like the look on that Trees shot right there, because Detroit has opted on this hoop defense with a lot with length.
Right.
They've responded with length here they see Zach Thompson. They haven't gone with the top line yet, but they have the length there, so the shot is not there. So I wish that Zach just took a little bit more time there, because you got Lee Hodge who could come back and get that dunk.
I'm pretty sure that went through, but
just play it. Just it's acting,
yeah,
you know.
Absolutely. Ryan Davis trying to sell that was a goaltend, but number 54 there, Trevor Halverson, I think got the ball all the way. No, they are going to say stop. So we have a tough angle on it. So it looks like they're able to reach through the hoop and stop the ball from ever going through, which is legal for the keeper to do. So another big shot for the Charlotte team, and they have a chance to push here. Bonadillo is going to try to blow up the play in the dodgeball game. Davis has a shot, and that is money for Ryan Davis and has been for about 8 years at this point.
Yep, that is absolute money, Davis. You first have to block the shot. Block the shot that the person with the quad ball has, because if you just leave that, especially for someone like Ryan Davis who sees that at practice, like hours upon hours each week, He's going to take that. He's going to get it through.
Right side, his strong side, driving through, not really bothered by the defense. Too easy for a player of Ryan Davis's caliber. Subs in for Detroit. We're going to see Ashton Glenn again with their favorite passing partner, Nick Love behind. Big rip beat from Bonadio. Here's the drive. Here's the pass to Love. Love is going to have a little bit of time to work. A beat misses, and Love hits another one. Huge goal for Detroit. We do have some hands raised by the refs, it looks like, but I think it might just be – no, it is going to be a discussion amongst the refs. But at the moment that goal from Love would put Detroit back within one. It's 130 to 125. Both teams inching closer to that 160 set score.
Oh man, this game is getting so exciting, and I everyone knows what I'm loving about this is that everyone knows that Love is at the back. But they can't do anything to stop it. When the dodgeballs are on the ground, Love has been taking over. You know, there was the third time was the charm. There was 2 opportunities where Love missed it, but he's been red hot since then. And Love being able to put another one through. We'll see if it stands, of course. But Love, all you need is Love.
So I don't see. It looks like dodgeballs are getting moved around. I don't see Alex Amidal, the head referee, making a call. I think a dodgeball is getting given back to Detroit, possibly for some sort of dodgeball manipulation or third dodgeball guarding. Celine Richard was rather animatedly discussing the call at the assistant referee there. And now more discussion from the referees. But the situation right now is that one dodgeball is getting back to Ryan Sue, and Smiley has the other one behind the hoops for Detroit. So presumably if the foul is on Charlotte, the goal for Detroit would stand.
Yes. Which then, I believe, might put them – it might bring them into tie.
They're down one. If the score is current with that goal being called, good.
Okay,
so
okay, fantastic.
125.
It is a good goal for Love.
All right, so it's a 1-goal game. Slyn Richard is going to try to immediately win control. No, she is called beat, so Brooke Smiley, nice play there. And Sue is going to have dodgeball control wrapped up for Detroit. And dodgeball control, huge every play the rest of the way. We're seeing Ren Morgan really for the first time this game for Charlotte, so they're still getting deeper into the depth here, but with big-name players like Slominski, Davis, and Thompson still out there as well. Very compressed defensive look here from Detroit. Thompson thinking shot. Pump fakes. Oh! Blocked, and that was all Ashton Glenn. Bothered Thompson enough that the shot was low and intercepted by Love. Fantastic defense from this young Detroit chaser core.
Oh, yeah, and Love, that was really good on Love. He was blocking 2 hoops. They were trying to do a hoop defense, but number 36 kept getting beat. That was Amanda Margulis. Was getting beat by the side from Charlotte, and Thompson thought they had the opportunity there to take the shot, but Love covering 2 hoops. And that athleticism, just being able to gobble it up.
And Ryan Sue calling for the ball to go to Glenn. Beats out Thompson, tries to meet. Now goes for 1.5. Bonadio dodges, but the ball's going to go all the way back up top from Love to Glenn, who saves it before the midline. So that look doesn't generate anything for Detroit, but they'll get another crack at it here. Sue and Love both tagging back into the play now. Glenn needs to create some space here so Davis can't intercept it. Now across to Love. Now to Glenn. Has space if they want it. Just back and forth with Love. Now a chance. Love shot is deflected by who else but Zach Thompson, but it's another save from Detroit. That shot is also deflected by Thompson, and this time he pulls it down for good measure. Huge stop shot, and Ryan Davis is streaking the field. Thompson finds the shot.
Oh my gosh. What can't this guy do? He's there. He's everywhere. Oh my gosh. He is absolutely fantastic. I thought that he needed a substitution, but he just proved that he can play at that high level even when he is tired like that. That was what Charlotte needed to get their minds right and back to 2 above Detroit.
And that was 2 things from Charlotte. Patience and the fact that they have multiple threats on the field. Ray Brodier was pulled between Ryan Davis and Thompson. Ryan Davis is behind the hoops, obviously a big scoring threat back there. Thompson can shoot or pass, so she has to respect his ability. Yes. She tries to split the difference, and Thompson says, fine, and hits a nice 8-yard tough angle shot right through the hoop. Puts Charlotte just 2 goals away from punching their ticket to the quarterfinals.
Man, what a showing out by both these teams. I'm really impressed by this Detroit team and how they've been able to claw their way back, especially after that catch. And now this is the closest that this game has been in the entire matchup. I think just purely matchup-wise, and of course score-wise, like when the flag runner was caught. But just from a looking point of view, Detroit has been calm, has been a lot more calm with this, and that has worked in their favor in slowing it down, getting the Charlotte defense to move, and then Love being able to show out that athleticism, being able to posterize right up top.
I like this timeout from Detroit. They need 4 to win. Charlotte only needs 2. That is very doable.
Yep.
We've got Greg Bento over here in the booth with us. Boston Forge, way back in the day, was in a very similar situation against Austin Outlaws. Called a great timeout and was able to rally and win the game despite being farther away from the set score. This is doable for Detroit. They've proven they can put up points on this team. They just have to take this one play at a time. And we do have Sue and Brodier off the field. We're going to need a huge shift from Chris Jane here.
Yeah, Chris Jane, I have seen Chris Jane like earlier today commentating in one of the games and absolutely took over. So this is an opportunity for Chris Jane to step up once again for an entire shift. I've seen it happen before. We'll see if we can do it again.
Chris Jane and number 91, Levi Mideros, as the 2 beaters in the game for Detroit. Haven't said their names as much as Brodier and Sue, but Detroit needs them in a big way right now. And it's going to be Cody LeBove and Hannah Reese as the beaters for Charlotte, a very veteran pair. Patience from Detroit here. They're without control. They cannot really afford to give up any more transitions this game with Charlotte only 2 away from the set score. Patient look here. So patient we might get a stall warning if Detroit doesn't start to speed up a little bit. Ball goes across to Dijkstra. She's got some space here. She needs to either take it or she's just going to reset it.
Every possession matters now.
LeBove throws. There's a chance. The beat is blocked. The pass is made to Dijkstra. She's got a chance. She tries to shoot, but it is knocked down by none other than Cole Tibbs. And the race for loose ball is run by Charlotte. Charlotte not in a rush here. Starting to bring it up the field with a little bit of pace, but Chris Jane is back, and most of the Detroit chasers are back. Davis sees a chance now. Goes for the floater shot. It is deflected. And a little bit of a yucky possession there from Charlotte. Didn't really get a look that they liked. Just kind of couldn't decide if they were going slow or fast. Kind of did neither and turns it over. LeBove tosses the ball back, so control will be saved for Charlotte, but Detroit will have another chance here. Still very much alive in this game. Sowers handling the ball. Across to Dijkstra. Like that look we saw from the last one. Would have liked to see her go for the dunk instead of that tough shot on the tall hoop, though.
Yep.
Detroit just does not, Charlotte does not respect these wing drivers at all from Detroit. They're not worried about it. They know the ball's going back up top. And it's making it hard for Detroit to really generate offense. But there is a, and if the pass had been handled cleaner, Chris Jane came in and made a great beat that opened up the hammer concept and open hoop generated by a beat, but the ball couldn't quite be handled cleanly.
And when you get at this level of play, Dijkstra just turned left, should have turned right. That small second of a millisecond, you know, that's a game changer between a goal and getting beat before. And
it's kind of the difference between college quadball and MLQ quadball, which is something for these young Detroit players. As Slominski makes it 1 goal away from Charlotte. Beautiful passing sequence. Davis, 2 Tibbs to Slominski. Easy money, and Charlotte just needs 1 more goal to finish this game off.
Yep. We'll see if there's a substitution. Yes, there is. Looks like they're substituting for this first line once again to try to pull it back. 4 goals to 1 is what is needed for these teams.
Yeah, so it's going to, Detroit needs to be perfect. They have to go on a 4-0 run to win the game. Doable. We've seen teams do that, but they need to be absolutely perfect. They've put Sue back in the game with Smiley. And, of course, that pair of Glenn and Love that have generated so much magic. It's Love again. Runs away and manages to deflect on his feet. The pass is high and sails out of bounds. Here is Charlotte's chance to end the game.
The wind just picked up as soon as Love made that pass, and it just floated away. That's so unfortunate, but when you play outdoors, you just got to be ready for that, and you got to have those passes nice and crisp and level with a lot of rotation to fight the possible wind that you might get.
And it looked to me like Love until the last second. Illegal swat. It looked to me before like Love was thinking about trying to block or dodge, and then at the last second decided to pass, and that aided in the pass just being a little errant. And then also, unfortunately, tried to swat the beat and was called for an illegal swat.
And that's really unfortunate as being a all-star here for Detroit on hoop defending.
Charlotte has everything. They have the quad ball. They have dodgeball control. They have a power play. They should end the game right here. Davis is going to dance. LeBove throws. Sue dodges. Big wrap, but Davis breaks it. Sue is gone, and it's a poster dunk for Ryan Davis on the medium hoop to finish it. Charlotte is back to the quarterfinals. They win 160 to 125.
They've done it once again. congrats to Charlotte, and what a way to end it. You know, like, you got to give it to this Detroit team, though. They really pulled back, and they really learned.
Yes.
They really adapted during this game, especially from earlier today. They weren't quite adapting as fast, but they adapted so quickly in this game, and against a team that has played really well this regular season. So it's and a veteran. A huge veteran team here with Charlotte, who has been in these situations before. So kudos to Detroit, and I'm really excited to see what they come with in the future.
Yep, and for Charlotte, they move on. They will face their old nemesis, the New York Titans, in the quarterfinals. It was a sweep in the regular season, but Charlotte was missing a huge chunk of their roster for that series. At full strength, I'm sure they think they can spring an upset. We'll have to see if they can.
We'll have to see. They did play a lot of their depth into this game, so their top line seemed pretty well rested. They seemed, especially, Zachary Thompson looked like just went for a warm-up, just like a warm-up jog out there. So looks like he is fresh out there. So I'm very excited to see this New York game with a full stacked Charlotte roster.
We're going to kick it over to our analyst desk, and the quarterfinals are soon to follow.
Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure.
What's that, boss? Yeah, I got you. You got a chair? Yeah. How's it going, man? So, man.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Analyst Desk. I know it's been a minute. We had to do some technical rearrangements, but we should be good the rest of the way. Again, this was the last game of the lower bracket. Congratulations to Charlotte for, once again, making it through the lower bracket and clinching their way into the quarterfinals. And a major shout out to Detroit, whose season does come to an end. However, had a great season, especially one that was on the rebuild, to really be able to play through their depth. And I think that's my biggest takeaway was the fact that they, regardless of what the game score was, they played through their depth, they got the players their minutes, and just ensured that this team and their players were going to continue for next summer. Ben, you were on commentary for this game. What were your key takeaways?
Well, to your point, both teams went all the way into the depth, which will suit Charlotte well as they look to spring an upset on New York in the quarterfinals. If you think that series is a foregone conclusion, 4 years ago, New York and Charlotte also matched in the quarterfinals, and Charlotte forced a Game 3 in that series because New York took them a little lightly. Charlotte is going to have a much fuller roster than they had in the regular season. I do think that is a series to still watch out for. I think the Titans think they're going to walk away with an easy sweep, and Charlotte is going to be looking to prove them wrong. For the game we just saw, a lot to like from a very young Detroit team going up against a very veteran Charlotte team. I think the beaters, not just Brodier and Sue, but even the Death Beaters, acquitted themselves very well against this very veteran Charlotte beater core. And they got a lot of nice offense by working the ball behind the hoops. You know, Charlotte was in that tree zone almost exclusively the whole game. And Detroit, when their beaters were able to open things up for them, they were able to swing the ball behind the hoops, and those athletic players like Love and Massey were able to make things happen back there.
Yeah.
Struggle. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, and that's where a large part of the Detroit offense came from when they were able to push the pace and play with rhythm. I think a lot of people disregard rhythm in terms of doing things in motion, in movement. And when this team, the first goal of the game was quite literally Nick Love picking off a ball in stride, being able to just follow everything smoothly. And I think when this team plays fast but loose, they're doing a lot of good things. But it's when they try to slow it down and really try to play methodical, which, again, not a problem, but that does take practice. And if you're trying to rush something when you're trying to play fast because you think you need to play fast, that's where some of these mistakes, this impatience comes into play, and now you're just throwing possessions away, or you're not actively taking advantage of the space, which is something that I think we were talking about the analyst show, was the sheer fact that Detroit's drivers were just not being respected at points.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Charlotte made a gamble that proved 100% correct, that they had to worry about the ball handler at the top and the shooter behind the hoops. They did not care about the wings on the two sides of that tree zone, and Detroit wasn't able to prove them wrong. If the ball went to the wing, the keeper for Charlotte stayed attached to the top ball handler, expecting a pass back. They got multiple interceptions that way, and their beaters just kind of planted there and said, if you get all the way to the hoop, I'll think about throwing, but until you show that you're even willing to do that, I'm just going to sit here on the other pass. And then Detroit had nothing to do because those ball handlers weren't willing to actually go all the way and try to force the issue by dunking or drawing that beat. They just kind of hung out in no man's land. They had no shots available because Charlotte is a great shot blocking team, and so Detroit really struggled at stretches to generate offense. When their beaters were able to make things happen, it opened up that lob behind the hoops or even some drives around the point defender. They tried screens and things like that. I saw some creativity from Detroit, but the thing they need to work on in the offseason to come back next season is those wings need to actually be willing to drive all the way to the hoop, but keep your hand free, because eventually that beater will throw in a pass will open up, and if they don't, you can dunk. But they didn't look confident and willing to do that, and I think that gummed up the offense for a lot of the game for Detroit. Despite some really excellent plays from them at times. They made this game competitive. They've rallied back. The first time Charlotte went up, they got that stunning flag runner catch to tie it up a second time, but just not quite enough horses at the end, and Charlotte proved to be the more experienced and just better team today.
Absolutely. And I think a perfect example of what you were talking about, of being able to take that space and continue to drive until you get pressured, was the example of Lauren Hirsch, who was in the wing for Charlotte, who just said, hey, if you're not going to come meet me, who was playing at the wing, just started driving right at the hoops. No one stepped, no beat came, no thrower, no beater threw the ball at her, and she just dunked it medium hoop.
Yep, and we saw players like Slaminski and Ross do that too, and then find passes once the other team was forced to respond to the fact that they were driving. Stuff opens up if you're aggressive. I'd just like to see a little more aggression from all four players on Detroit rather than just, the main ball handler and the main scoring threat behind the hoops.
Yeah, absolutely. And now with Charlotte, it's a little concern of mine is potentially how long it's taking them to catch these flags, right? They have Ryan Davis, phenomenal, probably the best seeker in the game right now. Tony Bonadio, excellent, very underrated seeker. And they have Cole Tibbs, who's been a name that's really popped off in the last couple of games of today, who've also gotten seeker reps for them. However, it feels like the seeker reps, that the way they need to continue to do is try to get these quick grabs, but the only game that I've seen of them so far that they were able to take advantage of that was against Washington, where they were able to get a quick catch, and then, however, it was just too late by that point.
Right.
But that's where I think when they go on to play New York, can they match what can they match what New York is able to do in the flag runner game and use that to their advantage? And that's what we talked about earlier in the Houston-Detroit game, where it was strength versus strength, right? Strength versus weakness. Like, in theory, Chicago's seeker game is a strength. However, that's also what New York does pretty well. So we'll have to see how they match up. The report is that, obviously, New York will not have Mo Hagag, who is a phenomenal phenomenal seeker who caught most of their catches this year. He won't be here. And so that's an interesting facet of, again, potentially an upset in the making type. So we'll see how that goes. And with that, we'll be back with more concepts. This Chicago-Kansas City game will start in a few, so don't tune away. But our other quarterfinal matchup is Boston-Minneapolis. That's also going to start in a few minutes. We have constant quad ball action the next couple hours. We'd love to Holy mother of God. We would love to keep you on here. It's been a long day and it's kind of hot, but it's great. Everyone's doing great. We'd love to keep you on here for as long as we can. Continue doing this. If you have any questions, please let us know, and yeah, we'll see you soon.
All right, welcome back to the 2025 MLQ Championships. We have made it to the quarterfinals. It will be the Chicago Prowl against the Kansas City Stampede, the 1 seed out of the north versus the 2 seed out of the south. Chicago picked this matchup. They had a choice between Kansas City and Boston. They chose Kansas City. Kansas City eager to prove that that was the wrong decision. We're just seconds away from starting this one. Quick thoughts to start us off, Melinda.
Both teams got a chance to speak with their coaches ahead of the game. Confident. Excited to see what they come out with.
Brooms up. Darian Mersick-Ellis racing against his former team and comes up with the quad ball. Looking to turn on the Jets early.
Big
Deflected, but Justin Cole comes up with the loose ball. Also deflected. Lauren Smith taps it down. A ton of former Creighton players competing. Here comes Mersick-Ellis for another try. Beat, but gets the pass off. Back up top to Cole. This is a chaotic opening, but now both teams going to look to settle in a little bit. Kansas City only one dodgeball, but now back at full strength. Justin Cole passes it off to head coach Kennedy Murphy. Back to Cole. Looking to operate on the wing. Goes all the way across to Mersick-Ellis. Behind. A lot of swing from the Chicago program here. Cole again. Looking to work. Finds Murphy. She's close, but she's going to pull it back out. A very, very patient offense from Chicago. Back to Mersick-Ellis. But all this passing is not putting that much pressure on the Kansas City defense. A dodgeball is thrown, but it's a fake. Mersick-Ellis was beat. Justin Cole still alive, manages to get the ball, and it's deflected. And finally, after several efforts, the Stampede get a much-deserved stop.
You said patient offense. Expect to see a lot of that from Chicago Prowl. That is their bread and butter.
All that work, all that passing route really just didn't generate anything. Finally, Mersick-Ellis goes because they saw an exchange of beats, but Kansas City's beater held on to their dodgeball, was able to beat Mersick-Ellis out, and eventually the stop results from that. It's going to be Lauren Smith at the controls, now sending it across the field. Back up to Smith. She's going to call for a switch and bring it down all the way to the wing. Beaters eyeing her. Both beaters behind the hoops for the Prowl. Smith fakes, hits the lane, looking pass. No, she's looking shot. Oh. It's in! And Kansas City draws first blood.
Wow.
Cole trying to beat the defense down the field. Cuts back, hits the center of the lane. Met by another very stout Kansas City defense. Floats it up to Mersick-Ellis. It's a little high, but Mersick-Ellis fields it. Stuffed at the hoops again, but finally punches it home.
So we talked about that patient offense, but look for quick transitions as well. Both teams have a lot of the same core. They play a number of these players on the field play for the same USQ team in Boom Train and kind of stick with the same transition high-speed strategy on offense as well.
And what defense to start from Kansas City. A huge stop and then really made Chicago work for that first goal. It's 1-1. Lauren Smith with the ball again. She sends it deep now. The beaters rush out. It's back up to Smith. Patience. She's wrapped by Cole. Cole gets the steal. Feeds Mersick-Ellis, who can't handle it clean and is beat. So a lucky break there for the Stampede, but we do have a ref with a raised hand for a potential foul call.
I wonder if it has anything to do with the wrap up at the hoops that we just saw a moment ago.
Yeah, a lot happened in that play very fast. No foul was called, so J.D. Hopton is able to come up with the loose ball. And that was quite the play from Justin DeWick to track back into the play there.
Justin DeWick being one of those Boom Train players that we saw, so he knows these beaters on Chicago very well.
Yes, a lot of familiarity between these teams. Justin Cole read that one like a book. Great first turnover by Chicago. Chicago loves that, to use their beaters to try to force a turnover. Chicago is looking to run. Dodgeball control will eventually be with Kansas City, but right now they have none. Mersick-Ellis gets to the rim. He may have been beat. No, he's called clear, so the goal stands. A classic poster dunk from DME. So Chicago's up 2-1.
I think DME is just getting started here today. The first couple of drives were warm up, and I think he's starting to get going.
If KC gives them a chance to run, they are going to take advantage of that every single time. Hopton sends it deep. Still early for Kansas City, but they'd like to see a more composed offense than they showed last time. A drive is made. A shot is ripped.
Oh,
it's
no,
just wide. It rims out, but it's recovered by Smith. She's going to try to work on Kennedy Murphy. Coach versus coach. And a flick pass. Dodges the beat. Goes all the way around the world. Fakes. Fakes again. What composure on that one from Vincent Reyes, one of the longest tenured players on the Stampede team. Great composure to come up with the finish there.
Expect to see a lot of those second and third chance opportunities here. Both of these teams don't have any quit in them.
20-20 so far. And we are seeing in the game for the first time a classic in Chicago. Nathan Digman handling the ball. Matt Brown in the dodgeball game. Liam Zock alongside Digman. This is a group with a lot of success together in the past. Back over to Digman. Lobs it across to Peachy. Every time you can look for that play, pretty much every time this line is in. Peachy is deadly behind the hoops. Digman, a great facilitator, loves passing it to him, and they come up with easy goals there.
That looked like practice. That didn't look like anything that they haven't done before.
30-20, very high pace to open this. We've seen some longer possessions, but almost every possession has resulted in a goal so far. Reyes handling the ball. Now passes off. Jackson Herdade has it now. Now back to Reyes. Moving towards Channon Ong, who can protect him from everyone except Nathan Digman, who's the keeper and immune in the zone. Reyes just casually strolling all the way behind the hoops. Now starting to dance a little bit. Goes back up top. It's deflected. Liam Zock comes up with a loose ball. Chicago can run. Gets into Peachy, who managed to, can't quite control it. Bowls Lauren Smith over. Now finds Digman. Digman rips it, puts a little extra mustard on it. 40-20 in favor of Chicago. Chicago needs to be able to make that pass back up to the top cleanly if they're going to pull it all the way behind like that.
Yes, but I like that shot from Nathan. He knew what he was doing, sending that ball down the pitch the other way, making sure that Kansas City couldn't get a fast transition offense on him.
Right, give all of Chicago's players a chance to tag up. Herdade's bringing it behind the hoops again. Now sends it back up to Smith. Chicago not willing to be pulled out of the keeper zone. Smith needs an option here. She manages to get the pass off to Herdade. Herdade goes across to Reyes. Reyes is going to have a brief window. Now back to Herdade. Herdade's got a chance. A huge wrap from Liam Zock. Herdade dropped the ball to get out of the wrap. Smart idea, but then is quickly beat by Matt Brown.
It's a
Hands
long
are
day
raised.
And it's hot.
No call, though.
It's a long day and it's hot, but I definitely want to see a lot of physicality coming from both of these teams.
And Chicago's beaters, since this second group subbed in, have been dominant, and it's starting to stifle the Kansas City offense a bit.
Well, if you notice, Lauren Smith's played all the minutes so far. I wonder if she has a sub behind her ready to go.
Digman sinks an easy one from the midline, and it's just Chicago's beaters on defense and offense making it really easy for their chasers to get stops and find goals on the other side. 50-20. I'd like, to your point, either see Kansas City sub or take a timeout or something here to come up with a better plan than what we've seen on the last three possessions. Cross to Brooke Irwin. Met by Digman, and again, it didn't even really seem like Kansas City had much of a plan there. Digman gets the easy steal, now running. Gonna have to beat Herdade and Smith, but Peachy and Zock streaking with him. Zock can't handle it, kind of intercepted a pass that could have gone to Peachy, but has a chance to make up for it. Shot is high. Matt Brown will save it with their dodgeball, and Chicago will get another chance after that miscue.
Big heads-up play by Matt Brown there to prevent the turnover.
Absolutely. So Kansas City gets a break there, but it's still going to need to get the turnover. Ball goes across to Liam Zock. Back across to Digman. Digman tries to work on Smith. Smith is able to stall him, but Peachy catches the pass and sinks it. And Smith took a hard shot on that one.
Oh, no. You hate to see that. Like I said, she's played every minute so far.
She is going to take the sub here and jogs off under her own power, which is good to see.
Janessa Deuce coming in.
So it's 60-20, and Chicago's starting to open up a big lead in this one. Kansas City needs to find an offense that's generating points, but also just not generating these turnovers that Chicago can run off of every single time. Liam Zock's going to quickly try to force another turnover. Press is broken enough for Kansas City to set up now. Himmelman with the ball, sends it way behind the Nivs. Back up to no one in particular. Matt Brown blocks it with a dodgeball, and it's another easy turnover for Chicago. Kansas City cannot get anything going right now.
Yeah, like you mentioned, I am waiting for that timeout to come, or some change of plan here from Kansas City. What they're doing right now, unfortunately, isn't working against this tenured, inexperienced Chicago Prowl team.
They're just starting to send it to that back corner every time, and their beaters aren't really willing to exchange with the Chicago beaters, so there's just nothing going on right now. Here comes a drive from Troy. Shakes off one tackle. Finds a pass. It's a little wide, but Matt Mellon does come up with it. Trying to put on the Jets. Trying to go all the way around. Fakes once. Floater, no good. Hoop is knocked over. They're going to call that a little reckless, but it doesn't matter because Chicago is still going to come up with the goal. So Niv's trying to make a stop, gets a little aggressive with it and dislodges the hoop, but great tenacity on display there. Chicago still gets the goal, so no time will be served on the penalty.
But a good goal by Chicago Prowl. Number 4, May Overholt.
Overholt with her first goal of MLQ Champs 2025.
We have Kaylee Fugate on the field for Chicago Prowl. Now, we might be noticing an absence of Allie Peachy. She injured herself this summer, and Kaylee is one of the players that head coach Kennedy Murphy has asked to step up in that place, and she's really proud of the work that she's done this year.
Laura Smith is already back in the game, and she immediately turns it over. Troy is just going to have to be Nivs, and that's a lot of size being given up. All the way to the hoop goes Matthew Troy. And Kansas City has to try something else. Chicago's keepers don't care when they pull up behind the hoops. They're just planting on the Kansas City lead ball handler. When Chicago is trapped in the corner, the only pass available is to go back up top, and it's getting picked off almost every time. They have to reorient what they're doing on offense here. It is a new beater pair in the game for Kansas City to try to get anything going against what's been a total dominant display for the last 6 minutes from the Chicago beaters. Ever since the second line came in, and now we're comfortably into the third line, it's been all Chicago. Smith again. Unless she is going to actually go at that hoop, Chicago's not really caring that she's in this corner. Now they're going to try to press her. She floats a pass, gets it, and now it's going to be an easy goal.
There we go.
Kansas City was able to actually make a cut with some purpose that time, beat Chicago to the ball, and that's a great play by Drew Smith, who makes the cut, gets the ball, and then finds the easy pass for the Kansas City's first goal in several minutes here. And it's Janessa Deuce who finishes it. 80-30 now the score. Troy working on his. Here comes Matthew Troy again. With Matthew Troy gets up to a head of steam, Kansas City has not proved they can really slow him down.
Matthew Troy reminding me of this train we've got in the background here.
How about that, huh? And this is something I've seen in several quarterfinals recently, where the team that goes against Chicago for the first half of game one is totally caught off guard by how aggressive Chicago's defense is. And then by the time you figure it out, you're down 6 goals. So can Kansas City, who seems to have at least figured out a plan on that last offense, keep stringing goals together and figure out how to consistently break this aggressive Kansas City defense? Better there, just Deuce and Smith playing a little pitch and catch. And a beat is made. Ball goes behind. Back to Smith. Smith has some space here. She's thinking shot. It's deflected, and Troy is going to be able to come up with the loose ball, but that was better from Kansas City. Generated a makeable shot on that one, just not quite able to punch it home.
Yeah, we're seeing a little bit more movement, some more movement with purpose on this Kansas City offense, which is what they're going to need to do if they're going to have any chance of breaking through the Chicago defense.
And the off-ball chasers are much more aware of the fact that their ball handlers are getting blitzed and are cutting to them, getting themselves open, and that's making it easier for Kansas City to keep these possessions alive. But still not able to get the goal on that one. That line we discussed of Digman, Zock, Peachy back in the game.
Matt Brown at beater as well.
Big beat for Matt Brown. Speaking of, Liam Zock goes all the way hoop. And some extra points for Style as they punch it home and make it 100-30 in favor of Chicago. So this line of Rolf, Zock, Peachy, and Digman, I think, is +5 in their minutes so far in this game. They have been totally unstoppable, and a huge part of that, obviously, that beater pair that we've discussed.
And look at that, Kansas City coming up on offense with dodgeball control. Let's see what they can do. Let's see what they can do with it.
That's got to be the first time in 6 to 7 minutes. Trying to work on Peachy. Easier said than done. Matt Brown is beat, though, so here's a chance to drive. She does come off brim while attempting to drive, though. I like the aggression there, but Chicago is going to run again. Ben Peachy has the ball. He is drilled.
What a block.
I think Ben Peachy thinks he was fouled the way he sprung up, but he did not say anything or start barking, just kind of smiled. But I think he thinks he's due a card here. We'll see if the refs agree.
We'll see what they say. The block shot on that, though.
The block
The
was excellent.
speed.
Hopton's hit may have been from behind. Hard to say from our angle. Hopton was definitely tracking Peachy from behind. Whether he got back in front and made a legal hit is going to be up to our ref crew.
We'll see what they say here. He might have been off of his feet when making contact as well.
Yeah, I thought there were several potential calls that could be coming here. We'll see what the refs say.
One foul on the play. Illegal contact. Illegal charge. Kansas City number 18. Yellow card. 1 man in the box or until Chicago starts. 13?
So it's an illegal charge, which if I'm understanding correctly, since the player with the ball would mean Peachy was hit after they let go of the ball. Otherwise, you'd expect the call to be contact from behind or something like that. So
Yeah, I mean, looking back and trying to remember the sequence
it was very
of
fast
events,
because I thought Ben Peachy was about to get the easiest goal of his life, and then he was on the ground.
Yeah,
it happened very fast.
There was a block shot, and then there was a hit. So, that makes sense. That call on number 13, J.D. Hopton.
So this should be pretty easy for Peachy now. Drew Smith, the keeper, is there and could goaltend, but Peachy has any of 3 hoops to run to. There's not an armed beater in sight for Kansas City. Peachy can show off here if he wants to, honestly. Nope, just flicks it through. Real
Classy
easy.
move. Classy move. He didn't need to do anything too fancy on that.
So let's keep this low key. We've got a lot of games ahead of us.
Exactly.
It is 110-30. Chicago is very much in control of this game. Kansas City needs to get something going here. Ball's back in the hands of Lauren Smith, who's played pretty much all but 2 shifts in this entire game. 2 possessions. She's going to send it down now. Peachy is there to meet the drive attempt. Back to Smith. But it's just a wall being formed by the Chicago defense. Smith doesn't have any great options. Her chasers need to cut for her here. She tries to go all the way across to Reyes, who's going to handle it cleanly. Now all the way up top, and we've got a stoppage.
This will probably go against Kansas City here.
One foul on the play. Illegal contact. Contact from behind. Chicago number 29.
Oh.
Yellow card. 1 man in the box until Kansas City scores.
So when
Okay.
Digman tried to wrap Smith, it was from behind. The refs let it play out for a second because that advantaged Kansas City, but once it was an immediate scoring chance for Kansas City, they blow it dead and assess the foul. However, that's going to put Smith with a chance at a pretty free goal here.
Look at this. We've got Smith coming in. We've got Peachy on the hoops. Holmes on the far side. But we've got keeper 18 Smith here.
This is going to be essentially a free throw. Smith can reposition herself on the keeper's own line. Peachy is a chaser, not a keeper, so can't goaltend. So Smith can take like 1 step and shoot here. It's basically play. Or has Smith as a passing option.
Matt Brown tracking in the back.
Keeps going. Spun around. Peachy makes the stop. Smith finds the pass. That is so far called clean, and eventually it looks like it's going to be a stop from Chicago. Liam Zog is called off brim. Ben Peachy eventually gets beat. The ball is still loose. It's
Wow.
scooped up by Reyes. Reyes
Wow.
shoots. Vincent Reyes with the hustle play to save that possession for Kansas City.
Vincent Reyes.
You know what? Way to go, both teams. Just sticking with that play. It was chaotic. It was messy. It wasn't cute. But
Liam Zog is either asking the ref or possibly their own teammates what exactly happened on that play and how they didn't come up with the loose ball. Utterly baffled that Kansas City managed to score there.
well done to Vincent Reyes, just seeing the opportunity and taking it.
Here comes Digman trying to turn on the Jets a little bit. Loves to round the corner like that and then open up that shot, but nothing doing. Going to pass it back off to Zoc. Kansas City with dodgeball control and could try to press here if they're feeling feisty. Here's a chance. Mercick Ellis
Oh.
dodged the beat, lost the quad ball doing so, but gets it back. Dodges a second
Wow.
beat, and now here comes the poster. No, deflected by Reyes. Great anticipation for Reyes, but it's another chance. Here comes Liam Zoc to Mercick Ellis. No doubt this time Chicago
is.
gets it.
Alley-oop. Chicago Proud number 14. Darian Mercick Ellis.
Darian Mercick Ellis just showing us exactly why he is Team USA and has been Team USA for the last several years.
Potential highlight every time Mercer Gillis drives at the hoops like that. That time stuffed initially, but Liam Zock heads up play and the easy feed. No doubt on the alley-oop. It's 120-40. We've seen stretches from Kansas City, but they need to start stringing together goals and stops. Here comes Reyes. Pump fakes. Rips. Vincent Reyes has been the most consistent offensive option for Kansas City.
Agreed. He's got the fight in him. He's not giving up. He knows what he needs to do to help keep his team in this game.
120-50. I think just the decisiveness, the being willing to go at this tough Chicago defense is how you can break it, because Chicago can overextend itself if you're able to get around the corner on them like that and open up those pretty easy shots for someone as confident in their shot as Reyes. Change in the beater game. Kennedy Murphy has the ball at the keeper zone line. Goes back to Mercer Ellis. Now behind the hoops to Justin Cole. This is a line of great players who haven't really played much together before this summer, still figuring things out a little bit. Murphy pulls it back around. Kansas City tracking across the top, but not trying to make a big hit. Here comes Mercer Ellis. Fakes one way, gets all the way to the hoop. DeWick's beat is too late, and DME gets another goal.
Look at that. What a great heads-up play. Noyes Austra, Tad Walters working together to get dodgeball control back in transition.
And that was a play where you had only one thing. Noyes Austra knocks the ball to the ground and has half a second before they're going to be in the back, so swats it back. Very heads-up play there to win control. Herdade sends it behind. Tackle is made by Chicago.
Oh.
Tries to kick, but it ends up going right to Justin Cole. The beat on DeWick misses, but DeWick is trying to run down that dodgeball, which means Chicago's chasers have a chance to run here. Justin Cole turns the corner, tries to shoot. Herdade blocks it. Cole wins the rush for the loose ball. The dodgeballs have flown all across the pitch, and now Mercer Ellis is going to run in and easily punch it through the middle hoop.
There was not a lot that Kansas City could do against that, unfortunately.
Yet once Kansas City didn't win the loose ball and all three dodgeballs were on three different corners of planet Earth, Mercer Ellis had a pretty easy one there. Cole with some tight defense, but the pass is made, but it's a beat. Ryan Dickey unable to field that ball before being beat, and it's another stop for Chicago. And I think Kansas City needs to avoid the trap of trying to match Chicago's speed. Chicago is forcing them to play at a much faster pace, and that really suits Chicago.
And, I mean, look at how much depth Chicago has compared to Kansas City today. Lauren Smith taking a well-deserved breather at this point, but she's played almost every minute of this game thus far. She's got to be getting tired.
Matt Troy back in the game. We've seen some great drives right to the hoop from them in this one. They're going to go across to Peachy. And that Digman line, Peachy plays off ball. This line, he'll be more of a co-ball handler. Troy thinking about it, goes back across. The beat, contact, and Peachy's shot was wide, but Chicago once again wins the race for loose ball. Blocks a beat. Huge hit, though. Balls are on the ground. Finally, Kansas City is going to come up with the loose ball there. But the effort continues to be there from Chicago. They are not taking their foot off the gas in this one.
I would like to see a little bit more patience from Kansas City on this drive here. Play their own game, take their time.
And they should be able to with dodgeball control, which is something that's been few and far between for this game. Smith finds the pass. It's not there immediately. Pass goes to Dickey. It's wide. Dickey can't quite save it. That look was there for Kansas City, but the execution was not.
Kansas City maintaining dodgeball control through that drive.
Shannon Ong exchanges and catches.
Wow.
Ong can turn this into a press. Beats his own teammate by accident. Matthew Troy has the ball, gets all the way to the hoop and finishes. Unfortunate miscues there from Kansas City.
Mike Morawick upset about something going on in the dodgeball.
Mike Morawick might get a card for yapping here. Very upset about what the call in the dodgeball game was. And I think actually, there might. Yeah.
When you're Chicago Prowl and you're up by this, and I understand competitive nature and wanting to give your all, but when you're up by this much, you don't need to talk back to the refs.
It's hot. There's the pressure on you of being MLQ champs. That's one of the younger players on the roster. But everyone in the sport knows that, especially if Chris LeCompte is the head ref, you got to keep it to yourself because that is the fastest whistle in the West when it comes to referee disrespect. So unforced error there by Chicago. They have a huge lead, though. Kansas City is going to take a timeout here. It's 150-50. What is the conversation in the huddle here for Kansas City?
Oh my gosh. Well, if I was head coach Lauren Smith, I'd be asking my team to slow down, have some patience, set up an offense. They had some great moments a few minutes ago. They were making effective cuts, having some great passes, and finding those openings in the Chicago defense. They're there. They have to be patient and find them. And forcing it, driving the ball in without an outlet isn't what's doing it for them.
Vincent Reyes, who, as we mentioned, has been really the main consistent scorer, 3 of Kansas City's side goals, was very animatedly addressing the team in the huddle right now. I think Vincent Reyes thinks he knows what you have to do against the Chicago defense, which is why he has 3 goals, and is trying to get the rest of the team to do a little bit more of that.
Vincent Reyes, another one of those players that's familiar with this boom train Chicago Prowl contingent, so he very well may know exactly what needs to be done here.
Right, easier said than done sometimes. Of course, Vincent Reyes is also one of the most athletic players on this Kansas City roster. If you have the ability to beat someone one-on-one, that breaks any defense, but you can't just tell your teammates, guys, just win one-on-one. It's not always that easy, especially against a great physical team like Chicago.
Right. And going back to depth and lines and things like that, just looking at these two teams compared, the Chicago huddle looks twice the size as the Kansas City huddle there. So, you know, they have lines who can come in with much fresher legs and more easily win those one-on-one battles.
Absolutely. In Chicago, every line that's come in has essentially played up to the quality of the line before. I think that line with Digman and Zock has been the most effective, but all 3 to 4 lines, depending how you count, have been very effective in this game.
Yeah, I could see any one of those lines actually starting and being effective.
Right. There are a lot of teams at this tournament today that would kill for the depth that Chicago has on display so far.
All right, we're getting back to brooms here.
And that depth is important because Chicago, you know, is not going to look past Kansas City, but has designs on much more than just winning this series today.
Exactly. So while I'm sure they've taken this opponent seriously and with great consideration, they have bigger aspirations for the weekend and for the day.
But it starts here with the win against Kansas City. This game's still going, and of course it's a best 2 out of 3 series. We'll have to see what adjustments happen in game 2, but a sizable chunk of game 1 left to go here, and Kansas City's going to try to work again.
Scores 150-50 right now.
They have dodgeball control and a no beats. A pass is made. It's finished. That could have maybe been a reckless dislodgement call, but the goal was good anyways.
Oh, and we have a broken broom on that. The effort was worth it for the broken broom.
That broom is bent at roughly a 90-degree angle, maybe 120.
I like seeing Kansas City come out of that timeout and execute. I want to see more of that.
And it was a well-used timeout. You're at a tough point in the game, but also they knew in that position Chicago was going to have no dodgeballs because of where the previous play ended. So they had that timeout to discuss. We just need to get down the field. You have to be here. You have to be here, and we'll find something. And they do on that one. A nice alley-oop finish. There's a discussion about something amongst the referees. I'm not sure what this would potentially be about.
Oh, when the stoppage happened and perhaps who had the quad ball, because you do have Beater, Chan, and Ung there in the keeper zone.
And this is actually potentially very dangerous for Chicago, who still doesn't have their beater back, and Chan and Ung is sitting there. Nathan Digman is immune in the keeper zone, but he has to walk out at a reasonable pace, and he's about 3 of his steps away from being out of the zone. So Kansas City could turn around and very effectively press here as Chicago tries to track down the last dodgeball.
I do believe 72 Ryan Dickey is off broom here. He'll need to tag up before engaging in play, so perhaps a pass to the far side of the field might be effective. We've got 40 in the near side. Aaron Grant ready to stop a play.
A lot of discussion. Another foul. Oh, never mind. So this turned very quickly from a great situation for Kansas City to a great one for Chicago. Now instead of trying to force press, Chan and Ong is surrounded by 2 Chicago beaters, one of whom is off brim, but there is now an armed Chicago beater play. Chan and Ong probably just needs to throw theirs back. And then I think, if I know Chan and Ong, they're going to try to make a play here. Yeah, to win one of those dodgeballs.
Yeah,
but that's going to give Chicago a chance to run. The pass to Peachy. Peachy has one to beat. No, the shot or pass is a little wide. Chicago will save it along the edge here. Back to Peachy now. Immediately passes off to Digman. This is the sloppiest possession Chicago's had all game. They still wind up with the ball. Dodgeball's flying, but it's going to end with Kansas City with all 3 dodgeballs. And they should try to blow this play up now. Yes, Ong should rip that. Digman blocks it. Huge tackle. Digman shakes it off, but here comes Ong. The pass goes all the way down to Peachy. The beater has to be made here. Peachy dodges it, and Chicago is going to keep going. Lawrence Smith needs to make the hit here. No, it's just going to get reset. What patience from Chicago.
Incredible. It's like they're a cat with 9 lives. The number of times that this quad ball would have been turned over by any other team.
Here comes Digman around the bend to Peachy, and that one goes through. So it ends up being Digman and Peachy once again, but Fugate and Overholt, who you shouted out earlier, did a great job to keep that possession alive during that kind of chaotic middle section. And I believe that's the 20-minute stoppage.
Is that the 20-minute stoppage? Okay.
So it's a 10-goal affair, 160-60. First at 220 wins. Obviously, this is Chicago's game to lose right now. But what can Kansas City look to do in this second half of the game?
Well, now we have the new aspect of the flag runner on the pitch. So a flagpole here isn't going to win the game for Kansas City, but it's going to take part of that deficit away and make it a lot easier to get caught back up and get back into this game. So if they have the personnel, getting active in that flag game could help them significantly in the second half.
And if I'm Kansas City, with this being a best of 2 out of 3 series, what I'm looking for is to tell my team in the tunnel, this is what we're going to try to do that we haven't done yet this game. And if they can do that 2 or 3 times, some other look to get a goal, some other defensive strategy, and it works, that will be a huge confidence booster going into the next game, because you'll have felt you played better as the game went along, and you'll have an idea that we know this works. We started doing the second half of the game, and we'll do it out of the gate next time. Something to build the team's confidence, I think, is crucial here.
Yeah, if this doesn't end up in a win for Kansas City, at least ending the game on an upswing and bringing that momentum into game 2 would help significantly.
But it has been all Chicago in this one. Kansas City has had some good moments, has made some nice stops, has a few goals to their name, but it's just the pace. Chicago has 16 goals. Their offensive efficiency is high, but it's also been a ton of possessions in this game. It's been very fast, and I think that suits Chicago. Kansas City is a young team. Young teams generally want to play fast, but against a pressing team like Chicago that's so good in transition, I think Kansas City has fallen into the trap of playing at Chicago's speed.
Yeah, that's where the youth versus experience comes in. Is like you said, young players tend to want to play fast, but the experience is what teaches you that that's not always the best strategy. And what might be best for them at this point, with a best 2 out of 3 series on the line, with potentially 2 more games to play here, is they might want to slow down and save some of that energy too.
Right. At some point, you have to say what gives us the best chance to win this series,
Right.
not just this game 1 that has already really gotten away from them. But plenty of quad ball left ahead of us. A flag runner grab, a quick flag grab could change things in Kansas City's favor.
It looks like we've got starting seekers, Matt Melton and
Does Justin DeWick know they're wearing a hat? Like, did the refs let them do that in the first shift, or did they put it on in the break and they don't know they're wearing a hat?
I don't recall them wearing a hat in the first
Yeah, okay, yeah. There we go. The hat came off. That's what I
Okay.
thought.
Sun protection.
Good to get
Really
that sun protection. You just got to remember to take the hat
important.
back off once play starts. I do remember it back in the early days of USQ when things were a bit goofier, a team that wore like snapbacks and just put the headbands over the snapbacks. But we're a little more professional than that in MLQ as we get back underway for the second half.
There was a point in time playing in the snow, playing in the sun. Hats were almost necessary for the sport.
Nice to play in the summer. Lawrence Smith dodges a tackle. Nicely done there. Going to put on the moves. Goes deep behind the Nibs, but overshoots a bit. And Darian Mersick-Ellis boxes Nibs out, lets it roll out of bounds, and that'll be a turnover. Chicago's got the ball. Matt Melton working on the flag. All alone. Plenty of time, but is beat. Long, loud pass to Justin Cole. Justin Cole threads the needle, fits it through traffic on a tough angle, and puts up another goal. Chicago just needs 5 more. Big exchange of beats in the dodgeball game. DeWick, ooh, made a great jump, but Matt Brown, who knows DeWick, didn't actually let go of the ball and then just beat DeWick once he landed.
Oh, the flag is off the shorts there. That's frustrating as a seeker.
We might see a flag,
Exchange.
a short switch here in a
Yeah.
second. Ball went over the midline, so what we would call a backcourt violation in basketball. Our name is an illegal reset. It's going to turn with Chicago. Justin Cole is going to happily receive that ball and be able to run down the field with limited resistance here. I was actually going to be reset, not to Cole, but I think as soon as Cole crosses the midline, it's going to be a pass to him. But you know what I'd like to see? It's just a spin move around Lawrence Smith and just go to the hoop yourself.
I mean, yeah.
Try it.
Do it. Have some fun with it. See what happens.
I think the Prowl are known for taking the high percentage play whenever possible.
Yeah. Former coach and veteran player Nathan Dickman is all about data. In his regular life, he's a CPA, so all about data and numbers. And when he's involved, you're going to see those high percentage plays.
Chicago
wow.
trusts the math. Boring, and Justin Cole easily gets all the way to the hoop and finishes.
What's not boring is this seeker game. This flag game is so exciting.
Oh, you called it. Matt Melton with the grab.
Wow. Just wow. With dodgeball assist, Nadia Elby and Matthew Brown, he gave Matt Melton just great looks at that flag runner. Great opportunities to get
Matt
it
Brown
and do what he
makes
does
his
best.
teammates' lives so easy. The chasers, the other beaters, the seekers. It's just so easy when you have Matt Brown just dominating the dodgeball game like that. So that pair of Matt Brown and Sol Alexander, who deserves a lot of credit there as well, just walls off the Kansas City Seekers. They barely get a shot at it. Matt Melton has the grab, and Chicago is well on their way to finishing this game and going up 1-0 in this series.
Sol has their eye on on the beater over here on the near side. Justin DeWick.
DeWick is just going to pull it all the way back. Score is now 215-60. Set score is 220, so a goal here for Chicago ends it. Kansas City would need the old 160-0 run to win this game, but I think they're just thinking one possession at a time here. Cross to Smith. She sends it deep to Nivs. Nivs rips it all the way back up. These are the long passes, and Smith can't handle it. This has been Kansas City's problem. They're trying to beat the Chicago press with long passes, and they haven't been there.
No, I've seen a few of these, like cross-field passes, over-the-hoops passes.
Kennedy Murphy to Justin Cole. Justin Cole, style points.
beat
Banks open, but his call
before.
beat before.
Matt Brown dragging Kalen Johnson.
But by doing that, Johnson slowed him down enough that DeWick made a play to win dodgeball control. So nicely done there. Kansas City's trying to swing it behind the hoops, trying to shake Justin Cole. Easier said than done. Shot is open, but it is high.
Again.
I think it's so rude that that's called an illegal procedure. It's just a missed shot.
I'm sure they didn't mean to.
I'm sure that her date also wishes that the ball went through the hoop.
Yeah.
Turned over.
Would like that
Kennedy
one
Murphy's
back.
got the ball. One goal needed for the Prowl here. Matt Brown looking to win control back. Rips one at DeWick. Rushes in. Dodgeball's on the ground. Murphy to Mercick Ellis. Mercick
almost
Ellis
too
punches it
easy.
through, and that ends it in Chicago's favor.
Chicago Prowl, number 14, Darian Mercer.
So, can't try out how much ran that for Chicago. They went 225-60. They're dominant pretty much the entire game. Kansas City is now up against the wall. Their season on the line in game 2. What needs to change in that game?
Well, they're going to get a much-needed break here between games. So coming in well-rested, not trying to meet Chicago Prowl hit for hit, playing their game and exploiting the holes in that 2-2 defense. They've got to get smarter in their offensive quad ball game for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there were some good looks there from Kansas City. Just too many times they got caught off guard by the Chicago pressure.
And
You've
too
seen
few
it.
and far
You've
between.
lived through a whole game of it now. If you can just start those first 7 minutes better than you did in this game, I think Kansas City will feel a lot more confident. If it's, let's say, 30-30, or even you're down, let's say, 50-30 after 7 minutes instead of like 80-20, you just feel like you're in the game more. They'll settle in, and they can hopefully get something done. We'll have to see if that happens. Next up on this pitch, we're going to have the New York Titans versus the Charlotte Aviators, so stay tuned for that. I think we're still live because our operator walked away. So do you have any other thoughts on that game?
So we've been here all day, but that was the first game of the day for both teams. So getting some of those first game jitters out, some of that rust knocked off. To your point, just for Kansas City, seeing what Chicago is about. And coming into the next game with that experience, I think will help them a lot.
And what about this next game, New York versus Charlotte?
New York versus Charlotte. Charlotte's got to be exhausted at this point. They've played the equivalent of a series already today.
A lot of miles on the tires already.
Yeah. But they've played some impressive quad ball
Testing, testing, testing.
Welcome back to the 2025 MLQ Championships on Pitch 1. Game 1 of the quarterfinal series between the New York Titans and the Charlotte Aviators. A regular season rematch. Two East Division teams. New York won the division. Charlotte came in 4th in the division, but powered their way through the play-in bracket this morning and early afternoon to get this rematch against the Titans. Ben Martins and Melinda Stop on the call. We are just seconds away from Brims Up here. It's going to be Ryan Davis against John Jackson for the quad ball. Two Team USA teammates, two regular season USQ teammates on the Warriors squaring off here at MLQ Champs. New York on your right in the white with the orange and blue. Charlotte on the left in the gold and maroon. Brims Up is called. Ryan Davis, John Jackson gets there first, is beat immediately. Leo Fried. Oh, Ryan Davis has a breakaway. Vincenzo Chico doesn't see them, and Charlotte goes up 1-0.
Charlotte Aviators, number 21.
I wasn't expecting that start to the game.
Not the opening I think anyone was expecting for. John Jackson wins, but that actually turns out to be to their disadvantage. Timely beat from the Aviators gets them an early 1-goal lead.
Number 25, Josh Peck on the Aviators, has really been impressing me today, coming out with some strong beater play through the play-in bracket.
First look at New York on offense. It's John Jackson over to Leo Fried. They're joined by Ryan Leary and Molly Potter. Lindsay Morella is inactive today on the team's injured reserve, so it's Leary getting the start. The ball goes to them now. Leary's pass is to open space, but John Jackson will be able to run it down. Devin Lee thinking about the beat on Tony Mondio. Makes the beat. Still one dodgeball in the play for Charlotte. Charlotte could even press here if they want to, but I think they have a lot of respect for Lee and Chico, so they're going to slow it down. Ball goes behind the hoops to Molly Potter. She puts on the Jets. Her shot hits the rim. Leo Fried rebounds. His shot misses. John Jackson gets another rebound. Fried is called clear. The dunk is good, so New York knots it up 1-1. Almost there from Charlotte. Their beaters were almost able to rush back into the play and get the stop there, but the hustle and rebounding from New York gets them on the board.
I like seeing this amount of fight coming in to the championship bracket from Charlotte.
Definitely a confident-looking Aviators squad. Tony Bonadio has dodgeball control along with their partner, Josh Peck. Not to be confused with the Josh Peck of the hit Nickelodeon show Drake and Josh. Slavinsky with a spin move and a shot, but Leo Fried stretches out and knocks it down. Ryan Davis trying to track Fried down in transition. Fried goes across to Jackson. Bonadio beats. Jackson gets the shot off, but it rims out. And now looking to counter immediately is Coltiz, but they're eventually going to slow it down and go back to Ryan Davis.
Smart idea, I think. You don't want to rush into this New York defense, especially when they have dodgeball control.
I think pace control is huge for Charlotte in this game. Davis goes all the way back up top to Tibbs. Protected by Bonadio. Bonadio and Peck looking for their spots here. Tibbs drives, gets the dish. The shot goes right into Molly Potter's hands. She gets the stop. Fried is looking to push the pace again. Bonadio is in the play. Fried is called clear. All right, Fried is called clear, and the goal is good. So Tony Bonadio tried to force the issue with the exchange, but Leo Fried avoids the beat and gets right to the hoop and scores.
It might have been that
Bonadio was beat before?
Yeah.
Okay. So very heads-up play from New York then, and a great job by Fried taking advantage of that. So 2-1 in New York's favor.
Celine Richard in now for Charlotte.
I think we'll see a lot of her in this game. Leo Fried is Ryan Davis is beat. That should be a foul, I think. Melissa Ross did not possess that ball,
was an off ball.
And Ryan Leary just knocked her to the ground. So you like to see the young player bringing some energy, getting the start here at MLQ Champs, but a little too much aggression there.
A little overly aggressive on that play, and that's going to be a quad ball turnover into the hands of
Ross can move all the way along the keeper's own line, so she might have essentially a free throw here. She's going to have to sink the shot from here. She can maybe take a step and then shoot, but Tessa Chico is right there to beat, so it's got to be a quick shot.
Fried.
It's
Okay.
through. Well done by
Wow.
Ross. Takes as much space as she possibly could have, gets it off right before the beat, and sinks the shot. It's 2-2.
Yeah, that's the speed on that was impressive. There's not many who could beat Leo Fried on it.
I almost
play
thought
like
she
that.
took too much time, but
I
she
thought
knew what
so
she was
too.
doing.
I didn't want to say he moved a little slow. I was giving him the benefit of the doubt on that one.
Ball goes across to Fried now, right back to Jackson. Devin Lee sets up the hammer, and Jackson hits the shot on the open hoop. Beautifully done from New York. And something we didn't see a lot of in the play-in bracket from anyone is those hammer concepts where the beater taps out a chaser on the hoop to open up a shot. New York, very skilled at that, been doing it for a lot of years. The chemistry there between Devin Lee and John Jackson to get the timing perfect.
Yeah, the timing on that is crucial to get the play like that to work.
Lee Hodge handling the ball now. Now back across to Tibbs. Has some space to work with. Rips a shot. It hits the top of the rim and is no good. But in the chaos, Charlotte does have dodgeball control. Bonadio and Richard come up with it there. So not a totally empty possession from Charlotte there. Take K into the game at beater for the first time for the Titans. It's still John Jackson, Leo Fried, Ryan Leary, and Molly Potter. The first line of chasers is not subbed out.
Charlotte keeping this game close though, 30-20 in favor of New York.
I think Charlotte has to love where they're at early on in this game. Bonadio quickly recovers their dodgeball. Molly Potter's beat from behind.
Yeah, that's gonna be.
I think that's gonna be a turnover, right?
That's
Yes.
gonna be a turnover.
Yep. So well done from Celine Richard. Gets back into the play, catches Potter unawares, and gets the quick stop there. Charlotte is looking very composed in this game. They don't look scared of the Titans at all. They're playing their game, and so far so good. Only down one goal.
Yeah, I love the confidence coming out of that play-in bracket. I mean, winning all of those games to get to this point has to instill some confidence and some trust in your team.
Hodge is beat. Oh, and John Jackson, smart play, toes the line, but sticks his hand out to pull that quad ball back and secure the turnover. Hodge just needed to get rid of that half a second sooner so it could get back to Thompson, and there might have been an opening there for Charlotte. But they hold on to dodgeball control, so there's no chance of a fast break here from New York as some line shifts come in from New York.
We got Byron in now.
Jackson handling the ball, goes across to Potter. We know she likes to shoot. There's a lot of traffic in the lane right now, though. Lee Hodge is just trying to press John Jackson out of the play. Potter sings it behind the hoops. Thinking shot. The hoop tips, and it's in New York's favor. The old shooter's bounce there.
I like it did end up in a goal for New York, but I did like seeing Hodge just kind of taking Jackson out of that play, making him ineffective and making some other Titans work for that goal.
Yep, and I think Charlotte might want to send the beaters out a little bit more aggressively when the ball goes behind there, but also I think had the hoop nuts started sliding without Charlotte being aware of it, they might have been able to get the stop there. Zach Thompson did not know the hoop was now 2 feet to the left of where he was expecting it to be. So 40-20, New York starting to string together some goals. Thompson thinking shot, fakes.
Ooh.
So the shot hits the top of the hoop and misses. Thompson has been a great shooter all weekend. There's a rush for dodgeball control. Cody LeBeau is going to save it for his team. But here comes Ing. Passes to a player that I think Ing did not realize had already been beat there.
Richard was right there. I think she'd already probably beat them out before.
Yeah, I think Shakti Kodaswaran had been beat before the quad ball even left Byron Ing's hands. So just a miscommunication there from the Titans. New York calling out hands up for shooters. Everyone knows the scouting report on Zach Thompson. Thompson is thinking shot again, and the same look hits the top of the hoop again. Thompson just needs to pull it down a little bit.
I mean, I like the shot. I obviously want it, if I'm Thompson, want it to go in, want it back. But, you know, taking advantage of that size difference, hands up for shooters, but you have a chaser on the hoops who's not quite even as tall as the hoop. Just taking advantage of that size difference. It was a smart play.
And it's helping New York Titans, Aviators, hold control of the game, right? Thompson blocks that shot. When Charlotte rips those shots, and here comes Thompson in transition. Oh, here we go. This is a 2-on-1. Has the pass to Hodge. Hodge just has one to beat. Goal. So why we like that shot, I think, from Thompson that doesn't go in, is Charlotte is controlling the pace. They're not risking dodgeball control on offense. When Thompson takes those shots from the front hoop, even if they miss, the ball goes way out of bounds. New York has no chance to run. Dodgeball control is not risked. Aviators have been holding dodgeball control for going on 3 to 4 minutes now, and it's really sucking the pace out of this game, and a slow-paced game is what they want. They're only down 1 goal, and we're getting relatively deep into this game. A drive from Attica Kim. Speaking of shooters, she fakes once, gets Thompson to bite, and sinks it on that middle hoop.
She really just caught the Aviators on their heels there. I think they underestimated her a little bit as she was driving that ball in.
Alex Amidal saying, talking to Take K about something. I assume it was,
We're going to have a
I don't know what's going on.
He's talking to the referee, and it looks like Kay is headed toward the penalty box.
I haven't seen a card yet.
Yeah,
Yellow card.
I didn't see what happened, and I don't want to speculate.
So, well, what we know is that rather than just immediately taking out the card, Alex Amidal pulled Take over and spoke directly to him. So something not great, I think, was said there. And it's also a yellow card, not a blue. So this is not great for New York, coming off of a nice goal for Annika Kim, which will stand because that happened after the goal. But now it's a power play for the Aviators, and Take already has a yellow card. Obviously, 3 yellow cards is equivalent to a red and an ejection.
And we know how dangerous the Aviators can be against a full-strength New York when they have dodgeball control, and now New York's down a beater.
No dodgeballs. Hodge needs to get around Cody Swarthen, though. Across to Thompson. There's a hand up for advantage. I think they're saying something happened illegal in the beater interaction there.
Oh. That would be so unfortunate at this point, in this drive specifically, where they already have a beater advantage.
I have no idea what it would be unless it was something where, like
a guarding of the
yeah, which I don't even know how they would have accomplished that in there. If Charlotte gets a foul on this, it's honestly impressive that they figured out a way to do something illegal in this situation. Long discussion, though.
Yeah.
Usually it's, what'd you see? Okay, card. But we have an extended conversation here.
Yeah, I mean, Amidal being a great ref in this league as well, just really wants to make sure they've got the full story and got everything straight and making the correct call.
So it's a dodgeball turnover.
Not to Annika Kim. She is.
It gets put on the middle hoop. Because there is, obviously, with Take K in the box, there is. Okay, it's called third dodgeball interference. I think what Cody was arguing is that they were throwing at a chaser. And obviously, with all the chasers on the hoops, Cody thought that was close enough, but the referee's not having it.
So one dodgeball will go into the hands of Shrina Shah, and the other one will be set at the center hoop.
I don't know what's happening with the quad ball. I think this should also be a. They're letting Zach Thompson keep the quad ball, it looks like to me.
Okay, we'll see if there's a.
I think Zach Thompson, if they want to be sneaky, could try for the pass here. But they've also, oh, a fake!
Oh,
but Ing reads it.
Oh, wow!
Zach Thompson is the first to the loose ball, though. And that shot is also blocked by Cody Swartz, who has an open field ahead. Lee Hodge gets back. Cody LeBeau does have a dodgeball. The pass is made to Ing. What a dish!
Wow.
And 2 of the younger New York Titans looking very impressive on that play. Cody Schwarin with the beautiful pass to Ing in transition. And that is a very tough swing for the Aviators. They're the ones who had a 1-player advantage, and instead they don't get a goal and give up one to New York. They're now down 60-30. All dodgeballs are on the ground now. It gets to Hodge, who fights his way to the rim and scores.
He just powered his way in there. Hodge said, we didn't get that last one. I'm going to make sure we
left
get
nothing
this
to
one
chance
right
on that one. Although we do have yet another stoppage. So if this goal stands, Charlotte will have gone 0 at least on the power play instead of -1, but you really hate to have given up a goal when the other team was down a player. But they'll be back to only down 2, still very much in this game, assuming this goal stands.
If I'm Charlotte, I'm not upset with how this game is going so far out.
All right, yeah, I wish I had one more goal or one more stop, but I feel like I'm in this game if I'm Charlotte.
That's going to be Shrina Shah for New York.
Well, that timing couldn't have been worse for Charlotte. Take K was released before. No, okay. All right, they fixed it now. Take K is released by the goal. So Shrina Shah will go to the box, which means Charlotte has another power play on their hands here. Dodgeball control will get turned over to the Aviators, except I think they might have already had it.
I believe they already had it. there's more discussion on the field. So this game, it started at a great pace, and as it's going on and the teams are learning each other a little bit, they're pushing the boundaries, seeing how far they can go and how much Amidal's going to let them play.
And in fairness to our referees, this is two teams with veteran beaters who know the rules and know the ways to toe right up to the line of those rules, and we're seeing that for sure here. So that's why we had kind of these extended discussions about, okay, what actually happened on that play. But the net result is another power play, but because Charlotte just scored, New York will start with the quad ball. So we have to see if Charlotte wants to try to press here, right? New York is down a beater, but Take K, one of the best in the sport, has the one dodgeball, and so far Charlotte is kind of content to sit back, it looks like. A dish off there. Tomasha exchange now to Ing behind the hoops. Goes back up top to Cordy Swarthen. Cody Schwarren slowing it down. Now back across to Blanchfield. She sends it all the way deep to Ing. Ing is going to have some space to work. Gets past Melissa Ross. Fakes Caleb Brooks out of his shoes and finishes.
What a move. And I like to see the patience from New York on that play. Hodge was pressuring them. They didn't have to move forward. And so they could really take their time and let that play unfold how they wanted it to.
And killed almost all the time on the penalty too, because Shaw is back out. So again, Charlotte goes -1 on that power play. Davis pulls it back, trying to fake Cody Schwarren out. Cross to Brooks. Brooks gonna think carefully. Now to Davis. Davis has a shot. It is blocked by Ing. Davis hung in the air. Ing hung in the air for even longer. One to beat. Gets through Brooks, and it's an easy finish.
Felt kind of awkward on that. I hope he's okay. But
Cody Schwarren, slipped at the end there. I think broke their own ankles a little bit, but gets the goal. And it's now 80-40. New York's starting to pull away from Charlotte here. We need Charlotte to slow it down and see if they can make something here. But that's going to be tough business with control now in the hands of the Titans. This is from the Titans. It's been sloppy, but they're up 40 despite having had a player in the box at multiple moments of this game. Nice pass, deflected again at the hoops. That's been the story. The Titans are making big stops at the hoops. Labov with the old ball fake. Freed with the no look, though. Both go for style points, and the Titans come up with the goal.
That's the type of transition goal you want to see. So Labov and Reese were able to get dodgeball control back on that play, but New York was still able to score by catching them in transition.
Chef Sivabata with the goal there. Beautiful pass from Freed, who didn't even look them off, just knew just where they needed to put that ball to get the goal there. So 90-40 here.
Josh Peck back in the game now.
Yeah, Peck and Hannah Reese. This is deep depth from the Aviators, and they've shown throughout the MLQ champs that they trust their depth and are going pretty much 21 deep here. As head coach Allison Siminsky brings the ball in the wing. Pass is floated a bit, but it gets back to her. She has a chance here. Instead tries to go back to Davis, who will narrowly save it before the midcourt line. Tiptoeing. Control still with the Aviators. Davis trying to pull Mike Lee out of the play. That was very aggressive from Hannah Reese, but it's going to create no dodgeballs, but the pass is high. Leo Freed is beat. Chico missed Peck at close range. Davis has a chance now. Shoots. It's high. And the Aviators are going to wish they had that one back because in all the chaos, they did eventually throw dodgeball control away, hoping to set up a goal. Missed by inches. And it's missed shots in this one. Those two misses from Thompson and now this one from Davis on 3 makeable looks is the difference between a 2-goal game and a 5-goal game. Jason Rosenberg in it, beater. Lead to Freed. Freed with some authority on the alley-oop goal there.
Freed making his presence known and putting his stamp on this game.
Timeout from the Aviators, and this game has started to get away from them a little bit in the last few minutes here.
I think it's smart. I think they're starting to overextend themselves a little bit. They had dodgeball control on their most recent offensive possession, lost it overextending going after that New York beater, and somehow Josh Peck kept that drive alive, and then they had a missed goal rather than setting that play back up and giving themselves another good look. Just an errant shot, which turned into a Leo Freed goal. So.
And Charlotte was early on in this game keeping it to a very slow and composed pace, very methodical, benefiting from a couple New York miscues, turnovers, penalties, things like that, but keeping it tight. That last play, they got a little wild, right? Honores is trying to beat Vincenzo Chico behind the Titans' own hoops to set something up for her offense. And while that's happening, there's chaos. The ball is on the ground for the Chasers. They eventually get it to Ryan Davis for an okay shot, but that they have to release pretty much immediately. And for all they sold out in the dodgeball game, you'd want a cleaner look for that from the Chasers. There needs to be just more composure here. I'd like to see what they were doing earlier. Just the beaters are kind of just hanging out. If the Titans Chasers overextend, they'll tap them, but otherwise just trying to set up good, high percentage looks that aren't going to risk your dodgeball control.
The Aviators can gain dodgeball control and hold it, and when they have dodgeball control, they look like a great team that can compete against anyone in this league, but they've got to be smart about it, and I think maybe the heat of the day playing several games so far is starting to get to their heads a little bit.
And aside from that one really nice hammer concept that we called out earlier, New York has not looked amazing in the half court, but Charlotte is gifting them transition after transition after transition here. New York's taking advantage of every chance to run.
As they should.
So we're back from the timeout now. It's 100-40 in New York's favor. Charlotte's gone several minutes without a goal here.
We're nearing the 20-minute intermission, and if Charlotte wants a chance to take this game, they're going to have to put a few more points on the board, lower that deficit going into the half.
Tate K is still arguing with the refs. I think about the call they got several minutes ago. The head coach of the Titans is over there talking to all the refs. And it's a very animated discussion, which, you know, the Titans are the defending champions. You'd like to see them just let this one go this early in the day, keep it focused on the game here.
There's still a lot of day.
A lot of quad ball left to play.
Yeah.
We can't be wasting our energy on this, right?
Right. I do like seeing head coach Jacob Ehrlich kind of reel Tate K in and fighting that battle for him, showing his player that he has his back, but at the same time, like, controlling the conversation.
Absolutely. So it's still 100-40. And I think all Charlotte needs to try to accomplish here is, like, can we go on a little 2-goal run before the 20-minute stoppage? Can we get the score down to a 4-goal lead? Mike Lee with the big tip, but is beat, but the ball is loose. New York's beaters are both there. Leo Fried has a chance to run. Peck is there. Pump fakes. Leo Fried is called clear, got a nice deflection. Fried going to try to work Ryan Davis now. Ryan Davis launches, isn't going to get the stop, but the dish is made. Mike Lee finger rolls it through. So Leo Fried breaks one tackle, draws the second defender. Easy dish off to Mike Lee.
Mike Lee knew there didn't need to be any animation, anything fancy about that open goal. They're going to take it.
So 110-40 the score now. Brooks sends it deep. Melissa Ross is able to field it. Gets it to Braxton Hale. Hale shoots. Leo Fried deflects that. Flat-footed that far away from the hoop. Leo Fried is going to eat that up almost every time. And it's another chance to run. Fried dishes it off. Mike Lee is not clear.
It picks it up, though.
Gets it back to Fried, who one-hand slams it through.
If there were points for style in this sport, I think he would get 1 or 2 extra points on that one-handed slam.
Great from Fried. Fried to Lee on the first one, Lee to Fried on the second one. Just the back and forth between those two players.
Unfortunately, Charlotte not executing a plan that's going to help with this deficit. We want to see them slow it down. We want to see them get a little bit closer to the hoops before taking shots.
Yeah, New York's making it very difficult, though, with the pressure they've put on them. Melissa Ross passes across to Braxton Hale. Draws the beat, but floats it back up. Good pass. Mike Lee is right there, though, so Charlotte's going to kind of pull it back out. Patience from Lauren Hirsch.
I like it. Lauren Hirsch pointed around.
Trying to draw the defense out. Gets it to Melissa Ross, who has possible a window to shoot, but of course it's Leo Fried again blocking that shot. Celine Richard very animated as Leo Fried gets another transition goal. I did think there was a decent amount of physicality on a player who was unarmed there, but right on the line, the refs are going to let it go.
Yeah, we had a front row seat to that Christian Barnes play against Celine Richard there.
But the desired result for Barnes and the Titans, they keep dodgeball controlled. They get a nice look for their chasers, and Leo Fried just beats everybody down the field and gets another goal. This has spiraled out of control very quickly for Charlotte. It's 130-40. I believe this is either a 7 or 8-0 run for the Titans, and it's been all New York. Braxton Hale trying to work on Mike Lee. Bonadio beats Isaac Cernadiaz. Pass is made to Hirsch. It's deflected. Avery Oliver gets the stop there. Mike Lee going to look to run again. Gets right through Braxton Hale. A lot of room to work. Gets around Nick Thompson, too. Goes back up to Ing. Ing spins. Fakes. Goal. And we have a raised hand for advantage.
It looks like this one's going against Charlotte. That one might have been somewhere in the dodgeball game. These competitors are going toe-to-toe and fighting very hard. A lot of passion on the field right now.
Yep, Barnes and Richard discussing whatever it is that the refs are also discussing, apparently.
I did see the advantage going against Charlotte, so we'll see what conclusion they come to.
Hate for it to be a card after you already gave up the goal, although
Yeah.
no time would be served. But I'm sure their hope is that it's going against New York. I got another long discussion about what exactly is going on in the dodgeball game.
I'm wondering if there are words that are being exchanged, and perhaps that's some of what's going on here that they're calling fouls for. This might be going against New York.
I think this is based on how much discussion and then
Yeah.
about the discussion between players. I think this is about some sort of technical thing in the dodgeball game.
Oh, perhaps. Christian Barnes pleading their case pretty strong. Okay, they're sending Celine Richard back to hoops.
So the goal stands. Richard is called off brim, not a card, but off brim for some reason. And so New York will still have control. They get the goal. They're up a nice even 100 points now. $100-40.
Hodge back in. And he's one of those players who will find a goal however they can. So we'll see what they can do here.
Hodge trying to loop it to the back. The Aviators really like to do this to try to force the beaters to commit. Goes all the way across to Hirsch. Hirsch is beat, though. But Nick Thompson is the first to loose ball and is going to have a chance to do something here with no New York beaters nearby. But not even really trying to test Ing, just trying to keep the play alive, I think, is Thompson. Sends it all the way back up to Hodge, who can't quite save it. The pass isn't quite on target.
You hate to see that. You almost would rather him turn the ball over behind the hoops to avoid any sort of transition fast break. From
Right, Celine Richard is there at least, but Mike Lee is now going to get the ball right here.
It looks like Mike Lee might be.
Both players false started there, so Amadal said because they both did it, they can just keep playing.
That's where there's the rule as it's written in the spirit of the rule.
Right, yeah. Molly Potter handling it now. She goes across to John Jackson. Jackson back to Potter. Potter finds Ing on the alley-oop, and Ing finishes. Great patience from the Titans. And they, after that first 5 minutes where they looked a little unsure of themselves, the Titans have looked very composed.
They've settled into this game nicely.
Hodge bringing it down the side. Met by Jackson. Goes back up top to Nick Thompson. Nick Thompson has a hoop to shoot on. It's too low, though, and Ing read that and slid to the open hoop. We do have an advantage call, though. John Jackson is going, faking all the way to the hoop, but we are eventually going to have a advantage call.
Another stoppage here. So we'll see what they have to discuss now.
It'll be 160-40 if that goal stands. And John Jackson just showing off there. Probably had Ryan Leary for a pretty easy dump off, but hit Hodge with the fake. Just, I think, to try to open up the pass, and then when Hodge bit too hard, was like, okay, and just went around him and got the goal himself.
I mean, it's nice to have options.
That's why you run the field.
Aviators looking just positively exhausted. I know that they're trying their best to stay in this game, but
And it's hard to not start sagging your shoulders when you are. Molly Potter's very upset about whatever the call is apparently going to be. Yeah, it's tough for the Aviators, right? You felt like you were in this game at the start, and it's really gotten away from you, and it's hard to not just start sagging the shoulders, feeling a little frustrated
It
when a
probably
game
took
goes this way.
everything they had to stay in as long as they did, and you know, eventually the car runs out of gas.
So
Potter's still in on Broom.
no foul. Okay.
Okay.
Much ado about nothing. $160-40. Goal is good for John Jackson. Yep, 160-40. Lee Hodge has the ball now for Charlotte. Dodgeball control is in the hands of Isaac Cerna-Diaz and Christian Barnes from New York. I believe they've had it for their entire shift.
I think they have. They came in, held on, and fought hard to keep it, and they've done a great job.
And they've done great on defense and haven't had to do too much on offense because it's been transition after transition for this New York Titans team that loves to get out and run. Hodge across. Tibbs rips it. Nothing doing. And that is kind of the story for Charlotte. When they get a good look, they've got unlucky, but the look like that is just you're frustrated and you're trying to try something because we've seen Thompson take such all the time. That's the first time we've seen Tibbs really go for that.
I don't hate it. I see what they're doing. They're knocking out the far side hoop defender, which forces the keeper, whoever's guarding the middle, to slide over, and then they're taking that shot on the middle hoop. I don't dislike it, but
You'd like to see Tibbs moving and be able to hit the shot with momentum instead of that kind of flat-footed shot.
Yes.
It goes back to Potter up top. She's going to try to fake around Hodge. A bobbled pass there is kept alive. Heads-up play.
Oh.
That beat misses. Cody Charlotte finds Ing behind the hoops, and it's another New York goal. Hodge is trying to run right away. Gets brought down hard by Ing. Eventually, Tony Bonadio is going to get there.
Possibly New York helped Hodge on that one. It looked like they were going full
Hodge
speed
might have
ahead
run right into
against
two beaters if the
Admirals.
New York Chasers hadn't tackled them. Bonadio beats Cerna-Diaz. Balls are on the ground. Hodge goes for the pass, but Molly Potter knocks it down. Another stop for the Aviators. It's been all New York here. 170-40 is our score at the 20-minute stoppage.
So the last 15 minutes of this game has been all New York. It was neck and neck. It was pretty close. Aviators were sticking in there for about the first 5-10 minutes. But yeah, it really feels lopsided towards New York this first half.
At the end of the day, Charlotte's generated 4 goals. One of them was off of that bizarre opening sequence where Ryan Davis got a freebie, and then another was off of a power play. They've really struggled to generate any half-court offense. They've gotten almost no transition opportunities, even when they had dodgeball control, which I think was by design and smart. They were trying to slow down the pace of play, and that was working when the score was close. But then as soon as New York started running up in transition, Charlotte doesn't really have the firepower, it seems, to come back from a deficit like that. If they're going to do something different in Game 2, it has to be that slow pace of play we saw the first 6 minutes for an entire 20 minutes.
But that's the beauty of making it into the championship bracket. No matter what happens in this game, they're going to get a second opportunity at Game 2 to right the ship.
You have a better feel for it now. Obviously, these teams play in the regular season, but Charlotte was missing several key pieces for that one. Now the full roster has seen what New York's going to throw at them. There'll be a chance to make adjustments between Games 1 and 2. And we'll have to see what happens there. Obviously, a chunk left to play in this game. It's 170-40. The first to 230 wins.
Ryan Davis in at starting seeker for Charlotte. How do you feel about that move?
I think it's fine. I think Ryan Davis is going to be the seeker the rest of the way. Might as well get them another rep. Look at a flag runner that they haven't seen today. I don't believe Chase Contreras here was playing for Houston earlier. So this will be Davis' first chance to see them today. You know, maybe that comes in handy in Game 2. I'm sure they also want to play Richard and LeBeau. Almost treat this practice is too sharp. Like, let's act as if the score was close and we just are going to try to get the flag runner grab so we know what New York is going to try to do in Game 2.
Precisely. And if they're going to have a chance at catching this flag, it's going to be in Ryan Davis's hands. So
And
why
it's
not?
Leo Freed for New York. So this is 2 Team USA Seekers on display here.
Oh, they did a quick switch. The Iannucci was there.
We almost got to see Vinny Iannucci, maybe in game 2. So it'll be Freed versus Davis. Big beat from Chico on Richard there. John Jackson gets it to Mike Lee. Mike Lee turns on the Jets. Somlinski
There we
denies
go.
Lee, though. The ball is loose. It eventually winds up back in Jackson's hands. Back to Lee. Lee manages to break through the counter. Somlinski is selling out to try to get these stops.
I love seeing the physicality later in the game here from the head coach.
Chance for Ryan Davis here. Freed was trying to block Davis. I think Freed is only going to go for it if he's the only seeker in the play.
Probably a smart move. Save the energy, save the legs. No need to overextend yourself if you don't have to.
Ball is behind the hoops now for the Aviators. It goes across the field.
There
Fake.
are no beaters in this game.
And finally,
that is to Charlotte's advantage, I believe.
Cole Tibbs gets to the hoop. Big scorer all weekend for Charlotte. Wasn't able really to get going in this one, but finally gets their first goal of the game.
Dodgeball's all in on the flag game.
Freed is going to go for it now with Ryan Davis beat out. John Jackson moseys is underselling it, but without too much effort, just kind of works his way through the Aviators defense and gets to the hoop there. And Leo Freed has a potential grab.
We'll see what they call it here. We're going to stop the play to discuss.
Big grab from Freed. This would all but wrap up the game if the catch is called good. I think Ryan Davis thinks that's good. They're congratulating Freed. Yes, it is a good catch.
Yeah, I was going to say, I didn't see anything that looked illegal, maybe in another part of the game that would have negated that catch, but no, it's clear. Leo Freed wrapped that up pretty quick for New York.
So it's now 225 to 50. 230 is our set score, so 1 goal for New York will end it. All over but the shouting now, as they say. But we'll see if Charlotte can string something together in this possession. TK is going to try to prevent that from happening. He's going to immediately press Hodge, who just kind of sails the ball away. Titans get the immediate turnover. Jackson has it. Slyn Richard catches Chico's beat, but it's a beautiful pass from John Jackson to Mike Lee, who goes to the middle hoop and finishes. New York gets the opening win. They go up 1-0 in this quarterfinal series. So 235 to 50, our final. Closer than the score looks is maybe not true because New York was dominant for most of that game, but Charlotte had an impressive opening 5 to 6 minutes. If there's any chance for them in game 2, I think it's taking what they did in those first 5 minutes and extending it over the rest of the game.
I would love to see it. Not sure if it's possible on those tired legs, but we will see. There's some greatness still left in this Charlotte team, I believe, and we'll see if they can exploit anything out of New York.
I think we're going to head to the analyst desk here for a moment, and then we'll be back shortly after that for game 2 of that'll be game 2. The fields are going to switch here, so it'll be game 2 of Boston, Minnesota on this field. Game 2 of Chicago, Kansas City will be over on the other stream. Stay tuned.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. It's been quite a bit. We were having to deal with some tech issues. Short people. I am short. I apologize. But no, we were short rostered for a bit in terms of staff, so we're trying to bounce around between both pitches, trying to get the internet fixed on pitch 2 to make sure the stream gets better. But a lot going on right now, but we are trying to do our best to get it. Started off as a very entertaining game, and it quickly devolved. As on commentary, what did you notice? What did you potentially want to potentially see for game 2?
I think Charlotte had a plan, and it's, they're the massive underdog, right? So you have to do David tactics. You're the David going up against the Goliath, and they were smart about that. They got a not lucky, but like a nice bounce on the opening play, and Ryan Davis kind of gets an uncontested goal. You're up 1-0. They were able to hang with New York in those first 6 or 7 minutes by dominating dodgeball control and not risking it at all on offense. They were trying to just have the beaters hang back. If a New York chaser overextended, they tie them out, but not really messing with the New York beaters, not trying to set up a hammer concept or anything like that. Ultra conservative beater tactics, and the chasers were going for low risk looks, not necessarily the highest percentage looking generic, but like Zach Thompson was ripping those shots that we've seen him hit. Rimmed out a couple times, but it's the type of look you shoot from the front, the ball misses on the hoop, it flies way behind the hoops, and New York has no chance to run in transition. And Charlotte was disciplined enough to stick with that for the first 5 or 6 minutes. It was a very close game, tied at 4 at one point, I believe. And then it was pretty much all New York the rest of the way. Once dodgeball control flipped back, New York was able to accelerate the pace just with that really aggressive defense that they like to play, where they're in trees. It doesn't look aggressive, but the beaters are putting enough pressure on you. You as the chasers feel like we kind of have to go here, and there's just always a New York body there to meet you. And then it's a transition going the other way, because when you only have one beater, Charlotte basically has no choice but to commit some dodgeball to the offensive game. You can't be as conservative. And even when they did get one dodgeball back, New York is such an effective transition team. That's where they've looked their best. We've kind of said their half court has been hit or miss all season in the regular season, but the transition, there's no doubt about it. I mean, Leo Fried had a no-look pass at one point in transition. Leo Fried and Mike Lee were finding each other. John Jackson broke Lee Hodges' ankles in transition. It's just all there for New York. When those athletes can get out and run, Charlotte doesn't really have a chance. So Charlotte's hope in game 2 is to take what they did in the first 6 minutes and extend that for an entire 20 minutes. Because for the first 5 or 6 minutes, their beaters were outplaying New York's, and that's their chance. If beaters are outplaying New York, and then they control the pace, they can do those David tactics we talked about. They set up in their trees on the other end. They're not trying to really press New York aggressively. They're trying to draw New York in and get stops at the hoop. That's the way they can keep the game close. And obviously, if it's a close game, Ryan Davis gives you a chance. But 6 minutes and 20 minutes is a big difference.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with a lot of what you said, but I think the really big changing point was when that second line of New York came in. That second line was ultra young. It was Annika Kim, Anna Blanchfield, Shakti Kodaswaran, and Brian Ng, all of whom graduated college within the past year. Yeah, past about a year and a half or so.
Yep.
I think the game changed when Annika took space and just looked through a no-look shot or off-look shot where looking medium hoop, shooting tall hoop. And as soon as she did that, I think everything opened up, because now you're presenting yourself as a threat, which opened up Shakti and Byron to be able to make those cuts, make those penetrations into space so that they found each other on the backsides. Like you talked about a lot about Leo and Mike. I think the game completely broke open with the play of Shakti Kodaswaran and Byron Ng, because of the way that Annika just completely. I think it's one of those things. It's the tipping point, right?
Yeah.
Of how much Charlotte can actually do. Because my big takeaway from Charlotte in those first 6-7 minutes that we were both like, oh, it's pretty cool. My big takeaway was the fact that they almost were respecting New York too much, where they were letting the New York Chasers get away with nearly arson, because it was the Chasers would be practically at keeper zone 3 steps from the hoops without the beaters actively making an attempt at even throwing. And so oftentimes the beaters would have control, stand there, make a pump fake, maybe, if that, and the Chasers have gotten so close that they're just throwing easy alley-oops over each other or finding the streaking cut. So I think that sort of thing where, because they're respecting the beaters too much, I think that's where that, towards the end, fell into a negative gameplay.
Sure.
And so I think that really was unfortunate. But something that we noticed a lot is there were certain Charlotte beaters that just did not get in the game that we saw previously. And I really think that Charlotte is saying, hey, we've played a really long we've had a really long day so far. Let's really get more people involved, because for the most part, especially after this last game, it's looking like this is going to be the end of their season. So now their goal is to make sure that all of these people that worked really hard all season get their minutes in. against, again, a presumed favorite champ. And that'll only help this team going forward. I really am pretty happy about the way Charlotte's season has gone, I think, with the way they started, and especially even a couple of weeks ago when they got blitzed off the field by this same New York squad. But at least now in the first 10 minutes, they showed that they can compete. And yeah, going into the New York aspect of it, I love the fact that they were a tad more aggressive. We saw the ability for them to go into a mark defense almost, where they immediately went into a mark, created a turnover, ran the ball in for multiple scores, which was really cool. Conceptually, this is something I noticed in terms of what Charlotte was doing. And this is something that we talked about earlier in the concepts videos of like 1-3s and trying to break it and so on and so forth. What they were doing, what Charlotte was doing, was obviously trying to use one of their chasers to try to push someone off of the medium hoop and try to set up a Zach Thompson goal. However, I don't think they ever made one of those shots. There were, I think, 3 or 4 possessions in a row where the same thing happened. That's just a train going behind us. I apologize if it's loud. However, that goal just never went in. So something I want to see a lot more teams doing is, instead of taking that chaser and setting up the screen on the hoop, because technically that's not even a screen, that you're trying to push them off. In my opinion, that's a different play. I'd rather the person, that chaser, set the screen on the point keeper, so the person rolls off, a true pick and roll, set the screen on the keeper. So essentially, if I'm the ball carrier here, and this is my chaser, and this is the other point defender, right? If that's I'd rather them set the screen here so you can roll off this way, and that's where you set the backdoor screen with the backdoor cut with the chaser on the backside of the hoops, rolling to the backside, and that's when you can get those cuts the way that the Titans were doing with Byron and so on and so forth. That sort of thing, I think, it's about adaptability. The fact that we're running the same offenses over and over and over again means a team, especially like the Titans, where if you see it once or twice, they're going to adjust. You have to vary it up. And I think those different type of screen looks, different type of offensive movement will definitely help a ton with Charlotte as they continue to move forward, as these players continue to get better in their with their game experience. But yeah, I mean, we'll right now they will be taking a break. They're Boston, Minneapolis game 2 setting up on this pitch. I'm pretty sure San Antonio and Washington Admirals game 1 is still happening on stream 2. So if anyone is still interested in watching live gameplay, that is still going on. We will be right back with a game 2 preview for Minneapolis, Boston. Thank you so much for tuning in, and stay on stream, I guess.
Stay tuned.
Stay tuned. Stay tuned.
Hello and welcome back to Buffalo, New York for Game 2 of our quarterfinal between the Boston Forge and the Minneapolis Monarchs. Game 1 was a back-and-forth affair, a low-scoring one early until Boston's offense took over in the mid-game, and a quick catch from Steven Tremple all but sealed up the deal. Now Minneapolis, with their backs against the wall, do or die, taking on a Boston Forge team looking to once again return to the semifinals, a spot that they've only ever failed to achieve once in 10 years in MLQ. I'm Ethan Sturm along with Darren Bell. What do you think Minneapolis needs to do to flip the script here?
I think they really need to lean into their physicality here. I also think they need to have that, as we saw near towards the end of the game, there was a little bit more coordination that we saw on the Minneapolis front. Like we were saying, like on the last game, for game number 1, we want to utilize those picks, get Max Meyer, because Max Meyer is electric with the ball in his hands. He can move the ball. He's one of the fastest in the league, if not the fastest in the league. So you want to utilize that, and you want to utilize that in a smart way. So smart picks, get the ball moving, get this Boston team shifting, especially this first line, and try to get up early.
Yeah, and on the other hand, Boston running back the same first line quad-ball line that had a lot of struggles in game 1. See if they can turn it around here in game 2.
See if they can turn it around, exactly. So we do see a little bit of a change here for the starting lineup. They don't have Terry Carlson, who had an amazing few stops at the beginning of the game, and they've opted for number 48, Joe Goulet, instead.
And it's going to be Will Richardson, the face-off, get-off guy for Boston, to steal a lacrosse term, running against Max Meyer. As we mentioned in the first game, 2 of the fastest players in the league. Richardson gets there first, gets it back to Meyer. Meyer looking to slow things down, but Gunnar's going to come over and clean it up. All the balls in the hands of Boston. A really nice run-up for them.
Fantastic run up, and Aaron with the ball up at the top with number 22, Meyer.
Yeah, Athena Meyer gets it over to Olazaba. This team went scoreless for a long time in game 1, looking not to do the same here in game 2. Richardson still in the game, gets it over to Olazaba. Olazaba going through traffic.
Oh! Fantastic.
Yeah.
Just muscles it through Max Meyer. The beat that was coming in got blocked by that hoop right there, and just put it through, really putting a stamp here on game number 2.
Yeah, and that's what we saw in Olazaba's second shift that we didn't see in their first shift. They had those 2 back-to-back goals through that hoop, just getting through in traffic. So good to see that adjustment. Now it's up to Minneapolis to try to see what they can do against the dodgeball control of Aaron McCready and freshly subbed into the game, Tom DeMuth. Narveson just looking to make some tap beats in the meantime as Podolski bothers DeMuth. Goulet rips a shot, goes high. First offensive possession doesn't work out here for Minneapolis, and now it's Boston looking to get things going again on offense.
That's not exactly what I was really looking for there for the first offense here from Minneapolis. I didn't see a lot of movement. It was just Goulet there, just kind of moving back and forth, moving his eyes, and then taking that shot. I want to see more ball movement. I want to see some picks in there if we can. Try to get that defense shifting, maybe shift the eyes of the beaters, and you can try to get a ball back.
Athena Meyer is just going to drive in. Oh, finds a beautiful pass to Olazaba.
Oh!
Olazaba, pure effort play, can't get to go. Richardson's shot also doesn't go. Max Meyer is just going to kick the ball not out of play, but down the field just to slow down this offense.
Massive kick, got the boot from Max Meyer. Very heads-up playing, good play as well, giving the time for the defense to reset here. Olazaba wishing to have that one back, tried to muscle it through, but got beat in the process.
Yeah, just couldn't come up with the original catch cleanly. Think they would have been able to finish with a dunk if they had, and then they had to try to really finish it through a wrap. Wasn't to be, but now Boston gets a second look at it. Meyer with the ball on the near side with an early 1-0 lead. Richardson's got the ball behind. Back up to Mayer. Mayer goes across to Olazaba, tries the same play. Once again, Olazaba can't get to go. Now it's Richardson going to get their exact same opportunity, but Max Mayer says no this time, returning the favor for losing that brooms up run with a big hit.
Max Meyer is not just an absolute stellar player on offense, there with that electric and that closeout there on defense. He's really showing why he's been voted as an MVP in years past in the North Division.
Yeah, but the issue that Minneapolis needs to find out is how to get something going in dodgeball control. It's been all Boston so far. Podolsky is going to lose an exchange to Muth. Now looking to press. Oh, that shot almost went there. A good effort from Archibald, but it's going to be Olazabu who gets it. They're not going to be able to run because Narveson is back. It's a 1.5 here from DeMuth. Olazabu goes behind to Richardson. Richardson, another shot blocked.
Goulet with the big hand right there as we get a stoppage of play right here.
So Boston's had all the dodgeball control, but once again, not quite able to execute these opportunities.
Yeah, but I really like Ulazaba here at the beginning of this game as compared to last game. Really took the start from there and how he built into that physicality later into the game and has really started with that right off the beginning.
We are sorry to everybody. I hope our radio coverage of this game was good enough, but obviously we've got the feed going now. But yeah, what all you've missed is some stellar defense from Minneapolis playing against dodgeball control. Meyer, big hit on that one. Goulet, a big knockdown of the shot. Boston has been very close so many times, but has only hit the one goal from that early possession. And Minneapolis hanging around here, still looking to get dodgeball control. But it's been DeMuth and McCready kind of dominating that aspect of the game.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be Joe Goulet bringing the ball up now. Missed a shot earlier on. DeMuth patient under the hoops. A bit of a horizontal positioning now from the beaters. Mayer eats a beat from Cody Narveson. 2-2 still here from Boston. A lot of patience from Minneapolis. Haven't heard a stall call yet from our head ref as the ball goes over to Archibald. Now it's Meyer. Screen coming from Goulet. DeMuth happy to throw in that. Just taps out Narveson. Just misses on Meyer. Meyer looking to go through everyone. Hits the floor.
Oh my gosh!
It's the Max Meyer effect again, going through the entire defense.
The first thing that a coach tells you when you're on Quaffle is that you can't outrun a dodgeball. He just proved that at least he can.
Yeah.
Just absolutely outran the run, the thrown dodgeball, and really showed why he's the fastest player here in the MLQ.
Yeah, a really nice goal there from Meyer. Now Mayer's in the lane, trying to return the favor. Pass goes over the top to Dillon, but goes wide. The secondary pass. Olazaba's going to be able to pick it up, though. That beater dominance allowing Boston to get extra opportunities on offense again and again. But all that said, it's still just a 1-1 game. So Minneapolis has been weathering the storm, much in the way Boston kind of did in game one when their offense wasn't clicking. Emma Person's now subbing into the game. And Mayer just gets beat. The pass gets picked up by Goulet. Goulet goes down. Desperation shot. I think there might be a call on the play, though.
Might be a call on the play there, but I really like Mayer. Mayer has been doing fantastic here at the first part of the this first few minutes here in the game. Really a contact from behind for number 57, Carson Ulazaba for Boston, the keeper. So the keeper headband has to be moved over to number 31 for Boston. That is Will Richardson. But going back to Mayer, really enjoyed watching Mayer, especially in this game. Has been really taking up that space and really trying to get that shot off. Didn't get the shot off. Opted for the pass that number 48, Joe Goulet, was able to read and collect up, and now Minneapolis. But shout out to Mayer as well, and a great stop here from Minneapolis.
Yeah, suddenly Minneapolis has everything. But McCready made a beautiful catch on the aggressive play by Podolsky. He's going to get control, but her beat afterwards was not in time. So Meyer gets another goal, and it is a sudden lead for Minneapolis.
You blink and Max Meyer's across the pitch scoring. It doesn't matter that they had two bludgers. He was just already at the goal. Holy cow, Max Meyer is taking over this game.
Mayer bringing the ball up the near side. Havlin and Shu into the game now. Ball goes behind Olazaba. Steinberg has it. Steinberg rips. Steinberg was the spark plug in game one for this Boston offense. Second they step onto the field, another goal. All knotted up at 2 here as the ball resets to Meyer. But this is the storm that Minneapolis couldn't weather in game 2. The second line, Havlin and Shu playing with a young chaser core that was willing to move the ball around. We'll see if they can get a better look at it this time. 7 minutes in, we're knotted up at 2. It's anybody's game here if Minneapolis can be a little more effective. Luisa Nikolai gets up to that shot pass from Goulet. Dodgeballs are flying everywhere. I think it's going to be Cleary dropping back, and it is going to be a half-court offense here from Boston.
Nikolai was able to just get the fingertips on that. What a great stop, and then collected up by the beaters. Really gained an absolute stellar stop.
Havlin's going to run a 1.5 this time. Shu ran them all last time. Steinberg drives, but just kicks over to Dylan. Dylan back to Persons. Persons going to have to slow it down. Terry Carlson forces an errant pass. Meyer thought they were going to outrun the Dodgeballs again, but Max Havlin had other plans. So now it's going to be Steinberg settling it down the half court. Persons, who got forced into a bad pass last time, this time is able to get the ball away. It's going to go back to Nikolai. It is dodgeball control suddenly for Minneapolis. And another poorly flowed pass in the hands of Meyer.
Oh, tried getting sneaky with his Max Meyer.
Yeah, Meyer looked for the mag, didn't get it, but was at least able to get out of the keeper zone cleanly because Ryan Cleary was there with the dodgeball.
Max Meyer has really been taking over this game. It's really been electric and has really taken leadership here for this Minneapolis team right here at the beginning.
Ben Zimmett and Terry Carlson now back into the game. Max Meyer going nowhere at 8 minutes into this one. Beat there on Havlin. Havlin's just able to touch right back up, but it's going to be enough time for Carlson to at least try something. The shot was called, I don't know if it was called missed or beat before, but either way, Meyer's shot was definitely knocked down, and Boston gets another stop. But it is control, and Havlin and Shu are going to need to find, for one of the first times all series, a way to get control back. Persons has the ball on the far side, 2-2, 9 minutes in. This feels eerily like game one, where neither team was doing very much scoring early on.
Yeah, this is a very high defense game. Oh, what a shot there! Number 42, Dylan for Boston with the lightning hands, giving a little yell out to the fans here on the sideline, and he is hyped up from that.
Yeah, I think the underrated thing there is I think Ethan Dillon sold a middle hoop shot on Terry Carlson with his eyes, because Carlson went hard to middle hoop as Dillon just ripped one to the right hoop for the goal. Ryan Mejio in the game for the first time. Max Havlin beat Ryan Mejio before the pass was thrown to Ryan Mejio. That is how deeply Max Havlin sees quadball.
Max Havlin seeing the future. Mr. Doctor Strange himself is just seeing into the future. The magic man himself, Max Havlin, seeing into the future, gained the beat off before the pass was even thrown.
So it's now going to be Boston up 3-2 here in this one with Steinberg behind. Steinberg gets it all the way up to Dylan. Havlin's able to babysit that ball for a second until Dylan can get hands on it. Dylan floats high to Steinberg.
Oh.
Steinberg tries the volleyball swat a little too low. Terry Carlson's going to pick it up and reset to Mejio.
Good stop here for Minneapolis. Mejio taking up the ball, now passing it off to Carlson. Two big bodies here on defense. Seeing if Zimet, number 39 for Minneapolis, is off at the back. Seeing if they can utilize this size here that they have on the size mismatch.
Yeah.
Oh.
Mejio goes around Steinberg and gets it to Zimet, who's just crashing on the back hoop. Really nice offense there from Minneapolis. We're knotted back up at 3.
That's that physicality that we want from Mejio. He took the body, like he didn't quite get as far away, but it didn't matter if he had the wrap up from Steinberg because he's just so big. He just kept powering through and was able to get the shot off.
Terry Carlson goes hard on Ethan Dillon here. Max Havlin's going to have to beat out Carlson. Meredith McDowell protecting Cleary as Shu goes to run a 1.5. I think it's a missed shot there from Dillon. Steinberg is going to come up with it. Mejio might have overcommitted. No, is able to get back in the play. Steinberg gets it back to Dillon. Dillon across the Persons. Persons bobbles. Mejio picks it up. Lost opportunity there for Boston.
Oh, I really like that from Steinberg. That was a really good opportunity. Just shook it off, faked the pass, went over to Dillon, and then Dillon playing off. Unfortunately, Persons drops the ball, and Minneapolis takes it up again.
Yep, and it's all knotted up at 3, a little over 11 minutes into this one. And, we talked about the secret advantages that Minneapolis has. It didn't bear fruit in game one, but if they can stay close again, as Mayhew just tracks that one down with one hand. His teammate Joe Goulet, a one-handed specialist. Ryan Mayhew returning the favor. There, the no-look shot pass in the direction of a teammate, but it ends up hitting the side of the hoop, so it's neither a pass nor a shot. Voth can't come up with it. It's going to be a stop for Boston.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Mejio. If it was a little bit to the left, would have been a great pass. A little bit to the right, and it would have been a good goal. Mejio just wants that one back, but unfortunately could not get the goal there for Mejio.
Schluter and Narveson, now the beaters, going up against Havlin and Shu, who are still in this game for Boston. They do have control. Pass goes across to Dylan. Dylan over the top to Steinberg. Cody Narveson went for probably a desperation pass block that they didn't necessarily need to, that led to no dodgeballs, and a very easy finish for Steinberg, who continues to cook in this offense for Boston.
Absolutely continuing to cook for Boston. I remember Steinberg has been it's been amazing to see him grow on this team for the past few seasons, and that was just fantastic to see from Steinberg, just faking pretty much every single hoop and getting it through.
Zemet in the lane, goes around Persons. Oh, very nice and easily done. It was just crashing to the hoop there from Sam Schwartz. She gets a goal, but now Boston looking to run immediately the other way. Ethan Dillon tries the shot. Ethan Dillon somehow came up with the rebound, got it to Andrew Steinberg. I have no idea how that play worked. Now Ryan Mayhew is trying to run. Oh, might have been too aggressive. Created possession, wide touching with his hand, but then scooped it out forward, and Boston's going to get a free stop.
Wow, that was just grit from Boston. They did not give up. They were working on that, and they got the rebound. Somehow Dylan came up with it, gained it off to Steinberg.
So I think Chris is going to say that Ryan Mayhew never had possession, so just going to give the ball back for that possession reset. The real problem there is in that exchange, I believe Cody Narveson also took dodgeball control off of Max Havlin.
Oh.
Ryan Mayhew now going to walk it up slowly. Just a one-goal lead for Boston. A back-and-forth affair it's been the whole way here in this one, approaching 14 minutes. Schluter and Narveson with control, setting up the offense. Mayhew has really been picking apart this 2-2 defense with his passing, as has Zemet. Zemet now has the ball up top. Voth is looking to make a cut. Now they're going to slow it back down. Mayhew working on Olazaba. Not a lot in the well there, so it's going to have to just throw it over to Schwartz. Schwartz gets wrapped up quickly by Richardson. A tough pass. Mayhew's just able to keep it in play. Zemet's just going to use the screen to make sure Mayhew has some space. Somehow Havlin and Shu came away with dodgeball control in this possession and are now pressing. Zemet, though, is going to have a chance to make something happen here, possibly. Big hit, though, by Athena Mayer. Athena Mayer knocks Zemet out of play. The ball goes loose. Olazaba going to be the first one there. Mayhew comes up too high, gets beat, so it's going to be a free goal for Olazaba. Havlin and Shu just doing more and more and more as that play went on until it was
Oh
goal.
my gosh, just the defensive pressure that we're feeling from this Boston first line. The first line was a little bit quiet in game number one, but they're really making their presence known here, really putting on the pressure onto Minneapolis as Mayer takes a big hit there, and Olazaba able to finish it off.
Yeah, now Meyer back into the game alongside Goulet. Seems like they basically took their big scorers and kind of mixed up their pairs this game to see if something would work a little differently. We saw more Goulet with Mayhew in game one and Carlson with Meyer in game one as well. Narveson makes a beat on Havlin. Havlin's just going to tap back, but that leaves Meyer some time. Shot goes wide. Second shot there from Goulet also goes wide. It's going to be a turnover back to Boston. A good opportunity there from Meyer, just couldn't get it to go.
Yeah, that was a great look from Meyer. The shot was there, just couldn't quite get it. Unfortunately, Goulet put a little bit too much sauce onto it when he took the shot, and it just goes for the reset, and it is a turnover to Boston.
Havlin and Shu just clearing out any attempts at a steal as Mayer brings the ball up. Obviously, we give Havlin and Shu a lot of credit on that last press, but it was Mayer who made the big wrap on Zemet that basically ended the possession where it started. And now we're going to get a Shu sub as Aaron McCready comes in. Definitely a shortening of the beater pair lines for Boston this weekend. We've seen a lot of their two top pairs of DeMuth and McCready as well as Havlin and Shu. It's going to be a 1.5 here from Havlin, and that's just going to open the door for Athena Mayer. Just the cheeky little push pass through the middle hoop.
I think Mayer is been underrated player here for Boston. Just absolutely been a presence on offense as well as defense. Really like taking up that space and taking the game into her own hands and and making her presence known.
Yeah, as underrated as a 3-year member of Team USA can be, but as Meyer just returning the favor once again. Might be a call on the play, but how many times have we seen Meyer just go flying through the air in the middle of the field as he knocks down another shot?
Yeah, it's been Meyer flying. You know, if quadball players could fly, he would definitely be the first one to do it. Absolutely, just like flying down the field and flying through the air a lot of the time.
I have a counterpoint. I do think that Darian Mercer-Ellis might be the most likely player to start flying. And obviously we haven't gotten to watch the Chicago game yet personally this weekend, but obviously we're going to be excited to see if they make it to the quarterfinals, semifinals. Long discussion here from our refs. It's a 7-4 lead currently. Okay, so there's just going to be that after the goal, Boston made a play for control. Minneapolis threw back after being beat. It didn't affect the goal. The goal still stood, but Boston is going to get, I believe, all 3 dodgeballs and going to have a chance to run and get that goal right back.
Oh, fantastic. This is what Olazaba really wants right here.
Yep. Richardson also flying down the field in transition. Going to get the pass. Schwartz, though, meets Richardson. Oh, and it's just floated highly enough over to Jade Gray, who's able to finish it. Could not have weighted that pass better if you were Will Richardson.
Jade Gray, that was awesome. Amazing fakes on the hoops, able to put it through. Very smart passing there from Boston and Olazaba to start it off.
Yep. Approaching the 16-minute mark here in Game 2. Minneapolis playing backs against the wall, trying to make it to their first ever semifinals. But facing a deficit now of 3 goals, need to get something going offensively, and might have to start with doing something about this beater pair of DeMuth and McCready, who've been just as effective of having as Shuhab has been in this game. Meyer, though, has been finding ways to score regardless, now trying to get by Olazaba, using the speed. Aaron McCready's chasing once again. This time the shot is knocked down. I believe it was Jade Gray on the stop.
Again, I really want to see some picks there for Max Meyer. Like, he's got the speed, but Olazaba he's so experienced in terms of getting that angle so that he doesn't have to go as fast as Max Meyer, but it's just causing Max Meyer to go for laps.
Meyer walking the ball down. Still dodgeball control in the favor of Boston. Over to Richardson. Persons being patient. Carlson gets beat by McCready. Richardson, now Persons has a lot of space. Zips over to Meyer. Meyer goes high in the shot to the short hoop. Steinberg, I don't think, is going to be able to track it down. And it's going to be a successful stop there for Minneapolis.
Got a couple big bodies as Carlson substitutes onto the field as well, really trying to get a push here, trying to close that gap as we go into flag runner.
Yeah, I think one of the first times we've seen Carlson and Goulet out there together. Goulet can't get to go, but Meyer just picks up the loose ball and scores.
I swear when that shot was made, Max Meyer was at the front of the hoops, and then he just showed up at the behind the hoops, made a lap around, and then got in and got the shot off. I don't know. This man is way too fast.
As clean and crisp as so many of the Boston goals have been, almost every Minneapolis goal has been a pure Max Meyer effort goal. Sorry, outside Mejio picking out some nice passes in the mid-game, but definitely a number of them from Meyer.
Yeah. Meyer's trying to will this game back into existence for Minneapolis.
D'Onofrio, a bounce pass over to Persons, but Persons runs right into Clary. Loose ball on the ground. And it's going to be Meyer getting the stop, and suddenly a chance to run here. DeMuth has the only dodgeball. Meyer, we know, is not scared to run against that. They couldn't dodge that one. Meyer's dodged a lot, but DeMuth finally is going to get the better of him. And DeMuth's going to play through that beat and head to the box for it. So a costly one for Meyer, who was going for glory, going to get this game back within 1 goal. Couldn't get it to go. And now Boston has a power play, a chance to get back up 3 before we get to the 20-minute mark.
Max Myers, he's been able to dodge like quite a lot of the dodgeball throws, but just couldn't get that one. Thought he got it or something, but couldn't quite avoid that dodgeball.
So Nikolai's going to come away with the ball off of the turnover from the beat. Just going to reset it over to Steinberg so that Goulet can't get any ideas against keeper immunity. Though Goulet, I think, is still considering having some ideas. Nikolai's just going to push Goulet back. Person's looking to set up the offense. Food Gunner makes their first stop into this game since the Brooms Up play. Third string male beater here for Boston. Steinberg ball on the near side. Terry Carlson in the green with Meyer out. Gets it over to Persons. Persons goes to Donofrio. Big hit by Joe Goulet, but Donofrio eats the contact and scores. Really nicely done.
Really nicely done. Donofrio being able to get the golden goal last game and is really trying to put a press to that press towards the finish and really get a good showing. And really being able to absorb that contact, maintain the body posture, and be able to shoot that right through the hoop.
Loose shoe now back into the game with the team's one dodgeball. It's McDowell and Cleary holding control. Past 18 minutes here in game 2. 9-6 Boston needs a win here to clinch a spot in the semifinals. Meyer zips one across to Bitsy Archibald. Archibald cannot handle.
Really good pass. If that was in Archibald's hand, that would have been a for sure goal. Max Meyer just couldn't. It was a good pass attempt. Just Archibald just couldn't quite handle.
Person slowing it down. Pulling the strings of the offense here. Steinberg wants it on the wing, gets it. Now Mejio meets him, goes across to Donofrio, who now hits the lane. Shot, zip, right through the southpaw. Throwing another fastball through the middle hoop.
Another fastball in this line. This is a lightning fast line. Just got it past Max Meyer, who's a little bit tired, and looks like Max Meyer is going to be taking a substitute off.
And just a moment of not paying attention there. Nikolai strips the ball off of Mejio. Boston's instantly looking to run. Gunner took the ball off McDowell. Now the tired legs are starting to cost Minneapolis as Boston back-to-back just took 2 of the 4 balls off of their opponents. Donofrio, that was what we call a heat check.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah, that was a little bit of a long shot there for number 23, Donofrio. But it looks like a
yeah, it's going to bring us to the 20-minute mark. But yeah, Boston has, I believe, one of their biggest leads of the series, at least pre-flag runner grab. And now there's only one option for Minneapolis. They need to find a catch. They need a way back into this game because this Boston team has absorbed basically every punch that Minneapolis has thrown and just seems to just have a little bit more in the tank.
Yeah, Again, I wish that Minneapolis would come together, coordinate, and get picks. I think like if you really get those picks off for Max Meyer, like it would all open up some opportunities. We've seen some great opportunities that Max Meyer has just willed into existence for Minneapolis. But I think on that line, if you really want to utilize that speed and not tire out your absolute all-star of a player, you need to give them some help. That this Boston team, they can get their body in front of you and slow you down and really tire you out. Mejio's also been playing really well, but getting a little bit tired and really just that ball got knocked out, and getting a little bit tired of that. It's starting to show a little bit, but this is all you got. This is the season on the line here for Minneapolis, and so I think just a little bit more coordination and being smart with it is what we need to see in order for them to close this gap.
Yeah, I mean on the Boston side, we talk about Havlin and Chu being legends of the game, but I mean this is a young roster, especially in the quadball game, and for Boston to kind of be going through a rebuild as their veteran group that won titles has kind of aged out, again with maybe with the exception of Havlin and Chu, and to make possibly another semifinal run is really just a feather in the cap to the coaching staff, to what Kieran Collier, what they've been able to do this season, and yeah, so I mean if. A long way to go still. Minneapolis, if they can catch, we are right back to having a game, but a big opportunity for Boston to punch yet another semifinal ticket.
Which is, as you said, it is a kudos to the coaching staff that we've seen here from Boston, as this is a fresh team with a new identity that, with that quick, fast ball movement, been absolutely insane. So I love the change-up that they've also set up with these lines. Minneapolis is also been absolutely phenomenal here. Max Meyer has really put a show out, and Mejio really being a powerhouse on his line as well. And so it has been a fantastic show. But Boston, being in the middle of a rebuild as well, being able to show out like they have with the depth that they have, I think they can go far.
Yeah. We're about to get started. Some substitutions. Tommy Flathers playing his first minutes in this one. Got a few minutes in game one as well. Ethan Dillon going to be on the field with him. Mayer and Tabitha Danyo as well in the quad ball game for Boston. Danyo is also getting their first minutes of this one. Meyer back in the quad ball game alongside Ryan Mejio. A tough pair to deal with in flag runner and pitch, to say the least. And we'll see what Havlin and Shu, who currently have all three dodgeballs, can do to give Steve Tremple another chance to catch. Tremple was decisive in game one very quickly with a catch. See if they can do it again.
And Tremple is going against number 48, Joe Goulet from Minneapolis, who's got a lot resting on his shoulders right now. A catch gets them right back into this game. So a lot resting on his shoulders here. And if he doesn't catch and Boston does, the game might be too far out of reach.
I mean, this is a man that caught to win Quadball Nations Cup for the Developmental Academy of Team USA. So definitely stakes I don't think are going to phase Goulet too much, as Tremple is going to get the first opportunity. As like we said, Havlin and Lushu are just juggling three dodgeballs right now. Tremple getting all the time. Meyer's having to go slow. Now it's going to be no dodgeball. We'll see if Meyer's going to try to speed things up. Podolsky makes a big hit on Havlin. Pass goes over to Schwartz. Schwartz fighting through contact. Shot goes wide. Now it's Meyer's turn to answer. Trying to go through Flathers. There's the screen that Darren's been asking for. But Tommy Flathers, a beautiful steal from behind.
That was beautiful. That was amazing. Just to get the hand right in there on Meyer. Meyer was around already and but just was able to get the hand onto his arm.
And Goulet got their first 4, 5, 6 shots there on Vega, the flag runner. Couldn't make it happen. Now Narveson and Podolsky, though, do have a bubble. It is going to be more chances here for Goulet, but a nice job by Havlin was just keeping Goulet at the hoop, forced Narveson out of position. Goulet actually hasn't been able to make it back to the flag runner here for a while, and once again is going to get beat. On offense, it's a shot by Athena Mayer that's knocked down by Meyer, but then Mayer loses the ball again, and it gets over to Flathers.
Oh, what a spin move by Mayer there. Just unable to hang on to the ball, but was able with that spin move to get around Max Meyer.
Pass goes behind to Danyo. Danyo zip shot wide. Athena Mayer is going to try to stop half court. She already laid out in game one to try one and failed. This time I think she knew she didn't quite have it, but didn't bother to go for the dive this time. Mejio is now going to get a chance to run transition, and Mayer might have to try to stop this one. Can't get it to go. Flather's going to try as well. Easy goal for Mejio. Mejio, one of the tougher players to game plan for in this period. That's going to be Karsten Asoa, who had a good look there. Now it's going to be Goulet. Pass goes behind to Danyo. Danyo shoots wide, going to be tracked down by Dillon. Goulet gets beat again. No seekers near the flag runner. Dillon's shot goes low. Meyer picks it up. Minneapolis, like we said, was always going to be a risk winning. Oh, it's a block.
He blocked it behind his back.
Now it just needs to be bad.
He
did everything but the easiest part.
Oh, the hoop was wide open. He blocked the beat from behind his back, the no-look block, but he just couldn't get the finishing goal, unfortunately. But that was amazing. I've never seen that before.
Carson Ozoa getting more time here with. Oh, that was so close.
Asoa almost getting the catch there on the flag runner.
Majeski now in at seeker for Minneapolis, but Havlin and Shu not letting them have a chance as Danyo misses a shot. Going to be a conversation in the flag runner game as Max Meyer falls on another loose quad ball.
Asoa almost had the flag in his hand, but dropped it on the way down, could not survive the ground, and so therefore no catch.
The 19-year-old from Brown, what a moment that would have been to all but punch his team's ticket to the semifinals.
19 years old, absolutely stellar. Has had amazing, like some of the closest grabs that we've seen. That was so close. If only could just hold on just a little bit longer.
Yeah, don't know if this conversation's about that catch or if the conversation's about something that happened in the beater play. It's obviously an AR talking to the head ref. Max Meyer, of course, made yet another stop on the defensive side. Really, you mentioned you don't know what their battery pack looks like. I think it might be the size of a city, if we're being honest.
I swear he's got a solar panel on his back. Yeah. He is just taking the sun and he's transferring it into energy. This guy can go all day.
Funny moment there from Boston. As the foul was called on 36, they all had to check out their numbers because they weren't sure who the call was on. It's going to be an interpositional interference call against Tabitha Daniel. It's going to give Minneapolis a player-up advantage. Zeke Majeski is also now going to get a minute, or at least a second, with the flag runner.
Oh, great read there in zone by Dylan.
DeMuth just clears out Mejia, which allows Flathers to go end-to-end. Flathers, oh, it's a strip by Meyer once again on the defensive end.
What an effort from Meyer right there.
And Athena Mayer, though, says, if you're going to give me some space, I'm going to make it count. Hits the shot. 4-goal lead here for Boston.
Mayer going off with a little bit of a shrug on the way back, being like, I do this every day. It's nothing. Making that amazing shot in the top hoop.
Meyer bringing the ball down. Steinberg now into the game at keeper. Mejio setting the screen. But pass goes over to Mejio. Now Mejio needs to try to go by Olazaba. Goes high to Bitsy Archibald. Really nicely executed pick and roll into a drive-in dish. Well done by Minneapolis. Nice goal there. It's back within 3. Tremple and Goulet now going at it. Goulet does not care about 50-50. Goulet is looking to catch and almost does so there.
And the flag goes flying. Goulet was so close there.
More Athena Mayer, though, on the other end as Colson Olazaba is able to find her on a pass. She finishes. Now has to try to make a wrap on Meyer. Does so, but it's going to be Meyer's teammate, Phoebe Thomas, picking up that one and then taking a big hit from Mayer. Mayer forces another stop. It's just been the Athena Mayer show during this flag run on pitch period.
Holy cow, Mayer by herself making 2 massive hits, stripping Mayer and then making the hit on Archibald.
Cleary clears out Tremple. Now Goulet might get another chance depending on this exchange. Cleary, though, ends up just throwing back. Meanwhile, it's Persons to Steinberg for the goal. Now it's starting to be Boston is clearing it out. They are up 5. A catch would win. Tremple's looking for one. It's the double move. If it works, it is going to send Boston to the semifinals.
Oh, what a move there by number 5, Tremble. Absolutely, what a move. Pushing up the arms, swimming around with the right hand, and taking the flag. We'll see if it's good, but what an amazing move. And that Boston has got the hands up in the air looking for the grab, the catch to be good. If it is, they're going on.
Yep. All that's left in the series potentially is one final call from Chris LeCompte. 130-80 right now, 165-80 if this catch stands. And Boston will return once again to the semifinals. Their 9th appearance in franchise history in the semifinals. And the call is no good. We will play on here in semifinal game 2.
We will play on. Out of bounds is the call for the flag runner, so therefore the catch is no good. Tremble not getting the catch right now, but the pressure's on from Minneapolis.
Yeah, I mean, Vega has been doing a phenomenal job of flag running, but at some point, as we talked about energy tanks, their energy tank has to be slowing down a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
I think they acknowledge that that's how they're feeling out there.
Really making it work out there.
Chris LeCompte ready to get play started again here.
3 quaffle points are needed, or 3 quad ball points are needed for Boston to finish this game off.
Havlin takes an exchange. It's going to be Goulet, who, again, is not scared of 50-50s. Just has to risk everything at this point. Meyer is on the offensive side. Havin was briefly in the defense. Now has to go play flag runner, which is going to allow Meyer to pick out Ritzy Archibald. Easy goal there.
Easy goal from Meyer to Archibald. Archibald is the...
Cyber trying to go end-to-end. Meyer makes another hit and gets on the loose ball. How does this man still have energy?
How is this man? He's everywhere.
Crystal Ozama tried to strip it, but who was falling on the loose one? That's right. It's Max Meyer.
He's got it once again. Oh, man, there is a smile from Max Meyer right there, as he should. Max Meyer's been everywhere this game. This game he has taken over for Minneapolis, and it has run through him.
4-goal game now. Tremple close again. Terry Carlson now in the game, has the ball. Trying to get by Emma Persons, the longtime teammates. Andrew Steinberg, though, joins the hit. Oh, but Carlson gets the ball off to Mitzi Archibald anyway.
From the ground.
Unfortunately, I think a foul was called for the hit before Carlson could get that off.
Oh.
Or was there catching the? I didn't see a catch, but
I didn't. No, I didn't see a catch either.
We don't have to speculate. We'll let the refs sort this out.
Yeah.
Crazy flag runner on pitch period we've been having here.
Oh.
Illegal contact. Illegal charge. Boston, number 7. It's a yellow card. That will negate the catch. No catch.
Oh, so Tremple had a catch on the play, but okay. So here's what happened. Steinberg went flying through the air, got called for the illegal charge. Can't leave your feet for that contact. That is going to be a yellow card. Minneapolis still scored, so no penalty time served. But a catch happened after the foul. A foul from a team will always negate the catch. We play on once again. Steven Tremple's going to need to do it a third time.
Oh, my gosh. Tremple, but he can make the pull. He can do it. He's done it twice now. We'll see if he can do it one final time and get Boston and send Boston into the semis.
Yeah, 13-10 as another dodge beat there by Tremple. Steinberg looking to run the other way. Tremple's getting closer and closer. Can feel it. Makes another move. Persons, meanwhile, playing the Quadball game. That might be the one. That might be finally the one.
There was a dodgeball that came right in front. I don't know. We'll have to let the refs take a look at it. But that was an amazing move by Tremple. Amazing effort by Tremple, just relentlessly going after this flag runner. See if the third time's a charm.
You stole my line that I was going to use when they caught. I can't believe you got way ahead of me there.
Oh.
Conversation here by the refs. Like we said a few minutes ago, all it would take is one call from Chris Lecomte to send this Boston team back to the semifinals.
Minneapolis' season, 2025 season, is on the line here for this call from Chris Lecomte. Boston is once again got the hands up, the twinkle fingers, waiting for the good catch call.
Concerning, though, that the flag runner is currently asking for water.
That is concerning. We will have to see.
But now, back on the other hand, it's now concerning for Minneapolis that they feel like they need to have another word. We're just going to wait to see how Chris Lecomte calls it.
Here's the call. Oh, man.
Boston has a large supporter base. They are tired of these Steve Tremple calls getting called off. Oh, there's 2 fouls on the play.
Oh.
Well, Aaron McCrae's blue card is going to mean that this is not possibly a good catch.
Illegal contact. Interpositional contact. Minneapolis, number 99. It's a yellow card. 1 minute in the box until Boston scores. By rule, the Quadball is turned over by the yellow card. That is a turnover to Boston.
Well, after all of our speculation, nothing around the catch mattered because both teams had a card that would have ruled off any goal, as we saw. I don't know, Steve Tremple's second catch, first catch. I can't even keep the catches straight anymore.
Tremple's got to do it once again. Oh,
Nicolay has the ball behind. Tara Carlson's going to have an immediate wrap. She needs to find somebody. He's going to look for Persons. Ball gets popped out. Big stop there by Minneapolis. Bitsy Archibald falls on it and gets it over to Zimmett. Still only a 3-goal game. A catch by Minneapolis, and we're suddenly playing an even game. Tremple's going to sub back out.
it's Azawa's turn now. The 19-year-old from Brown College has been out here, is taking his opportunities.
And McCready is in the box only for 30 seconds, while it's going to be a full minute for the seeker from Minneapolis.
Ozawa is now switched off.
Swati Manham is now in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Also a very established seeker. Many catches in her career. A long-time UT player. Zimet's looking to take on Emma Persons. Once again, Persons makes a very nice wrap. Though I think Chris LeComte might disagree with me.
Illegal physical contact. Contact with the groin. Boston, number 3. Yellow card. A minute in the box until Minneapolis starts.
So that's going to be an illegal contact call against Persons. Zimet's going to get another chance here.
Minneapolis is only 3 goals behind. If they catch, puts them right back in this game and completely tied with Boston.
But as we said, a big if, because Zeke Majeski, their seeker, is still in the box right now.
Yeah. Yes.
So Zabet's going to use the reset after a foul rule to get to go up to the keeper's own line, putting themselves in a very good position to score. Oh, Zamet goes for the floater shot, and Olazawa makes the stop. I don't know what the stoppage is going to be. Is maybe a false start? Olazawa went early. 2 fouls on the play.
First, illegal procedure. False start. Boston, 9. Blue card. 20 seconds in the box until Minneapolis Stars. Second, unsporting conduct. Minneapolis, number 39. Blue card. 20 seconds in the box until Boston Stars.
So suddenly we have 4 players in the box in this game right now.
So there are 4 players in the box, as you said, yeah. And so this is a very large percentage of the players in the box currently.
So it's going to be that Luisa, the player, not the player who stopped the shot, that was Olazawa, moved early. But also I think Zamet complained about that and got a blue card for their troubles. It is going to stay with Steinberg here. Majeski is released. Both teams have seekers once again. Havlin, though, is just kind of bossing the area. Monham's going to be beat out. Oh, Podolsky, a big catch there to swing control. It is going to be Goulet getting a chance here. Boston, though, goes up 4. Shu makes a block. Goulet's not getting too close right now. Podolsky's going to throw in the general direction of Steinberg. Schluter's going to clear out Monham. It's got to be Goulet now.
Play's been called dead once again. Goulet still has 2 dodgeballs shielding him and has got an opportunity to catch and bring them back into this game. Again, only 2 goals needed for Boston to finish it off.
So Minneapolis is going to illegal interaction with the 3rd dodgeball. It's going to be double dodgeball turnover. That bubble you talked about is gone.
It's gone. It's gone. So Goulet has about 30 seconds with the like maybe 10 seconds.
Goulet's probably going to get a chance at this flag runner before Havlin can do anything. They're going to need to make it count in a hurry, though. Goulet does get that 1 try. Oh, they're going to get more tries. And it's a goal for Minneapolis. Catch it. Suddenly we're at 1st to 2. Dodge the beat from Schill. And makes the catch.
What a play! What a catch. We will see if it does go through. But that was an amazing move by Goulet. And if this is a good catch,
we are knotted up and we're playing to 2 in game 2 of this quarterfinal.
1st to 2 if this is a good catch.
About 10 minutes ago, we were about to sign off on this quarterfinal from the 1st triple catch. Then there was the 2nd triple catch, the 3rd triple catch. Any of them would have been decisive. And now, Goulet's catch is good, and we are 1st to 2 for Minneapolis to send us to a game 3.
Holy cow. Minneapolis could force a game 3. Max Meyer's looking out onto the pitch. He looks serious. He knows what he needs to do.
Obviously, it's been a lengthy shift from Mejio. I would not be surprised if they go back to the veteran, given the game Myers had. Havlin and Shu are going to have control out of the stoppage. Finally, there's nobody in the box, so we're playing 6-on-6 quad ball.
Yep.
1st to 2. First offense opportunity is going to go to Boston. We'll see what quad ball group they want to go with. It's going to be Mayer, Nicolay, D'Onofrio, and Steinberg. Kind of a bit of a mix of those first 2 lines, but clearly the players that Coach Kieran Collier feels have been executing the offense best so far this weekend for Boston, of course, with Havlin and Shu in front. Mejio still in the game, wearing the green headband. It's a 2-2 zone here from Minneapolis. Steinberg has it in the near corner. Back up to Mayer. Mayer across to D'Onofrio. D'Onofrio into the lane. D'Onofrio gets blocked, gets his own rebound, just going to slow it down. Smart play there from the young, just rising sophomore out of the BU program. Now the veteran Mayer has control once again, pulling the strings. D'Onofrio across to Steinberg this time. Steinberg has space. Steinberg hits the floater. Next goal wins here for Boston. Minneapolis with the ball.
Stone cold. Max Meyer. Steinberg had Max Meyer flat-footed and took the shot on the middle hoop. Max Meyer just was caught looking at it at that point.
Minneapolis was here all weekend against Chicago. They got swept in a series that a lot of our analysts thought they easily could have had if they executed a little bit better. They need 2 goals here to beat Boston, but they're going to have to get a stop in between. First step, though, figure out how to get a goal against dodgeball control from Havlin and Shu. Mejio in the lane. Mejio dodges a beat. Floats it over to Meyer. Shu now has the only dodgeball in the play. Meyer goes around to D'Onofrio. Floats it to Mejio. Mejio scores.
Next goal wins. We're in a next goal win situation. That Mejio Meyer connectivity that we had there, absolutely phenomenal. Great ball movement from forward to backward. Mejio being able to take that and just put it through.
Yeah, 15 all, game to 16. Control still with Boston, but they have to make this possession count. Mayer in the lane to D'Onofrio. It's a long beat from Narvison. They get the stop. Mejio has the ball.
Mejio's got the ball, slowing it down. They have
to slow it down. It's against control, and Havlin and Shu are back.
Havlin and Shu both loaded with dodgeball advantage.
Meredith McDowell checking into the game along with Narvison. It's just going to be about creating chaos in the dodgeball game. Give Mejio and Meyer a chance. Goulet now in the game as well. Meyer across to Goulet. Havlin marking him. No shot opportunity for the marksman. Stalling call from there is Goulet in the lane. Goulet
the goal! The catch and the goal!
We got to wait for the final call. What a comeback this would be. We thought this series was over once, twice, 3 times. But with this call,
the
goal is good.
Golden goal, golden catch, golden goal for Goulet. Absolutely amazing play, an amazing comeback here by the Minneapolis team. Been fantastic comeback for them. We thought the game was completely over. We thought Boston had it 2, 3, 4 times even maybe. But it came down to Goulet. Goulet saw the opportunity, caught the flag runner, and gets the golden goal himself.
Yeah, what a game. What a series this has been. I'm so excited we get a 3rd game of it. But again, it seemed like Minneapolis was on death's door for 15 minutes there, but they just kept coming back from the dead again and again. And while for much of the game it was Meyer and Mejio keeping them in the end it was Goulet. The catch and then the huge shot at the closing moments to put away Boston. We are going to get a 3rd game of quad ball in this series. We're going to sign off. We're going to throw to our analyst desk in a second. Naresh has a lot to talk about from that game. For myself and Darren, signing off. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Adios.
Welcome back to Pitch One, where we just saw the game of the weekend so far. What an absolutely unbelievable finish that we had from Minneapolis to come back from a massive deficit, to catch the flag runner, and then be able to score 2 goals while Boston only scored 1 to finish the game. Darren, you were on call. I need to know your thoughts as this game progressed.
Oh my gosh, I thought the game was over. I thought the game was over about like 15 minutes before that final period. I'm speechless at that, like in which that Goulet was able to get the catch and then be able to finish it like that. It was a 2-goal game, you know, and being able to get that beat off on the right side over there on defense, get that crucial beat, get the turnover, and then put it off, and then Goulet just taking the ball into his hands. Because we saw a lot of Max Meyer and Mejio taking over that game, but Goulet had the confidence to just take a step to the right and just take a shot. That is confidence right there. And Goulet just performed, absolutely performed out there and put on a show.
Yeah, that was absolutely unbelievable. What a pretty much a single-person effort that last 2-3 minutes to be able to catch the flag runner for your team and then come out immediately sub back in and be able to score that game-winning goal. But again, the entire game, I think I was listening to y'all's commentary, it was the Max Meyer show for Minneapolis. It was every single time I heard anything of substance, it was Max Meyer did this, Max Meyer, whether it be defense, offense, transition, anything.
Max Meyer was literally everywhere. There was the guy has an unlimited energy tank, it seems like. He's got a huge fuel reserve, and he proved it that game. He was everywhere. He was electric on offense and defense. He was making hits, making stops. He was running around the entire offense and just willing opportunities into existence, either making dishes or opening up shots. Max Meyer was my MVP for that game.
Absolutely.
For a majority of it. Goulet, fantastic, like for the last 2 minutes, but Max Meyer really took over that game for a majority of the game.
Yeah, so I really want to get into the last offensive setup that Boston had where they failed to score, because I think it was very, very interesting, because they were very I think they projected what they wanted to do immediately. And I think that's an interesting strategy. But before we get to that, I want to ask you, where do you think Boston went wrong? It felt like they were in cruise control the entire time. It felt like they had a sizable lead, and especially even after the catch, it was 1-2 with Boston at first dibs at a goal, and they score immediately, meaning Minneapolis has to score twice before Boston scores once. Where do you think Boston went wrong?
I think Boston, I think they got in their own heads, honestly. I don't know. That's what it kind of looked like as someone who was watching. I think they got in their own heads. The ball movement kind of stopped. It wasn't as crisp. They weren't taking their space out wide. They weren't being as patient as we saw them. Their passes were like a little bit slower. I just think that they weren't going to into their gameplay in which that we saw them really outperform Minneapolis. Now, kudos to Minneapolis. They just played outstanding in the beating game, as well as to go up to the legendary status of Haviland and Lulu Zhu. But I think I think Boston just didn't stay to their roots there in terms of getting really quick passes around the hoops and really moving that defense around.
Yeah. So I want to get into the actual X's and O's of what happened in that last play, right? For the last Boston offense. That last Boston offense in the film, you see Lulu and Max set up completely with control, showing that they wanted to attack this the medium hoop on this side. There was a hoop defender there with the keeper there, and then what we ended up seeing was the chaser, the keeper, the ball carrier brought the ball here to this side, completely ignoring this middle of the field and the left side of the field. And we basically saw them funneling the entire ball to this side. They were trying to outnumber everything that was going to happen here. However, if you go back to the previous goals, and whether it was pre-20 minutes and even the goal that they scored after the flag runner catch was good, it was all through the middle hoop, because the way Minneapolis was playing their defense, they would often overcommit with the chaser play, that they would all move to one side. And you could see that if you go back and watch that last Boston offense, you see Andrew Steinberg, let's just say it's this magnet, you see Andrew Steinberg off on this side cutting completely open, because these people were completely rotated into this right side of the field because that's where the attack was happening. So if they could have gotten the ball to this side, that entire space is wide open for Andrew Steinberg to finish on that cut that he made. Luis Anna Nikolai was on the backside, also open, also making that cut. I think Boston fundamentally tried to get too cute almost, where they were trying to show that they were willing to sell out. And unfortunately, because they showcased what they were wanting to do, because they put both beaters on this side, and the turnover that was caused was ball carrier makes the pass to this chaser, and Cody Narveson just rips the beat. I think it was Tommy Flathers who might have, or it was either Tommy Flathers or Zach D'Onofrio. I'd have to go back. I apologize if I didn't get the person right. But essentially, this chaser for Boston was right here, running with that much congestion. Cody Narveson got a clean look. It was a risky beat, but they got a clean look. And immediately, because of the way Minneapolis shifted with their chasers moving off of the hoops, you could see that the left side of the field was completely wide open. So if Boston had let the play develop, I think it could have been one of those gambits where you set up everything on the right side. Like, think about it like football, American football, where you set up a counter play. You move all of your blocking guards offensive line into one side, only for your running back to be able to cut back to the opposite side where the weak side is. That's could have been something what they could have tried to do, because as soon as the ball and beaters moved to this side, the Minneapolis Chasers all of them moved to the left side towards ball, meaning this entire left side was wide open with Steinberg and Nikolai. And I think that's where this team, if they go back and watch this film, this is a reflection of, I think, how they played overall. When they just made those passes crisp, easy, find the open passes, it looked good. When they tried to do too much almost, where they were trying to force a play when it wasn't there, unfortunately, even though they didn't have control, Cody Narveson was able to blow it up. And I think that's where, for them, unfortunately, that's where they just turned the ball over, leading to that game-winning goal. Versus the previous play, they saw that the ball got to the backside, Steinberg was cutting, and then he was able to shoot through the middle hoop for the wide-open goal, the goal previously. So I think that's where, one, as this game goes into Game 3, we'll have to see if Minneapolis makes that adjustment of making sure this middle of the field in the game and the left side of the field are a bit more covered with their usage. Because when you think back about the 1-3 zone and the zone coverages that we were talking about earlier and how to beat them, if you could get all of the players on this side, where's the open space? That space opens up on here, right? All of the open space. I know there's a lot of squiggly lines, but essentially all I'm trying to get at is if you're moving all of your resources to one spot, that's not necessarily a bad thing as long as you can force the issue into the weak side with a strong driver, right? That's where Steinberg cooked. That's where Luis Anna Nikolai also cooks. And I think, unfortunately, they just tunnel vision too hard in that last offense, and that's why they ended up not scoring. And Minneapolis, that was just textbook. They beat out the beater, creating so essentially, let me use the bigger eraser. They beat out the beater, and Joe Goulet took the one-on-one that he liked and just got past the point defender and immediately just ripped a shot through the middle hoop. And that's what you get if you're trading size for, like, so oftentimes we put our tallest defenders on the hoop.
Yep.
And unfortunately, Luis Anna Nikolai, phenomenal defender, probably not your best choice to be on top hoop. Not that she can't do it. It was just a unfortunate matchup that Joe Goulet was able to mark and immediately take advantage of. But yeah, insane finish. I would love to see how this game changes momentum in this series.
Yeah.
If Game 3, because usually in MLQ historically, we've seen that the winner of Game 2, they just come off such an emotional high that Game 3 just really sets the tone back for the original team that had won. So we'll see if Boston can regroup, regather their thoughts, because for the most part, they were the better team the entire series so far.
They were.
So we'll see how this goes. Stay tuned for Game 3. But in the meanwhile, San Antonio, Washington will start in just a few minutes. So stay tuned.
Hello and welcome back to Buffalo, New York for Game 2 of our quarterfinal between the Washington Admirals and the San Antonio Soldados. And if it's anything like the last 2 hours of quad ball that myself and Darren Bell have been calling, we are in for some fireworks. If it's anything like Game 1 of this series, we're in for some fireworks. There was energy flying left and right on this pitch, cards galore, everyone leaving it all out. In the end, it was a San Antonio win. Obviously, the favorites in this series coming in as the 1 seed from the south, taking on the 3 seed from the east in Washington. But I think this Washington team still has more to give. We just watched a Minneapolis team somehow still have more to give and fight back. But yeah, we're going to see what this Washington team can do with their backs against the wall.
Yeah, we're going to see is Washington's full season on the line here. You can't leave anything back. So Joey, number 8, Joey Bay is back on the sideline here for Washington. So they have the beater presence there as well. More of that beater depth here for Washington, and Soldados ready to rumble and try to get this game under and out in 2 games.
Yeah, and the only difference between Washington and the Minneapolis team we just watched is that Washington is on, I believe, Game 4 of their weekend, of their day already, whereas that Minneapolis team a lot fresher, only playing in their second game there against Boston. So we'll see if they have, I guess, that Max Meyer energy tank as we experienced in the last game.
Yeah, they got a lot of boys looking like possibly maybe going for the quad ball.
I think it's going to be Avia. I'll be honest, I'm not sure which of the 2 brothers it is. They're running against Mulcahy.
Yep.
They are going to win it, and it is the elder, David Avia, who wins that race. Hayden boys walking down slow. Chris De La Fuente is going to sub for Daniel Williams, which briefly allowed Athilesh a press opportunity, but Hayden boys patient with the ball, smart with the ball. That's why he's the head coach of this team. He's getting the ball over to Cat Hay. And, you know, as Cat Hay tries another shot, just floats it high, Izzy Ramirez's shot gets knocked down by John Gaffigan, but Ramirez and Cat Hay stole the show down the stretch for San Antonio with the way they can play offense. Gaffigan trying to steal the show himself with a sneak, hide the ball behind the back, gets it over to Liz Stone. Liz Stone back to Brian Mulcahy. Admirals on the board first.
Beaters did not know where the ball was for Soldados and caught them off guard, and then Gaffigan shot the ball off to Liz Stone to Mulcahy, and Mulcahy puts it through.
Yeah, Gaffigan ran that same play against Boston, was also successful in that Boston series. 2 for 2 on the hide the ball trick. Hayden boys bringing the ball up now against Mulcahy across to Villa. Villa taking the ball in stride, which is exactly what you want. Now back to Boys. Boys rips high. Izzy Ramirez trying to come with a loose ball, but Caitlin Breslow gets down there first. And a very different start to this game here as the beater control has been in the hands of the Washington Beaters. They've got a nice goal, and now they've gotten 2 good stops.
Yeah, fantastic play from Washington so far, being 10 up currently right now. We'll see how Soldados can calm themselves down and get that dodgeball advantage.
Boys makes a wrap there on Gaffigan, and it's a number of beats there by Daniel Williams. Going to run in transition. Neutzel would have had to make a beat, but Avia shot so early and knocked it down. Huge play there from Avia to kind of shift the momentum when there really wasn't a lot going there. You know, Neutzel was in position, and Avia just called their own number.
Yeah, Avia just was about maybe 40 feet away from the hoop and then just took a shot. Absolutely phenomenal. What a shot there. Just as we have an injury on the pitch currently right now.
Yeah, I believe it's Hayden Boys who's down after the hit they leveled on John Gaffigan on the other side. But yeah, not up at 1 early, and I don't think dodgeball. Yes, dodgeball did change hands in that play. So San Antonio kind of got everything they wanted in the moment, but obviously they don't want to see their head coach and one of their star players down.
Of course. It might have been. It seems like it might be something to do with the neck, but we will see and see how Boys. Boys, obviously, a veteran player, has been in this league for multiple seasons, so knows and obviously huge athlete, and so knows his own body.
Yeah. Also the manager of the team, his wife, so obviously a little extra concern there.
Yep, for sure. Blackwood coming out and is the injury substitution here for Soldados.
Yeah, and Aiden Boys walked off under his own power. Probably just landed a little hard off of that tackle.
Yeah.
Okay, he has the ball to start. It's 1-1 here early in Game 2. first time that Nunez and Williams have had dodgeball control, they were able to make some very strong presses and going to win an exchange hard there. Dodgeball's on the ground. Matt Blackwood strips Brian Mulcahy, but now Matt Blackwood is going to go, no, not going to go down, going to run with the play. Avia in transition. I watched this movie once already. 2-1 San Antonio.
Oh, wow. What a transition for the Soldados. That's what we expected coming into this series, was this quick transition and this athleticism. As Williams making it amazing.
Daniel Williams. And now he's just going to turn it immediately to press. Oh! Mulcahy. Matt Blackwood's going to be first to the ball. Finishes. That was incredible from Daniel Williams.
Daniel Williams making that happen. Just an extra offense for Soldados because they needed it.
Yeah.
That is amazing effort from Daniel Williams as he's trying to do it again.
Yeah. And now Izzy Ramirez is going to pick up the loose ball. Once again, it's San Antonio in transition. Over to Avia. Oh, finally. One thing doesn't go right for San Antonio for the first time in about 4 minutes there, because it was the Daniel Williams show. Our PA announcer, Ashton Butler, gave that goal to Matt Blackwood. Probably should have given it to Daniel Williams, if we're being honest.
Daniel Williams has been absolutely phenomenal. In the last game, one of the comments that I made during one of the stoppages was that I really wanted Soldados on defense to really bring it to Washington. And Daniel Williams has really embodied that. It seems like it has completely brought it to Washington.
Bay now into the game for San Antonio. Quick wrap up there by Avia, who, as much credit as we're giving to Williams, Avia has also been starring for this team early on in game 2. A good wrap and forces the turnover.
2 goals for Avia already. Blackwood's got the other to put them up to 3-10 for Soldados.
Yep, Blackwood bringing the ball down again here. Dodgeball control is once again with San Antonio. I think Nunez considering a 1.5. No, it's just going to be a beat on a near hoop. Avia over to Blackwood. Blackwood goes high. Cat Hay, though, just waiting for that rebound. Fakes once around Rachel Williams. Over to Avia. Oh, the bounce pass. And Hay gets stuffed.
Breslow able to collect it and is turtling.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be – Daniel Williams is going to be there first, but Mulcahy has the green headband, so Cat Hay kind of pushed Daniel Williams back. Bay makes a beat, but Daniel Williams is able to keep control. But, yeah, the bounce pass, kind of the David Avia special. We saw it in the Houston series as well, right through the entire hoop zone to Izzy Ramirez on the far side. This time, though, Cat Hay can't finish it.
Mulcahy just trying to feel out the ball a little bit as he goes down the bench.
I feel like he might have been able to slow down how fast he walked up the pitch by bouncing that ball. So if that was the intent, I think he might have managed it. Either way, the offense is now starting. Joey Bay looking to make something happen. Admirals takes a beat there from Nunez. It's going to be another press opportunity.
Oh.
Nunez snipes from distance. Avia looking for the hat trick. Joey Bay fakes a throw with a ball he does not have, and it is 3 for Avia. It is 4 for San Antonio.
Avila with the hat trick already. Number 11 for Soldados. This is the transition. They wanted those fast breaks, and they've got them here in game number 2 of the series.
Yeah. Shane McConaughey and Riley Stars now subbing in for Washington. But this has been a lot more than San Antonio were expecting in game 1. They kind of got hampered by those early cards, one on each of their starting beaters. And the game just kind of stayed close for a very long time. But now they're kind of bossing the game the way they would want to. Stars over to McConaughey. McConaughey behind to Breslow. Oh! Either way, Breslow finishes the second time because that was a absolutely tremendous effort flying through the hoop to make that stop. That was Theron Ratliff. First time we're seeing them in this series.
Yeah, that was an amazing effort coming through the hoops and getting a block. Looked like it was a block, but ref called it a good goal, and Breslow finished it.
Jay Stewart, though, the behind the back, no look, dug through the middle of the hoop. It is all style points for San Antonio, and it's all San Antonio in this game right now. They lead 5-2.
San Antonio has come out swinging. They didn't like that the game was too close in game 1, and they have come out with a vengeance.
Ratliff stepping high here again. Patience here from Stars. McConaughey's got on the far side. Beat on the hoop to open up a shot. McConaughey can't get it to go. Breslow trying to chase it down. It's out. McConaughey wants a deflection. Not going to get it, it seems. And now Jay Stewart's looking to run once again in transition. Riley Starr's going to have to try to stop him this time. Oh, falls off. Oh, this time, though, Jay Stewart might have gone for a little too much. Couldn't get the behind-the-back dunk to go a second time.
That's unfortunate because he just shook off a tackle from Riley Stars. That is a big body to shake off, and Jay Stewart just shook that tackle off like it was nothing. Unfortunately, the behind-the-back didn't go his way this time.
Stars is going to bring it up here against dodgeball control. 5-2 the score for San Antonio. Of course, it was kind of the fiery impact of that young UVA chaser line that we haven't seen yet that kind of got Washington going in the middle of game one. We'll see if they go back to it soon. McConaughey gets a pass off to Breslow, who is beat. I think also couldn't handle it. Loose ball here. Kyle Bryant running against Julian Neutzel. Colin Bourne's able to clean it up. Ratliff looking to take the opportunity to run, but I think Bourne's going to make it into the play in time. Called clear. Called beat after. Then Ratliff gets their first of the series. 6-2 San Antonio.
Ratliff putting themselves onto the scorecard here in game number 2, and the first time in this series, making their presence known, especially on defense for that tried for that block, as well as here for the goal.
A little over 8 minutes here into game 2. San Antonio looking to head to the semifinals. 1.5 here being run by Colin Bourne. Julian Neutzel clears out Bryant. It's a misbeat there by T. Arena, and Shane McConaughey gets big, finishes the alley-oop 6-3. Colin Bourne now gets their dodgeball to play defense. Julian Neutzel snuck up on Ratliff, who tried to go a little too fast, and now San Antonio's a little caught out of position. Stars gets through, finds McConaughey again. A real quick 2-0 run makes this a game again.
Money signs from Money McConaughey as he's coming back on defense. There is only a 2-goal difference now. It was about a 4-5 goal difference, and now it's only 2. This has been a huge shift in Washington's favor.
Yeah, but we saw San Antonio do something similar last time, and then they called a timeout. They got back to their starters, and they kind of ran it up. Here we see Matt Blackwood coming right back into the game, playing alongside Jay Stewart, a pair that has played basically their entire quad ball careers together, along with Moina Sousa and Elsa Viaba, who've also been there for all those adventures. This time, though, Sousa's going to lob a pass a little high. Viaba's going to get there first and then dodge a beat from Neutzel. Blackwood's going to block a beat, but it's Shane McConaughey jumping into the passing lane.
What amazing a read by Shane McConaughey there on defense, being able to see the pass that Jay Stewart, rather than going for the block on the shot and helping out with that, rather cheated the pass on Jay Stewart and able to intercept.
McConaughey, McConaughey was beat there. Impressive because Bryant threw that ball and then stopped watching the result, but firmly nailed McConaughey.
Oh, what an amazing catch by number 00, Colin Bourne for Washington. And now waltzing it back for defense.
Yeah, now we see Jun and Siddiqui coming into the game. Like we said, that young, fiery UVA line, but this time the game's a lot tighter as they enter, and if they can get something a little bit going, Washington might be right in this game. Brian Tijerina bringing it down, leading in Blackwood. Sosa looking to make a move on Julia Rankin on the middle hoop. Blackwood, though, fires high. Another wasted possession. Control, though, is swapped into the hands of Bryant and Tijerina.
Now, in the last series, we did see that Jun here and number 7 for Washington, Siddiqui, really brought the speed back to San Antonio. We'll see if they can do it here once again.
Yeah, ticking up towards 11 minutes here, 6-4 in game 2. A much quieter affair, no cards in the game so far, and a much closer affair. Jun hits the lane, finds Siddiqui. Siddiqui going around. Once again, the pair combines, and it is a 1-goal game here.
Siddiqui Siddiqui and Jun were absolutely phenomenal in last series, and they have showed it here today that they have that chemistry between each other as we're getting a high press from Jun.
Yeah, no real support, though, for it, and Blackwood eventually just throws it over to Sosa. Sosa, though, now is in a little bit of trouble. The press comes very nicely. Blackwood goes all the way behind to Jay Stewart. Jay Stewart, though, loses their broom, and it's just the little things starting to go awry for San Antonio here.
Now, this is the pressure that we saw last game with Siddiqui and Jun. This line really bringing the pressure and bringing the speed to San Antonio, and San Antonio started to fall apart a little bit, and they had to take that time out. Is that happening again? We'll have to see.
And then once again, with all the momentum going the way of Washington, I think we might be headed for another Joey Bay card.
Unfortunate, as this momentum was starting to shift.
I think it's just going to be a double dodgeball turnover. I think it's just illegal play of the third dodgeball.
Okay, but now San Antonio's got this high press, and this is what Jay Stewart and Blackwood really want. They want this fast transition into a fast break.
John might just chuck one to Siddiqui and say, what will be will be, but I'm not going to get beat in the middle of the field and give Matt Blackwood a free goal. That's kind of what happens. The problem is he throws it right to Jay Stewart, and Jay Stewart takes off immediately. John just has to get that ball a little bit higher. Again, Siddiqui probably gets beat if you throw the pass, but at least the transition goal doesn't come immediately.
Exactly. It doesn't come immediately. Like, Jay Stewart is fast, but you would have had at least a few more seconds even if you got beat up at the top. But throwing it right to him, you can't get much faster than that.
And Bay tries to kick back and sends the ball sailing out of play. Refs are going to have to talk about this one. I don't think it was a purposeful propel out of play, but we'll see what the conversation is.
This is unfortunate for the 20-year-old. A little like got carded out in the last game. It's just that, and looking like might get another card here. Just a little bit of inexperience here, especially in a high-intensity game. As you get into these high-level games, the intensity's there, and sometimes mistakes happen, just like this by kicking a ball off pitch. That stuff like doesn't happen in practice, you know, but it happens when you go against a team with high pressure like San Antonio.
Yes, I believe there's going to be no foul called on the play. You have to intentionally propel a ball off field to get a card.
Gotcha.
From everything I could tell, Joey Bay's intention was to kick the ball back towards his own hoops. He just missed very bad.
San Antonio with bludger advantage here, with dodgeball advantage here.
12-13 on the clock, 7-5, very much a game. I mean, speaking to this young Washington team not being willing to quit. Chris De La Fuente is now going to look to press. John gets it across to Siddiqui.
Oh.
And a misbeat there. Siddiqui's going to get a chance here. And it's Miguel Esparza going flying through the air, making the stop.
Esparza was not fazed by that fake on the shot on the hoop. Siddiqui gets blocked by Esparza.
Blackwood in the lane. Blackwood floats it over to Sosa. Sosa not going to miss that one. Easy goal for her, 8-5 Soldados.
Just outside of the reach of Siddiqui, just caught reaching, and it was a nice, easy, open goal.
John bringing the ball up. Going to be another press here from Chris De La Fuente. And Ng checking into the game for the first time here for Washington. They're down 3. Still hanging around in this one. Pass goes behind to Breslow. Hoop zone. Izzy Ramirez is going to get tapped out of that. Brandy Gomez, is going to make a beat there on Aiden Ng. Chris De La Fuente says, I can be part of the hoop zone too, and knocks down that shot with his dodgeball.
Fantastic play by the beaters. Off to Miguel Esparza as he goes for a run.
Yeah, and Nathan John not ready to keep up with that speed and agility. End-to-end for Esparza, 9-5 lead. Soldados starting to pull away.
Soldados now 4 goals up on Washington after Washington closed it within 2.
Patience here from Gaffigan against what's likely to be another high press from De La Fuente. De La Fuente and Gomez having their way of it here. And yeah, like we talked about, San Antonio just can put out line after line after line. Cortez and Miguel Esparza now getting results after all the other quad ball lines we already saw. Gaffigan into the lane. I don't know how Gaffigan found Kalen Breslow there, but he did. Breslow finishes, and it's back to a 3-goal lead.
Wow, that was amazing setup there by Gaffigan. Absolutely phenomenal. Just the roll of the fingers to Breslow, and Breslow able to finish there on the top hoop.
And I think we're just getting a dodgeball switched out. I think I overheard a couple of the beaters being a little unhappy about the slipperiness of that one.
Yeah, so we're just getting an equipment change here just for that dodgeball there.
It is definitely a moist day out here in Buffalo, New York, to say the least.
Yeah, a little bit of a moist day here. The weather's starting to cool off a little bit as well. But it is a little bit moist, which is making the balls the quad ball as well as the dodgeball is just a little bit slippery. And when you're playing at this high level, that little bit of slipperiness is the difference between a missed beat, which leads to a golden goal, or you making that amazing stop on.
Trust me, I've watched Max Havlin and Lewis Shue many a time just dissect dodgeballs before the game to make sure that they are up to snuff for beaters to play with. So you're not going to see an argument here.
Mm-hmm.
Christian Cortez is going to get things started again. Leads back down to 3 after the recent goal from Breslow. Miguel Esparza taking their time. It is control with San Antonio as we approach the 15-minute mark. Goes behind to Cortez. Cortez hits the lane. Oh, Cat Hay was just collapsing on that hoop. Excellent offense from the Soldados. Cortez picks her out perfectly.
Gaffigan was just cheating over to help out with Cortez, but then left the pass completely wide open, and Stone wasn't able to get back in transition to help on the defense there at the hoops, and the goal was wide open there.
Yeah, it looks like a call might be coming against San Antonio here. Would be big as Washington continues to sit on the edge of range.
Yes, but only a 4-goal difference between the two right now.
So Gomez is headed to the box for a foul language yellow card on Sporting Contact. A costly one there for San Antonio.
That's a costly one right there. Being down one beater is very crucial here, especially with Washington trying to get some momentum going, and having one beater up on your opponent, that is definitely one way to get her done.
Samuel just making sure everything is figured out. So, Aviators and Ing are trying to find control from Chris De La Fuente, who's now juggling 3. Brian Mulcahy hits the lane, does get the ball to Breslow off a deflection.
Oh, yeah!
Big hit by Christian Cortez, slams the door on that possession. Breslow down hard. There's going to be an injury stoppage here. But a very different game here in game 1 than game 2. Game 2 a lot chippier. Game 1 a lot chippier. Game 2 a lot quieter. But Washington, as we said, continues to fight a young crew who doesn't really know quit, it seems like, from what we've seen.
Oh, yeah. That grittiness that we saw in the play-in has definitely translated into this series against San Antonio, where San Antonio were definitely viewed as the favorites coming into this, but Washington has showed that grit that they've been able to show all day long, and they're still in this. We're having a stoppage now here for injury to give medics some time to take a look at Breslow. And so just bear with us as we take a look and make sure that Breslow is A-OK here for the Washington team. And the Washington team will come together and then and just recuperate and then get back onto the field.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think every time out kind of favors Washington at this point. I mean, they've played a long day of quad ball. They've played some very tough games, beating a lot of good teams, and obviously gave San Antonio a run for their money in game 1. And in game 2, I mean, this one's far from over. We already saw what a flag runner catch can do to a series one series ago with Minneapolis charging back to beat Boston. And we're going to have game 3 for you right here on pitch 1 after this. So we hope you stick around because that series has been everything you could ask for as a quad ball fan.
Oh, 100%. A comeback story like none other that we had in Game 2 between Minneapolis and Boston. Absolutely phenomenal. Boston in Game 1 with their depth being able to show out, and then in Game 1, the Max Meyer show.
Yeah, for sure. Long conversation here.
Yep, long conversation here, but Breslow walking underneath their own power.
Good. Seems like there's no calls on the play from the refs, so we're going to get going again with San Antonio ball and a 4-goal lead.
San Antonio really being more physical and bringing the contact here and really taking advantage of their athleticism, which I think they have is a mismatch in terms of athleticism if you look at the San Antonio roster and the Washington roster. So really getting that intensity up and bringing that physicality and athleticism, which you've definitely seen in the beater game, especially in the first shift from Daniel Williams.
Julia Rankin is going to be the injury sub here. I believe that is Liz Stone that has Miguel Esparza wrapped in their own zone, but I think worst case, I was going to say Esparza would just fall and get the ball. Reminder that San Antonio is currently playing with one beater who finally is going to lose 2 dodgeballs. Ing's going to be able to throw back. Athilesh now pressing high as Cristo Fuente briefly out of the play. Esparza once again the throw up to himself. Gets it across to Cortez, who swings it to Ramirez. Big beat there by Athilesh. Mulcahy makes a wrap there on Esparza, who still has the ball. It's going to be either called off broom or something along the lines. Gaffigan's going to have a shot opportunity if they want it. No, they're just going to slow things down. But again, they're working against one beater. Now they're working against 2. Really missed maybe opportunity to run in transition.
Yeah, there wasn't a whole lot of goals that happened there with one beater down. That's not what you want when you're trying to change
Though
momentum.
they might make the most of it here.
You're gonna get that back, Ryan.
Yeah. So Mulcahy, it was a pass over the top to Mulcahy, who was planning on scoring on a hoop that was no longer there by the time he got the ball. I think the rest might be talking, about Esparza knocking that hoop over.
Yeah, reckless dislodge going to Esparza, which is a yellow card here in the MLQ. And Brian Mulcahy has the ball back.
Yeah. It's a big opportunity here for Washington. Even if they didn't technically score during the power play, it basically would be because Brandy Gomez was still basically just running into the play as this all happened.
Cortez standing right beside Brian Mulcahy, seeing if Cortez can get a reach and just get a hand to disrupt that arm.
Okay, I can't see Mulcahy's angle. I guess middle hoop's not really an option because they're looking far hoop where Izzy Ramirez is at least in the area. Maybe can't get to the near side to make the stop, but we're going to see how this all plays out. I guess, in fairness, Mulcahy could also just dunk if they wanted to.
Yeah, with Cortez on his back hip, can just take the 2 steps and put it through. Because the bludger is on the ground and San Antonio has no dodgeballs in hand. That's also even better. Right. Liz Stone now has the ball.
So Mulcahy was called beat, which means, and because it wasn't a contact foul, it wasn't a foul on Mulcahy, they can't be put back on broom. So it's going to go to Liz Stone, who doesn't get it to go. That's not going to matter. Finishes it the second time through.
Liz Stone was trying to make the smart play where you put it in on the other side of the hoop, not from behind, so that they can't do a fast break. But however, that a little bit extra time caused a little bit of a disruption there from number 5 from Soldados, Catherine Hay.
Yeah, but in the end, did get to score through the front of the hoop. They don't always ask how; they only ask how many. And that is a goal for Liz Stone. As Miguel Esparza is bringing the ball down at the 17-minute mark. Still a 3-goal game. Izzy Ramirez tries a shot. Julia Rankin came flying across with the stop. Very nicely done. As we said, it's just Washington hanging around in this game. Another chance to pull it within 2. Big hit by Cortez. Cortez is sent back to hoops. Gaffigan now in the lane. Doesn't like their shooting options this time. Miguel goes hard on Rankin. Gaffigan tries to get around Esparza a couple times. Del Fuente makes a beat on neutral. High pass over the top to Mulcahy. Mulcahy finishes. It is 10-8 here in game 2.
That's that composure. Miguel Esparza, really fantastic player in the MLQ, one of the top players. And Gaffigan just kind of like went around. Esparza was hanging on and hanging off of Gaffigan, but kept a cool head, put it off to Mulcahy, and Mulcahy got an easy goal.
Starting beaters back in for San Antonio. Stewart and Blackwood as well, along with Kat Hay and Izzy Ramirez, who stay in the game. Kind of shows that this team means business. They're looking to end this thing. They do not want a game 3. That's the last thing you want to have to do going into Sunday. Kat Hay's going to pop it back to Jay Stewart. Stewart's working on McConaughey. McConaughey struggling to keep in front. Jay Stewart does it himself.
Wow. Just that high stepping all the way back.
but there's a card coming, I think, against San Antonio. It's not going to be on Stewart, and if it's in the beater game, it could be costly, and we could see Washington getting very close here.
Oh.
If there's no call, obviously San Antonio opens up a 3-goal lead once again on the back of a one-man effort there from Jay Stewart.
Yeah, Jay Stewart, just absolutely so electric. And Jay Stewart's wondering if he gets the high contact because of wraparound on the neck.
So, like we said, it's a beater foul, and it's a no-goal, and now Washington has a 30-second beater power play to get within 1 in this game before the flag runner period starts.
It has just been the slow grind from Washington to come back into this game and put it in within 2 of the Soldados. I don't think a lot of people, when we are almost at the 20-minute mark, that this game would be this close where it is right now.
We do have an actively running clock on the scoreboard, so I think we're a little short of the 20-minute mark. But yeah, about 18 minutes in right now. Shane McConaughey going to walk the ball up. Only a 30-second power play. It's only a blue card, so they do have to run this offense a little bit on the quicker side.
Daniel Williams back into the game after that amazing first shift that he had.
Yep. All right, Stars trying to get by Blackwood. Uses a screen from Rachel Williams. Oh, hits the shot. It is a 1-goal game here.
1-goal game. Riley Stars got him seeing stars.
Blackwood, though, is going to have a chance to go in transition. All the dodgeballs are on the ground. Over to Cat Hay. Cat Hay bobbles. Riley Stars looking to close out. It's going to be McConaughey. Jay Stewart looking to make a repeat of an earlier play and just spins Riley Stars and floats it middle hoop.
Wow, spin to win for Jay Stewart. Putting another goal up on for San Antonio. Had Stars seen stars from that spin move.
Yeah, had to get that answer because everything was coming up Washington for a minute there. Now it's back to 2-goal lead, but we are rapidly approaching 20. Bourne misses a beat there on Nunez, who's now going to get to press. Jay Stewart jumps in the passing lane. Jay Stewart is off and running. Rips it over to Blackwood, who just gives it back to Stewart. Stewart rips. Jay Stewart does not want to play a Game 3 here.
He does not want to play a Game 3 from Jay Stewart to Blackwood. That chemistry that's right there, you see it. You see it on the game. Absolutely phenomenal. Those two have amazing chemistry with each other, and you can see it here just continuing to build in this Washington series.
Last possession here for Washington. Control still with Nunez and Williams. Stars would love a goal. I think would probably settle for control. Rachel Williams gets pressed. Stars goes over the top to McConaughey. Daniel Williams, though, has the beat. And that's, I believe, the 20-minute stoppage. Yes, it will be. Jay Stewart was just waiting for a whistle. That was just not coming.
That was just not coming, but now we're at the 20-minute mark, and San Antonio, absolutely. This Jay Stewart and Blackwood line, absolutely phenomenal. Again, with number 20 as well, Villalba.
Yes. Yeah, like you said, a lot of experience together. They're getting out in transition. They're jumping passing lanes. When things are just getting the slightest bit stale there for San Antonio, when obviously it seems like they might not be getting their coach back on the field, at least for this game. We haven't seen Boys since they picked up the knock. Needed someone to step up, and Jay Stewart has done just that, obviously, with the help of the rest of the line. Now we go in the flag runner pitch game. We've talked about Washington, not being necessarily stars in the flag runner game. John Alvarez caught in the first one. Looking to do the same thing again. And obviously, Levon from Washington, the young seeker, the less experienced seeker, who picked up that costly card in Game 1 that really set back their opportunities for a catch, is going to have to try to redeem themselves if Washington wants to try to force a Game 3.
Oh, yeah. Like, the score is so close right now, but if Levon hopefully learns from that early card that they got, that very costly card, hopefully can have an opportunity here with the flag runner and be able to get a catch and bring Washington closer into this game as we have a set score of 180.
So dodgeball control does stay with San Antonio. Alvarez is going to get the start this time after last time. I think it was Cortez that got the start, but Alvarez with the catch. Rachel Williams is going to get the start in the Seeger game for Washington.
This UTSA line has been absolutely cooking with Daniel Williams also there to support in the beating game. Just absolutely wild, and you can tell the chemistry is all there, and just the ball movement and utilization of just knowing each other and each other's presence has been absolutely wild to watch, and has really been bringing San Antonio just a little bit further ahead away from the clawing back Washington Admirals.
Yeah. Conborn and Athilish now back in the game, the starters, who did a good job dealing with Daniel Williams and Baltimore Nunez in the first shift, but now facing their control again. We'll see how these teams try to play it. I think it's might be some defensive seeking here out of Washington. Dodgeballs right now are all in the quad ball game. No, now San Antonio starts to form a bubble. Jay Stewart looking to take on McConaughey. Now it's no dodgeballs anywhere in the quad ball game. Jay Stewart, though, can't get it to go. Shane McConaughey with the stuff. Bodies flying everywhere, but I think it's bodies flying over their own teammates, if I'm being honest with you. Alvarez getting plenty of time here with the flag runner.
Shane McConaughey able to get the head right in the way of Jay Stewart's dunk. You can't dunk through a face. So
Daniel Williams waiting for the throwback from Colin Bourne. Colin Bourne returns the favor with a big beat. It is going to be dodgeballs just kind of scattered. Now Baltimore Nunez is in the defensive possession. Zan Siddiqui's going to have some space to work, though. Floater goes high. No, sorry, I cannot see Riley Stars from my angle. There's going to be a conversation because Alex Amadal called that a goal, but every single player on the field kind of kept playing like it did not go through the hoop.
Yeah, so we will see with the goal ref to see if that was a good goal or not. But every single player, Shane McConaughey, definitely played as if there was no goal there. But we'll see what the refs decide with. Alvarez still right around the flag runner.
Got some good looks. Probably going to continue to get some good looks here.
Oh yeah. Colin Bourne loaded with the bludger advantage right here. Might have another dodgeball check.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of experienced beaters in the game, obviously, but also a lot of experienced beaters in our AR group, to say the least. So they also know what it's like to not have properly pumped up dodgeballs.
Yep.
And the problem is, obviously, the heat of the day today, we definitely got a little hot out here. We saw the balls expand. We had to take air out of them. Feels like we might be getting to the opposite now as things cool down a little bit.
As things cool down, and just that little bit of air pressure does really make a difference in throwing mechanics and in really gripping that dodgeball.
So Daniel Williams is going to have to go get the third dodgeball, which means John Alvarez is not going to get an opportunity here. I believe it was called... Yeah, the goal was called no good. Pass goes high. Daniel Williams just throwing away the third dodgeball on a successful beat attempt as John Alvarez is getting very close here. Rachel Williams comes into play, immediately beat out by Daniel Williams. Alvarez getting closer and closer as Stewart patiently runs the offense. Looks for Sosa. Sosa and Rankin are going to be coming at each other. Rankin, I think, is going to get a card for back contact, but the play is going to continue. Jay Stewart puts Riley Stars on skates, but misses the pass to Matt Blackwood. Blackwood now has possession. Riley Stars again can't convert the hit, and it's going to be Blackwood who finishes. They're going to go back, probably give Rankin that card. It's going to be negated by the goal. And it's going to be a 4-goal lead here for San Antonio.
What are they putting in the water at UTSA? The spin move is this like a drill in which that they're all doing the spin move? Blackwood being able to put the spin move and going in and being able to finish for that goal. The spin move between Jay Stewart and Blackwood is making me spin.
Yeah, I mean, but hey, how about Texas State too? Because we saw Izzy Ramirez put that spin move on in the game one.
Very true.
And then pick out Cat Hay with the quick pass.
Yeah, that was amazing. Can't wait to see if we can see a little sneaky play like that again. Again, from a first-year player for Ramirez. Goal is called no good for Soldados.
But, so that means that the Julia ranking card that I just explained was probably going to get ruled off is now actually going to be a yellow card, which means Alyssa Villalba is going to get the ball back, and San Antonio is going to get a second chance at this goal. Floated past to Blackwood, gets knocked down. McConaughey gets the stop. Big swing and momentum there as the goal is not converted for San Antonio. And now a home run ball attempt. Oh, it gets all the way to Siddiqui.
Oh, no!
Siddiqui! It still got it, but I don't know how that Hail Mary got to him. All he had to do was pick it up and score it, and now Jay Stewart goes the other way. It's a 20-point swing as Sosa finishes. What a turn of events.
What a term of events. Siddiqui not able to pick it up and put it out. And Jay Stewart sends a QB pass over to number 12, Melissa Souza. And Riley Starr is putting a big hit, just making sure that Souza is okay, just giving Souza just a second as Riley Starr is completely laid out. But Souza taking on the contact and finishing the goal.
So, teams asking about set score. Not a lot has changed in this game. San Antonio has 1 goal since we started this period. I don't think Washington has scored since we started this period.
I don't believe they have, but we got Riley Stars and Mulcahy on the pitch at the same time with Siddiqui. So Washington's really trying to push on this quad ball game.
Yeah, Rankin's going to be released after the goal. Alex Amadal ready to start play. Daniel Williams protecting 2 dodgeballs here. Makes the beat on Comborn. Meanwhile, quad ball play continues. Jay Stewart's going to try to make a wrap on Mulcahy. Ball's out to Siddiqui. Siddiqui, the floater, makes up for the last one, gets it to go. Conversation here. I think Christian Cortez might have snuck up and grabbed it. I'll be honest, I was not watching the flag runner play.
I was not watching the flag runner play as well, but Cortez is spinning the flag in his hand. Got the jump rope celly going so far. We'll see if this is a good catch for Cortez and the San Antonio Soldados.
Yeah, it would put them 2 away from the semifinals. But going to be a lengthy conversation.
Lengthy conversation in terms of what we have here. Next game coming up as Minneapolis is warming up will be Boston, Minneapolis, game number 3, as they've had the series of the day so far with their game 2 with a comeback by Minneapolis to force the game 3.
Catch by Christian Cortez is good. San Antonio now 2 goals away from the semifinals. Washington really gave it their all, stayed close, but now it's going to take a large comeback against a very talented squad who loves to score goals is the real problem. They're going to need to string together a lot of stops to stay in this game.
Yeah, as now number 11 for the San Antonio Soldados substitutes into the game, David Avila, who had a hat trick at the beginning of this game. So and then Jay Stewart. There's just so much talent and so much scoring power here on this roster.
Yep, and obviously Nunez and Williams still in the game. Avia in the lane, Stars staying in front. Now Stewart, but now it's Mulcahy who can step up to that. Obviously the physicality here on the field for Washington. Stewart makes a move, shoots high. Cat Hay handles the rebound so cleanly, and that is why this team is just so hard to stop. 1 goal to win here for San Antonio.
Every single one of them can make that shot, and Hayes is no exception.
Home run ball to Liz Stone there. Liz Stone does finish around Villalba, gets caught, but now it's just one more. San Antonio selling out. Daniel Williams looking to make a hit. No, there's just no dodgeballs back. Avia. Oh, I think that might have gone through the hoop if Villalba didn't try to handle the pass.
I think so too. Oh, that would have been a golden goal there.
And it's going to be Collinborn cleaning it up. San Antonio's going to have to do it again. They do have control still, though. Okay, he's taking their time on the ground. Getting it up now. Once again, Brian just handling the quad ball however he feels as he walks up the pitch.
He's trying to feel it out, you know, just get a good feel and good grip.
Okay, he over to Rankin. He goes back to Jun. Again, that young player is just a little bit more time on their season. Or, you know, potentially a lot more if they can get 7 straight goals here. Jun has the ball. Daniel Williams pressed high. And Liz Stone again. Liz Stone has racking up the goals right here. Admirals stringing a couple together. But like we said, they have to keep stringing together the stops.
Yeah, got to keep stringing together those stops. Mulcahy now at the hoops, not a point. So we'll have to see how Mulcahy can handle the pressure from behind and the absolute scoring power that is up front with Jay Stewart now with the ball.
Cat Hay setting a screen on Stone. Stone moves back into the play. Oh, Jay Stewart thought they snuck one back behind Rankin. Rankin gets back to it. We play on here. Now things start to get a little tight for San Antonio, just needing the one more goal.
Jay Stewart now substituting off for Miguel Esparza. They're coming in with some of the experienced players to really try to finish this off.
Yeah, and a young player air there from John, just airmails a pass. It's going to be San Antonio going in transition. Julian Neutral almost does enough to keep it alive. Pass across to Villa. Can McKay stop him? No, he cannot. David Avila finishes middle hoop. San Antonio punches their ticket to the semifinals.
Soldados with the scoring power, absolutely phenomenal. They put on a show, and they finished it off. Avila got a few goals, I think a hat trick at the beginning, and finishes off with a golden goal to finish us here in Game 2.
Yes, you know, I think Washington really gave San Antonio everything they could handle this series. This game only ended up a +3 for San Antonio in the quad ball game. But it's, you know, a combination of John Alvarez and Christian Cortez in the flag runner game, getting both catches, made both games just a little more comfortable for the San Antonio team. They have a lot of work to do, though, because they have some talented teams coming up, and Washington showed how tough it is to win games here in the MLQ bracket.
Yeah, 100%. With only a quad ball differential of 3 goals is absolutely phenomenal for Washington, and the competition only gets stiffer from here on out for San Antonio. So can their offense hold on? And they outscore everybody else? Only time will tell.
Yeah, we're going to sign off here for a few minutes. We're going to be back, Game 3, Boston, Minneapolis. Our game of the night, potentially. But we'll give it a few minutes. Let's throw it to a splash screen. We'll be right back. We hope you tune in just a little bit. Not many more exciting concepts in quad ball than Game 3, under the lights, do or die, quarterfinals, MLQ. We are here in Buffalo, New York. One of these two teams about to punch its ticket to the semifinals. One of these teams about to head home for the off season. For Minneapolis, they have never gone farther than this game. One win away from the semis. For Boston, so many years, so much domination, but now a new young crew has to take that final step. They couldn't do it in Game 2. They're looking to do it in Game 3. Richardson wins the runoff with Meyer. Carson Olazaba holds. It's all the balls once again for Boston, as they've had every game.
Absolutely phenomenal start. Boston getting the first touch of the game.
Mayer in the lane. Mayer and Meyer, one on each team. They have been difference makers for their teams. Will Richardson, looking to be a difference maker behind the hoops, just kicks it back up to Olazaba. Gunnar has a 1.5, has a wrap on Narvison, but the no offense is happening in the meantime. It's been no dodgeball for the better part of 10 seconds now. Will Richardson might take their chance against Joe Goulet, pops it over to Olazaba, beat by Nathan Podolsky, and now Goulet considers running on Aaron McCready, who just falls back. Dodgeball control is won in that possession. It is a huge win all around from Minneapolis there on defense.
Minneapolis getting a huge win out of that. It feels like Boston's just trying to get a feel for Minneapolis and feeling like they don't want to make a mistake here. So there was a little bit of a hesitancy on that offense.
And this Boston first line has struggled to score all night. Goulet can't get that one to go. Goulet, a great shooter, but that one just goes a little low. There's going to be a lot of tightness. There's going to be a lot of nerves in this game. It is high stakes, and we already saw a lot of tightness and nerves as Game 2 went to golden goal. Hard to say if this game could even begin to live up to that one.
Yeah, Minneapolis really riding that high coming into this, and they've decided to stick with this new starting line that they had in Game 2 with Goulet.
Mayer, a late shot there. Olazaba gets the rebound first. Meyer chasing. Haven't really had a chance to talk about his impact on this series so far, but suffice to say, not that he needed a name made for himself, but he remade a name for himself over the last 2 games. Jade Gray's got the ball up top. Meyer shading the Olazaba side. Going to eat a beat from Tom DeMuth. No, it's going to be called clear. Mayer's going to settle down the offense. 2 minutes in, 0 goals. Kind of been a theme as we get a stall warning from Athena Mayer. Not a lot of goals early in the series.
Oh!
Will Richards is going to jump a beat from Podolsky, but then can't track down the ball. It's going to be a turnover.
Yeah, I couldn't quite track down that ball, but an amazing jump. Again, Boston not really finding a whole lot, not getting into the lane there, still feeling it out, trying to transition that ball around. Minneapolis able to get the turnover, and at least on the last possession, Goulet went for the shot, at least trying to get the ball in there, but Boston maintaining a little bit reserved here at the moment, trying to feel out this Minneapolis.
Tom DeMuth looks to win an exchange with Podolsky. It does do it, so it's going to be an opportunity. I think they're going to have to talk about it, though, because Podolsky took a long time to respond to that beat. It definitely affected the goal. This ref crew is going to have a conversation as we remain scoreless, at least up until the call that's about to happen.
Yeah, at least until the goal that is about to happen. But if it is a good goal, Minneapolis, that is great momentum coming from Game 2, coming into this and gaining that first blood.
Yeah. And again, a slow start. We're about to tick to the 3-minute mark. We remain scoreless. In fairness, only Minneapolis' second possession of the game. But that's been this series. I believe Game 1 was 1-0 at about the 8 or 9 minute mark.
We have 2 fouls on the play. First, legal interaction. Playing after beat. Minneapolis, 86. It's a blue card. 30 seconds in the box until Boston scores. Second, unsporting conduct. Boston, 52. It's a blue card. 30 seconds in the box until Minneapolis scores.
Both beaters going into the box now. 1 beater each. 1 for Boston, 1 for Minneapolis. No
Goal is called no good because of those interactions. So DeMuth not able to keep his calm as the refs were getting a little late figuring that one out. But he's going to get enough at least to make it no goal. And we're going to tick over 3 minutes, 0-0 here in this Game 3. Not a ton of Game 3s have been played in the quarterfinals of MLQ. A number of years back, Charlotte took a Game 1 of a series against New York coming up from the play-in bracket. But Games 2 and Games 3 not as close as that game. Game 3 a bit of a walkover. a couple years after that, the Washington Admirals took a game off of the Austin Outlaws. It was an extremely strong Washington team that finished third in the division, came up from the play-ins, won a game against Austin, but didn't have enough in the tank coming all the way out of the play-in bracket to take them down in game 3, so Austin did survive. But in the 2v2, in the second place for second place games, we actually have had less of these game 3s than you'd expect. Joe Goulet goes for the strip. It just falls in the hands of Mayer, who's able to slow it down. There's only 2 beaters in the game. Aaron McCrady's the lucky one who gets to have 2 dodgeballs. Cody Narvison's playing the possession by themselves. Pass goes behind. Jade Gray tries to get it out, but not to be. Nice stop again by Minneapolis.
Oh, that was fantastic pressure there by Minneapolis. Meyer gained a little bit of pressure now, but now it's all is well now as they bring it up onto offense.
Yeah. Third possession here for Minneapolis. Both beaters come back in. It was, I believe, DeMuth who's going to get a ball. Yes, DeMuth's going to get a ball, so the control does stay with Boston. Like I said, McCready, I think, would just happen to be the lucky beater that had 2 near them. Meyer working on Olazaba. Really quiet start to this game 3. 2 teams filling themselves out after a couple hours of playing each other at this point. Meyer now hitting the lane. Meyer shoots top hoop. Called no good. Athena Mayer comes up with it. Now it's a press by Podolsky. Oh, a great pass. Athena Mayer's now through the lane. I think that beat by Podolsky. Oh, Will Richardson jumps the beat. Fighting through. Bounce pass to Athena Mayer. Joe Goulet's going to fall on it.
No call on the play. Everyone takes a deep breath coming out of that. That was incredible. But we did see on the last Minneapolis offense that there were 2 screens that was given to Max Meyer, which is so much smarter than what Max Meyer was doing before, just trying to play it all by himself. So those screens were not as solid as I would like them to be, but if they clean them up, it's going to be nonstop.
In the lane, the push shot to the near hoop. Minneapolis strikes first in game 3.
Wow, what a shot from Goulet. The golden goal, and gets another amazing shot here right off the T-bar.
D'Onofrio looking to run in transition. Nobody ever steps. Shot goes wide.
Calling wide for number 23.
I do think D'Onofrio knew it, but
yeah. But you know what? There's a little bit of acting involved in the quadball. Everyone's taking their acting classes, trying to get that little bit of advantage, trying to get that call to go their way from the refs.
Havlin and Shu in the game with control. It would be their last ever games in a Boston uniform if they can't get the win here.
Oh, a lot of emotions got to be going through on the Boston sideline there, especially for this beating pair, this legendary
It's the Archibald
pair.
Ball on the near side. Terry Carlson steps up, gets it across to Ben Zimmett, up to Ryan Mejio. Mejio is a drive-in dish merchant in game 2, has to slow the ball down here. Now a press attempt. Havlin takes an exchange. It's not going to cost them control. I don't think McDowell realizes where the third dodgeball was. Steinberg, a big hit there on Mejio. Havlin wins an exchange. D'Onofrio's off and running. It's going to be up to Zimmett to stop him. Can't get there. We're not up at 1.
D'Onofrio gets it back from a missed wide shot, going all the way, hand through hoop, and gets it. Huge hit by Steinberg. You know, that is a big size mismatch that we see between Steinberg and Mejio, but you just got to be willing. It's that mindset to get your head into that tackle.
Yeah. And we've seen the story a number of times, right? The second line at Boston is when the offense starts popping. 0 goals for the first line, same as in game 1. And now immediately D'Onofrio's out there running in transition. Shu looking to press Mejio. D'Onofrio off the hoops. Now he's going to take off once again. Has to get by Carlson. Havlin's going to have to help him. Oh, Carlson took the ball, but it's not going to matter.
Not going to matter.
We're taking a breath.
Yeah, we're taking a breath.
7 minutes. We're going to have to sub a half court. 1-1. Game 3. Boston, Minneapolis. Near side. Oh, as low as it passed. Steinberg can't handle it clean. Everything is a little muggy out here. I feel sweat on my hands, and I haven't even been playing. As Emma Persons rips a pass. Luis Nikolai crashing on the hoop. Boston has its first lead in game 3.
And fantastic goal there. That is the passing that you wanted. D'Onofrio really coming in here and really getting that sidearm, that zip onto the pass, and really bringing that fresh legs here into game 3.
Ball goes over on the far side to Zimmett. Cleary and McDowell now the beating pair playing against Havlin and Shu. Steinberg, another clean wrap. Max Havlin, another free turnover. Once again, the second line from Boston is popping. Havlin trying to run a 1.5. Unfortunately, their quadball players couldn't actually bring the ball up because of pressure from Carlson. Now McDowell's troubling Shu. The beaters and the chasers are not in line. They need to realize it. They need to slow it down, let Havlin and Shu back in the play. Now Havlin's going to run back up. Nikolai has the ball in the near wing. D'Onofrio's behind. It's a 2-2 here from Minneapolis. Zimmett trails Nikolai all the way behind. D'Onofrio considering getting in the lane. Tries to rip a shot. Zimmett on that one. Another stop for Minneapolis.
Great stop. They're really getting their hands up here on this defense. It has been a shot blocking clinic here by Minneapolis here in Game 3 so far.
And you know Havlin is feeling good when they don't bother to go back into their own zone to play defense. Now they'll be forced back. Schluter and Podolsky now teaming up to take on Havlin and Shu. 2-1 the score in favor of the Forge. Pass over. Oh! As Nikolai flying across, somehow getting a hand in the way of Archibald. Pass is picked off by Steinberg. Steinberg has the option to run, is going to do so. Flies it over to Persons. Persons to D'Onofrio. D'Onofrio scores again. Oh. The young BU talent is starting to get away with this game for Boston.
Oh, this is fantastic. This is what we saw in Game 1, and we're bringing it back. The legs, the depth, the coaching that you've gotten from this legendary team, this legendary franchise, and I'm super impressed by Steinberg being able to come here on defense, gain huge hits, huge steals. Steinberg leading the way on this defense, but everyone is doing their 1 of 6 part.
Yeah, Mejio bringing the ball down. It's now a 2-goal lead for Boston. Havlin and Shu get pushed back. Steinberg trying to keep in front of Mejio. These two matched up a lot in college when Harvard and Creighton were two of the premier programs. Oh, Mejio slips. Shu cleans it up. Steinberg continues to work wonders on the defensive half.
This turf is getting slippery as the night goes on. It's getting a little bit muggy out here. The balls are getting slippery. The cleats are slipping. So you really got to get your footing right before you make a hard cut like that.
10-minute mark. It's now 3-1 in favor of Boston. It's trying to set up another half court. It's been all control for Shu and Havlin. Persons rips a shot, push shot, good. It's a 4-0 run from Boston. I'm starting to wonder when the timeout's going to come from Minneapolis.
Oh my
because it has been all yellow since this second line has stepped on the pitch.
Yeah, as soon as this second line stepped on, it has been nonstop pressure and nonstop goals here from the Boston in yellow. Absolutely phenomenal play, but again, by this line too. The storyline is golden here for this line too for Boston.
The line is the storyline at this point. Now Max Meyer checks back into the game and is going to need to be the storyline like he was in Game 2. A quiet first shift. We saw that shot go slightly awry. Shu's going to press Meyer. Meyer's almost definitely going to be out here. No, Shu's actually going to just move back into the press. Oh, Havlin gets caught off guard by Schluter.
Oh.
Finally, it's control back to Minneapolis. A big win there for the Beaters. Oh, Havlin took it right back.
A missed beat on Havlin.
Oh! Meyer will not say die and rips a shot to the top hoop.
Wow, that was an incredible shot by Max right there. Max Meyer, absolutely phenomenal. And then Havlin coming back with him talking in Max Meyer's ear as they were coming back on defense.
I think our ARs just want to make sure everything was happening right here. Havlin had an assigned dodgeball. Question is, were they able to get another assigned dodgeball before Cody Narveson could have an assigned dodgeball?
Yeah, that's the question.
But
here.
hey, better that this ref crew gets everything right. We've got a great staff, a lot of experienced beaters.
Yes.
Talk it out, make the right call. This game's been moving well. Obviously, we have Chris LeCompte in charge, and just want to make sure this is a big call. You know, it basically determines who's getting dodgeball control.
Yep.
Here.
Who's getting that bludger advantage here? That's huge in this game. If Minneapolis is going to try to claw their way back and get back that 2-goal deficit, but looking like Max Havlin has the ball currently right now, but we'll see what the refs come down with. Max Meyer coming into the game being absolutely electric. The game changes for Minneapolis as soon as Max Meyer steps onto the field, ripping a shot through the top hoop.
Yeah,
Max Meyer is a huge presence.
A lot of role players, but it's been a series of stars. It's been the impact that Haviland Shu has had. It's been the impact that Athena Mayer has had,
Yes.
and Max Meyer has had, obviously Joe Goulet had down the stretch of Game 2. It's been individual moments over and over that have defined this series. Tremple's immediate pull in Game 1 was a star moment that basically put that one away. So both teams are getting an unsporting conduct call. The unfortunate thing is it was a bench foul against Minneapolis, right? So they could have chosen to put a chaser in the box, but their speaking captain is one of their beaters on the pitch right now. So it ends up being a beater foul against both teams, and we're for the second time this game playing one-on-one beaters. This time the extra dodgeball happens to be on Schluter's side. They're both gonna run for it though. Schluter's gonna give.
What a catch! What a catch!
But meanwhile, Athena Mayer is gonna get to score through. Athena Mayer just got passed back, but doesn't have a hoop to score through. In the end, though, I think this is gonna result in a Boston goal because I think it's gonna be a call on a dislodged hoop.
We will see. We will see. The arm was up for our head ref.
I think what's really interesting there is that it shows how much Minneapolis is prioritizing trying to get some control back from Haviland and Shu. Ben Schluter could have played defense on that possession and said, I'm just going to run and just take exchanges with Lulu Shu in the corner for the entire possession.
Yeah, absolutely. And now all three,
Shu's got position to get them all.
Mm-hmm. Shu's got possession of them all right now.
The problem is that if Boston does score this goal, it's going to release Narveson, which is going to leave Shu alone against Schluter and Narveson for at least a few seconds until Haviland can get back on the field.
Mm-hmm. Just getting an equipment check just to make sure that our hoops are properly spaced out here.
Also, don't want to assume any goals. We've seen some sitters missed off of these restarts from fouls. So.
Very true. Very true.
And especially, like we said, humidity, hands are definitely getting a little slick out here.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Refs just making sure the goal distances are correct. Again, never sad to see them taking the extra time.
Yep. Just making sure that everything is A-OK.
It's going to take a miracle, I think, for Meyer to stop this attempt from Dylan. Yeah. Meyer just goes hard to the far hoop, and Dylan says, okay, I'll take the middle one.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, 5-2. Shu's trying to keep all three. Has two still, but now, it's a misbeat by Schluter. Shu's been able to keep the ball dodgeballs. And Haviland's back in the play. Oh, my God. It goes so wrong for Narveson and Schluter.
Oh, that went so bad for both of them. And Lulu Shu able to maintain to both against two beaters. Insane. Adding to their legendary status.
Yeah, past the 12-minute mark. It's a 3-goal lead for Boston. Meyer working to get through on Olazaba. Mayer shading heavily on Goulet. Beat on Haviland, just going to throw back. Goulet always a threat to shoot. Mayer meeting very high. Meyer now with the ball. Call of hands up on the Boston side. They know that there are shooters abounding. Goulet shoots. Oh, it's Ethan Dillon flying through the air. Ethan Dillon looking to run transition. Narveson is back. Dillon might need to slow this down. It is that first line back in for Boston. Again, no goals scored in their first shift. 5 goals from the second line that got Boston out in charge of this one. Can we see a more effective shift?
We will have to see. But the great hands-up call by the Boston defense, as that was a block shot right there for Dillon to go the other way.
Gray over to Dillon. Dillon rips one. Olazaba. Oh, Max Meyer!
Max Haviland! An amazing beat from nowhere, cross pitch, hitting Max Meyer.
Yeah, it seemed like Meyer was gone, but not to be. We see Meyer run away with a ton of those, but Haviland a will not die attitude here in game 3. Makes a hard beat on Goulet. Mayer's going to find the lane. Shot goes through. I think they're going to be called beat before. Now Meyer's going to get to run. Beaters are behind the play. Meyer gets to do what they couldn't do on the earlier possession. Puts it through 5-3.
Yeah, Dylan got caught up there on transition on defense as the ref was just quite in the way. But that's just a heads-up play from Max Meyer, able to utilize objects on the pitch, being able to utilize what is there and just setting up. Dylan didn't see the ref. It's not his fault, but just got caught up in the traffic.
Heaven Shoe going to take a break. It's going to be up to DeMuth and McCready now as we tick past 14 minutes, 5-3 in favor of Boston. Do or die, game 3, quarterfinals. Dylan settling it down, gets it across to Mayer. Steinberg is now checked into the game, so they are switching up the green headband. Not keeping that full first line together. Dodgeball's on the ground. High pass to Gray. Oh, a nice bat over to Dylan as McDowell makes the beat. Dylan's able to find Steinberg. Steinberg, I think.
They're calling no good.
It's blocked by Meyer. Meyer now looking to run end to end. I'm not sure DeMuth sees him. Oh, and that volleyball swat, I think, might have gone over that hoop. I think the refs are going to have to talk about it. Yeah, they're going to call it no good. I believe that is the right call there. Meyer now looking to get in. Back across to Goulet. Goulet this time makes the volleyball swat. It's back to 5-4.
That is a spike down through the top hoop. Goulet getting another goal for the Max Meyer-Goulet duo. Fantastic playing here by Minneapolis as we get some new fresh feet. We have Brady Charles stepping onto the pitch in the quad ball game.
Yeah, possibly the first time we've seen Charles, I think, all series.
Yes, I think so.
Dylan looking to hit the lane, was considering a shot, goes back to Steinberg instead. Jade Gray is parking themselves at the far hoop. It's a good pass, but Gray does get turned around by it, so can't get it off immediately. Gets it back to Nikolai. Nikolai needs to go high. Goes high to Dylan.
Whoa! Couldn't get it through the hoop.
And now it's a race. Can they keep it in play? A back heel by Gray. And Cleary takes a beat from DeMuth. Huge plays by Boston.
Huge plays, and now the dodgeball advantage is now with Boston. Can they slow this down and take advantage of this dodgeball advantage?
Dylan has the ball, 16 minutes. A floater there by Dylan. This time it's knocked down by a beat. Mayo might have overcommitted on Steinberg. Dylan hits the shot. It was just that little over bit of commitment by Mejio through the defense for a loop and able to capitalize it is Dylan. But dodgeball control did get switched. DeMuth is not happy about the call. 6-4 now for Boston.
Dodgeball advantage is with Minneapolis right now. Steinberg able to take Mejio just for a little bit of a run, putting it up top with Dylan and being able to rip a shot there.
I mean, Mejio, Steinberg's been winning the Steinberg-Mejio battle all night, especially in this game. Had a really good shift against them earlier, and now as we get closer and closer to 20 minutes, this time though a screen's going to help out Mejio. Yeah, it's clear he was able to push DeMuth out of the play as a screen frees up Mejio. Mejio hits the shot, 6-5.
That's exactly what they needed. That screen on the point defender right there on Steinberg, because Mejio hasn't been able to get around Steinberg yet tonight. And that's exactly what Mejio needs in order to get into that wheelhouse and make those dishes.
A well-executed play there in the half court by Minneapolis. Emma Persons now has the ball. It's been a bit of control here for Cleary and McDowell against DeMuth and McCready. Zimmett marking Nikolai high, gets the pass across to Persons. Patience here from Boston. 17 and a half minutes in. Pass goes behind Tommy Flathers, who just checked into the game for the first time. Nikolai rips a shot, goes high. Mejio recovers the rebound. Oh, that's an aggressive throw by Tom DeMuth. It's going to be no dodgeballs. Mejio running in transition. There's no Steinberg to stop him. There's no one to stop him. Does his best Jay Stewart impression. The backhanded dunk, we are level at 6.
We are level at 6. Minneapolis has clawed their way back. That is what Mejio wanted. He wanted that transition offense, being able to get that one hard step, get through, and take the body.
Gunner gets in the play for the first time. Like we said, that aggressive beat by DeMuth did get control back for Boston. It just came at the cost of a goal. High pass by Dylan there, the Flathers. 1.5 run by Gunner. Meredith now handles it very, very well. Dylan over to Nikolai. Beat comes in. It's no good. Can't tell if it was beat before, just a missed shot. Either way, Minneapolis has a chance to take their first lead in quite some time. I think since 1-0.
Yeah, fantastic beating defense. Just being able to have their head on a swivel and being able to see where that quad ball is and make the beat.
Almost at 19 minutes here. Gunnar and McCready trying to hold down control. Obviously going to matter a lot in the flag runner and pitch game, which has been decisive in back-to-back games in this series. And Max Haviland's even calling for control, and McCready makes a beat to maintain it. Gunnar's going to get a press opportunity. He's met the kick. McCready just gets rid of Carlson. But still, it's the effort play by Bitsy Archibald. No, it's going to be Luis who's able to fall on the play. Throwback there. Gunnar does not make a mistake on third dodge.
Oh!
Big hit by Carlson to stop the fast break.
Big hit by Carlson to slow this Boston offense.
Yep. Now I think Boston might look to go a little slow. Can they hold for the last possession here becomes the question. Nikolai back to Dylan. Dylan tries a shot pass. Either way, Evan Person's going to come down with it. It's going to be a 1.5 from Gunnar. This is almost definitely going to be the last possession as Flathers gathers. Oh, no, it went out of play. They might have just given Minneapolis one last possession. They're going to say the possession, I think, did not start in time. 20 minutes.
Oh, this is the game that you wanted. We are tied here at 60 all between Boston and Minneapolis in Game 3. It doesn't get more exciting than this.
Yeah, I said that the most exciting thing I could say was a Game 3 under the lights with a semifinal spot on the line. How about a Game 3 under the lights semifinal on the line that is tied as we go to 20 minutes?
Oh, man.
Two teams have given everything they can, and we know it's coming because they rested basically for the last 8 minutes. We're going to get Haviland and Shu in this game. And it's going to be a matter of, can Tremple do what they did in Game 1, what they got so close to doing so many times in Game 2, and make the catch?
3 pulls, all caught off for Tremple. Hopefully that doesn't happen this time around, So maybe fourth time's the charm, get a pull, get the win, and go home.
And obviously on the other side, Goulet is a force in the Seeker game. So, if he gets any looks, we see what he can do. Made the catch that he needed to make in that one.
Yeah, set score right now is at 120. So it's first to 60 at this point.
Monarchs break their huddle. Boston about to break theirs. Like I said, instant subs, Haviland Shu in the game. Playing for their MLQ careers. Minneapolis has never made a semifinal. They've been on the doorstep so many times. They have multiple North Division titles. They have been to so many quarterfinals. And often at the hands of the franchise that is across the field from right now, they have come up short. They are 6 points away from finally climbing the mountain.
Can they finish? Max Meyer, can he will this into existence? Can Goulet get a catch and finish this off? We will see as Max Haviland and Lulu Shu have dodgeball advantage currently right now as we go into the secret.
Up against Narveson and Podolsky, it looks like. Ball, as we said, is with Minneapolis. They're going to get first opportunity. Chris Lecomte setting the stakes one last time here. First to 60 will go to the semifinals. Tremple and Goulet getting ready to go in the flag runner game. Mejio bringing it up slow. He's going to play alongside Meyer, Archibald, and Schwartz. Early beat there by Podolsky on Tremple. Big block to start for Haviland. It's going to be Tremple. No, it was an unfortunate block into a position where Podolsky could once again clear out Tremple. Quadball game. Schwartz hits it. Minneapolis has a lead. Haviland misses a beat. Shu is there to clean it up, though.
Dodgeballs flying around as it looks like Tremble is going to get an
Tremple's
opportunity.
going to get an opportunity here. Missed beat by Haviland. Tremple beat. Shu now has to deal with Podolsky. In the quad ball game, Boston going slow. Olazaba has the ball. Olazaba considering the dunk. Does so. 7-7, first to 5. Tremple can't do much there on that attempt. It's a misbeat by Podolsky, so it's going to be a lot of time for Tremple. Now Narveson makes the beat.
Oh, Minneapolis has been doing an amazing job with only one dodgeball, just making sure and really prioritizing getting the seeker.
Goulet still trying to get their first look at the game. Tremple's getting plenty. Tremple's going to get another one here. It is going to be dodgeball control, though. Goal for Minneapolis. They lead again. Podolsky out. This is going to be the opportunity that Goulet has been looking for. Goulet, first control.
Oh!
One move. It only took one move.
Oh! Going to the camera. Goulet! What an amazing move. The Euro step went off to the side. The flag runner did not see what was happening, and he was looking right at Goulet. We'll see if this catch is good. But if it is, Minneapolis is ahead. And with this, if this is a good catch, they will only need one more goal to do what the franchise has never done before.
Yeah, ahead and on the doorstep. The catch is good. Minneapolis needs one goal to finally climb the mountain, to finally make a semifinal. They're going to have control, but it is going to be quad ball in Boston's hands.
Quad ball is in Boston's hands. Max Havlin, Lulu Shu fighting for their MLQ careers here and now.
It only took a single move from Goulet. Shu's immediately going to get control back. Boston just needs to figure out their offense now. Havlin finally gets their dodgeball. Unfortunately, it rolled a ways off pitch. Ball gets across to Olazaba. Olazaba goes high. Missed opportunities once again for Boston.
Missed opportunity there. Max Meyer there to collect it. Mejio also on the pitch as well. Two absolute scoring threats. The top scoring threats arguably here for Minneapolis on the field right now.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think Olazaba had more time than they realized they had. I don't think they need to rush that shot the way they did.
I agree.
Mejio with the ball. For literally 2 hours at this point, Boston has been on the edge of the semifinals. This is the first time Minneapolis has ever been on the edge of the semifinals. Havlin and Shu succeed on the press. Mayer looking to drive the lane. Mayer bobbles the ball, and it's going to be Minneapolis coming up with it. Boston's getting their chances to get back in this game.
Boston's getting their chances, and it's being led by none other than Max Havlin and Lulu Shu. Again, fighting for their MLQ careers right here, right now. Really putting the pressure and giving Minneapolis no wiggle room at all.
Meyer walking it down.
Goulet substitute in. Can he get a golden goal once again, back to back?
Yeah, someone's got to keep an eye on Goulet. Pass the ball, Goulet bobbles it. We talked about the sweaty hands. Everyone's getting really tight in the final minutes of this one.
The commentator curse. I feel like I'm very sorry for that, for jinxing that. Couldn't handle the pass there, but it was there. Just couldn't handle it and bobbled the pass.
Boston, another chance here. I think they've gotten 3 stops. No, I think it's possibly only 2 stops so far on this with Minneapolis on golden goal. Nikolai has the ball behind, floats over the top to Olazaba. It's overthrown. Olazaba gets there first. Meyer looking to push over the half-court line. Everybody hits the ground. Havlin's going to be there first. No, Podolsky might be. Havlin makes a big block, so it's going to be able to keep possession. It's going to be no dodgeballs, at least for a second. Yep, now it's no dodgeballs again if Mayer sees it. No, now Podolsky back in the play. They're going to need to wait for Olazaba to show back up. Patient possession here from Boston. McDowell trying to take it off Havlin. Gets beat by Shu finally. Olazaba's in the lane behind it, Dylan. Beat on Podolsky, no dodgeball. Louisa Nikolai finally makes it happen. Shu's going to fall back. Havlin's going to fall back. They're going to be able to keep control here.
1 goal down, 4 more goals to go that need to go unanswered for Boston to clinch this back. We saw Minneapolis do a comeback. Can Boston do the same?
But you wonder if the opportunity is already missed, right? Like this could be already 11-9, 11-10 instead of still 11-8. It's still a long hill to climb. Meyer gets over to Mejio. This is going to be some beater courage. No, it's going to be a Havlin press. Meyer, though, is going to have some space. This is where Meyer cooks. Oh, and I think Havlin's beat did hit. Havlin's beat did hit from distance. Havlin keeping it alive, and Polowski's going to be beat. Steinberg now in the game. Oh. Havlin doing everything they possibly can.
This is an absolute nail-biter. Max Havlin and Lulu Shu have been keeping Boston in this on defense.
Andrew Steinberg checks back in. Behind to Dylan. Rips a shot low. Cleary looking to make an exchange in transition, but Havlin and Shu being very careful with the control.
Lulu and Max Havlin have been maintaining control this entire time
basically
since the catch.
Yeah, they got it on the first play right away. Shu's now alone for a second. Now Havlin gets the press. Home run ball thrown across to Mejio. No! Oh, trips! But I think it's going to be okay. Yeah, Boston's going to be able to fall on that one.
Wow.
Scary moment there for Boston, but they're able to recover. They make, I don't know, 4th, 5th stop now on game point.
Yeah, Minneapolis.
They just need more goals.
Yeah, they just need more goals at this point. 4 more goals that need to be unanswered. Here's another offense here for Boston. Minneapolis really trying to claw and get that 1 goal. It's really hard to score on 2 amazing beaters that are fully loaded.
But what can they do offensively? Because I think Havlin and Shu are scared to commit too far into the play just because they can't afford to lose the dodgeball, because then Minneapolis can sell out on game point. Mayer over to Nikolai. Nikolai looking to go around Archibald. But gets stuffed by Goulet. Another stop for Minneapolis. Game point number 5-6 at this point now for Minneapolis. Havlin and Shu is dumb as they haven't been able to get Boston out in transition. And I mean, it's hard to fault them for that. You know, they're doing a lot on defense, but everything has had to be half court for Boston. Minneapolis has been doing a good job making it half court possessions. They only need 1 shot of some kind to go here. Steinberg is standing strong against Goulet.
Max Myers beat out and running back to hoops.
Misbeat there. There is no doubt. Oh, beat got there. Havlin's beat. I think it got there again.
If that beat came in, Max Havlin has been making these long-range beats since the catch, and it's been absolutely unreal. Max Havlin is playing out of his mind. Probably maybe one of the best in his career on this shift, making complete stops on these incredible beats alone. From cross court, if this is a great beat, that's one of the most clutch beats that there is, because that was through traffic for Max Havlin.
Lengthy conversation, obviously a big decision.
This is a big decision. This is not just MLQ careers. This is the season for Boston on the line. The careers of Max Havlin and Lulu Shu in this decision.
Goulet looks upset, so I'm not sure the call's going their way. But we just have to wait. Minneapolis has never been closer. 1 goal away, possibly 1 call away.
Goulet probably just shaking to himself, wishing that made that shot a little earlier. Again, it's milliseconds here in the MLQ. At this high level, you have milliseconds.
I do think the longer the conversation gets, the worse it is for Boston.
Oh.
Max Havlin keeps his career alive from distance.
And we play on, continuing again. My heart can't take this, Ethan.
This series has had everything.
This has had everything. There's history in this matchup, and it comes down to this.
McDowell looking to throw back. Havlin all over it. Athena Mayer was also ready to be all over it. Control goes back to Havlin and Shu.
Wow.
But again, the half courts have been eluding Boston. Athena Mayer shakes one there over the top to Dylan. Dylan considers a shot, pulls it back.
Smart move, taking it nice and slow.
We haven't seen that second pass from Boston that was unlocking Minneapolis so well in game 2.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of those multi-passes.
Steinberg's just going to check himself.
Just going to pull it back.
Yep. Over to Mayer. Mayer fakes once. Now back to Steinberg. Louisa's creeping, but Goulet definitely has that pass spotted out. Dylan just wide out there. And now Mayer's going to stop to Nikolai. Force probably a long pass. 1.5 being run. Athena Mayer has the space. Oh! Athena Mayer's shot is blocked. Oh, it's through.
They're
It's
calling
through.
it good. They're
Called
calling it good. They're calling it good for Boston.
11-9.
I thought that was an amazing beat. That would have been an incredible beat block.
Lulu Shu gets back to her control. It's another game point for Minneapolis. Boston edges closer and closer and closer. There is zero chance Havlin and Shu will be off this field until this game is over.
3 goals to go for Boston. 1 goal remains for Minneapolis.
Goulet, a big swat there. Oh, and the ball just goes right by Meyer. It's going to be a turnover. A wasted possession from Minneapolis. Oh, and it's no dodgeballs. Mayer running in transition. Over to Nikolai. Oh, and Ryan Mayhew comes flying through the zone.
Read it like a book. Great zone defense there. Heads up play. Mejio coming in right there. After a wasted offensive possession, comes back and makes up for it. Mejio substituting off right now.
One of the greatest series I think you will ever see in MLQ.
I think this is definitely one for the history books.
Goulet has the ball up top. We know the stakes. Minneapolis still needs one. Throwback from Havlin. Gets tied up. Athena Mayer needs to go. Meyer goes over the top. Pass goes wide.
They need to take more of their time. All these passes have been going wide, low, high.
Apologies if I have my mythology wrong, but Minneapolis right now is Sisyphus, just getting so close to the top of the mountain over and over and over again and getting sent back to the bottom.
It's just getting sent back down, trying to push it up again. And again, that stone that is crushing right now is Max Havlin and Lulu Shu with dodgeball advantage
They've had it
since the
the
catch.
entire time.
Pure dominance here in the beating game.
Finally some fresh legs in the quadball game. Emma Person's going to check in. Steinberg dodges a beat. Steinberg, no dodges. No, call beat. Pile up by Nikolai, but Nikolai's going to have no help, so it is going to be Minneapolis ball.
Minneapolis ball again. Can Max Meyer will this into existence? Max Meyer, the face of this Minneapolis team, or will Goulet get that golden goal in back-to-back games?
Yeah, I mean, Narveson, the coach, Meyer, the longtime veteran, Goulet, the player who came over from Creighton and started the culture change, Podolsky, the youngster out of Michigan, they're all on the field. They're all just looking for one more goal. Havlin has dodgeball control taken away finally by Podolsky. Goulet is going to get a chance here. Goulet in the lane, rips it right at Dylan. And there's going to be a call against Minneapolis. Unbelievable is all we can say about this game at this point.
Ethan, I've said this during this series multiple times and even at the analyst booth. I am speechless. There has just been so many opportunities for Minneapolis, and each one has been thwarted by this Boston second line. And again, by Max Havlin and Lulu Shu.
I think Joe Goulet is all of us right now. We all just need a breath. Can we all take a nap and get back and play the rest of this game out? Because, oh my God.
No. It looks like Goulet is taking an injury substitution here.
So Minneapolis is going to get a beater foul. They finally got dodgeball control. They give it back immediately. Goulet is out injured. It's going to be a beater power play for Boston. A chance to get one step closer here.
3 goals to go for Boston. Need to be unanswered.
Yeah.
Minneapolis has 1 goal to go to make history for their franchise.
Honestly, it's bold to say anything at this point, the way this game has gone, but I think Boston has to convert on this power play if they hope to win this series. It's no dodgeball. It's Dylan running. They have Steinberg. The pass goes high. Mejio, the one-arm tackle. Now Dylan's going to get another chance.
Ooh!
Shot ripped through. There's going to be a conversation.
There's going to be a conversation here now if that goal went through, or if that shot went through. Oh, man. My heart is absolutely racing right now in this series. Boston holding on to dear life. Minneapolis just trying to get one more goal for history for their franchise, just trying to will it into existence. No goal called for Boston. There's still 3 more goals to go.
Minneapolis going to call a timeout. I think, like you said, I think we all need this breather.
Yeah, we all need this breather right now. All of the spectators, especially this commentating crew, we need a breather right now. Oh, man, get the heart rate to slow down. Absolutely wild. This game has had everything. Dodgeball blocks, amazing, incredible half-court beats, amazing hits that we just saw right there from Mejio.
Yeah, I mean, that one-arm tackle, I don't know how Mejio had enough strength in that one arm to make that hit, but he did it and somehow stopped the goal. So just a reminder how we got here. It was a slow start. Both teams came out very tight in Game 3. Not a lot of goal scoring either way. 6-6 at 20 minutes. It was a lot of time for the flag runner for Boston, but then Joe Goulet got one shot, and Joe Goulet made that shot count. At that point, it felt like it was over. It was Boston ball, but they needed a lot of goals. Minneapolis needed one, and Minneapolis had control. Havlin and Shu took back control on that possession, and they didn't give it back until this prior possession, which probably about 7 possessions later, which was immediately given back by Podolski's card. We're now on a beater power play for Minneapolis that Boston was not able to convert on because Mejio right now is flying all over this defensive zone and refusing to allow Boston to score on back-to-back possessions.
Just refusing. This Minneapolis team has the will right there, just trying to physically willpower their way into not having Boston score. It's fantastic to watch as we got the Monarchs flying around the field here on defense. Just cannot quite convert that one goal.
Yeah. So I do think, unfortunately, Havlin and Shu already dropped out of the play, so I think Narvison's going to be in position to clean this up. I do think that Persons might be able to get there first before Mejio. I just don't know what they're going to be able to do with the opportunity.
We will have to see.
Olazaba is back in the game here.
Olazaba might have been an injury sub for Steinberg.
See what Persons' plan is here. Just eats a beat is their plan. It is going to be Minneapolis ball.
Oh. That penalty clock for the beater just seems to be real slow, just trying to get back into this game.
Myers in no rush to press it. And now Nathan Podolski is back in the game.
Back in the game. 3 goals to go for Boston. 1 goal remains for Minneapolis.
Meyer over to Mejio. Podolski coming down the field looking at Louis Shu. Big hit on Shu. That's going to give Mejio some room to drive, but Havlin still has eyes. Control goes to Minneapolis once again. Havlin has to be risky here, has to make a choice. Pass behind. No, shot is into the hands of Emma Persons.
Taking a shot.
It's going to be all the dodgeballs for that might be a third dodgeball. Boston's going to get control back again.
Oh my gosh, that is a mistake that Minneapolis wants back.
Podolski did everything right on that play. Got the control originally, took it off of Havlin a second time in the transition back to defense, but then just didn't realize that Shu already had the hand up.
Oh, wow. That is so unfortunate for Minneapolis beating core.
Chris LeComte confirming what we had said. Double dodgeball turnover once again. Havlin and Shu.
The "you can't do that" cheers coming from the Boston supporters.
But someone needs to start scoring goals. Boston still has multiple goals to climb, and they're not scoring at a high pace exactly. Olazaba, though, rips one there. It is 11-10.
That was a great beating play right there. They set that up. They got the beat on number 71, Ryan Mejio, which had to tag in at that center hoop, completely wide open on
Terry
that
Carlson
left
now
side.
back in the game. It has to be so tight on the Minneapolis sideline at this point. They have had so many chances to win this game, and Haviland and Shu have just said no a million times. Carlson in the lane, now over to Mejio. Meyer beat out of the play. Mejio's going to have a half chance. Carlson's going to get the chance. Carlson's in the lane. Carlson goes over the top. Archibald's blocked by Nikolai. Can Boston run? No, Narvison's back in the play. I'm sorry. I got to build my energy back up for what's about to happen here.
Yeah, there's 2 goals to go for Boston, 1 goal to go for Minneapolis. Boston being able to claw their way back into this game.
Ethan Dillon has been playing forever, has the ball behind, goes up to Persons. Carson Olazaba now has on the near side, scored on the last possession. Haviland gets rid of McDowell. Goes across to Dillon. Dillon up to Persons. Persons has to slow it down. A lot of players out of the play. I think Boston just wants to pause for a second. Stall warning now called. Olazaba needs to do something. Dillon on the near side.
Do not want to get that stall call.
Dillon has it. Oh! Meyer jumps in the lane. Oh, Meyer's looking to run. Howard's behind Meyer. She was behind the play. Meyer has done it. That's Meyer. The one-player effort. We said it was a series of stars. No star shined brighter in this one than Max Meyer. Puts it away. Minneapolis, after so many years and so many close calls, is through to the semifinals.
Max Meyer with the one-hand grab sticks to his hand and goes coast to coast. Has willed it into existence, puts Minneapolis into the semifinals.
Perhaps the greatest series we've ever seen in MLQ, and an incredible game to top it off. The stars were out with the lights on. Haviland and Shu gave it everything they could possibly have on the defensive end. But on the other side, the stars for Minneapolis, Goulet, the one opportunity catch. And then finally, when the half courts failed again and again and again, Max Meyer said, I do not need half courts to score goals. Picked off a pass, got behind the beaters, went end to end, and put a stamp on this series and put Minneapolis into the semifinals. They will take on the San Antonio Soldados tomorrow morning. On the other side of the bracket, New York and Chicago will meet up for the 3rd consecutive year. We are going to have 2 incredible series on our hands. We are so excited. 9 a.m. we will get the start. I got to sign off. I got to let our producers start breaking this down because we're going to be here bright and early in the morning. For myself, Darren Bell, a bird